We're going to start in about 2 minutes. In about 2 minutes, we're going to start. Good morning, everyone. I love the fact that people get quiet when I get up on stage. Good morning. I'm Tom Hicks. I'm chairman of the United States Election Assistance Commission. I should have asked the folks that were streaming first before we get going. All right, we're good. So again, good morning. I'm Tom Hicks, chairman of the United States Election Assistance Commission, or EAC, and I want to take 1 minute to pledge allegiance to the flag, which is right behind me here. Gotta go to the mic. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So with that, I want to ask everyone to silence their phones so that we don't have any mishaps during the summit. We are honored to be hosting this Election Data Summit in partnership with the Pennsylvania Department of State. The EAC held its first data summit in 2015, and we are excited to carry the momentum towards this event today. Thank you all who have joined us here today in the audience, and those of you who are watching this live streaming from home or in the office. Collecting, analyzing, and sharing election data is a big part of what we do here at the EAC. In service of our clearinghouse function and our mandates under the Help America Vote Act, we administer the Election Administration and Voting Survey, or EVES, after every federal general election. The EVES survey collects state-by-state data on the administration of federal elections from more than 8,000 election jurisdictions in all 50 states, the District of Columbia, and 4 U.S. territories. The EVES contains the most comprehensive nationwide data about how elections are run in the United States, data on voter registration, voting by military and overseas citizens, absentee and provisional ballots, polling operations, election day activities, and voting equipment. The EVES provides policymakers and the public with key information about how our democracy functions. We at the EAC take our responsibility as stewards of critical national election data seriously, and we are busy laying the groundwork for the 2018 survey. Building on some important changes for 2016, we're working to improve the survey in 3 ways. First, we're working to make the survey easier for election officials to complete. Second, we're taking steps to strengthen the data quality and completeness. And third, we're working to foster greater use of the data by experts and election officials alike. We know that EVES data barely scratches the surface of the wide world of election data that's out there. State and local election officials across the country use data every day and are constantly innovating to improve election processes. From voter registration processes to post-election review exercises, data-driven approaches are helping election officials identify trends, anticipate changes voters need, predict the impact of proposed policies, and determine how to invest resources. As election officials prepare for the upcoming midterm elections, we are thrilled to be partnering with our friends at the Pennsylvania Department of State to offer this platform for election officials and election data experts to share their experiences and lift up innovation, data-driven practices from across the country. And with that, I'm going to talk about a few housekeeping things that are going on. If you're a social media user, we encourage you to post about the summit using the hashtag ElectionData18. Again, that's hashtag ElectionData18. There are a few opportunities throughout the day for the audience to ask questions of our panelists. If you would like to ask questions, we politely ask you to do one of 3 things. See, this is about data. 3 things. Remember this. 1, speak into the microphone so that folks who are listening from home can actually hear the question. 2, identify yourself, name and affiliation. And 3, this is most important, actually ask a question. If you need assistance throughout the day, please find a staff member from the EAC or the Pennsylvania Department of State, because we're all happy to help and assist you. Thank you again for coming, and thank you for the Community College of Philadelphia for hosting us here today. Let me give a special note of thanks for the election officials who are here. And if you're election officials and want to stand for a quick acknowledgement, please do so. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. So most of these folks are here for the NAS and NASHEAD conference, but we are very encouraged that they all came here for our summit today. And finally, let me give a sincere appreciation to Acting Secretary Robert Torres and his team at the Department of State for inviting us here today to the Commonwealth Department. This is an important initiative. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce Secretary Torres, who will be delivering opening remarks. Thank you once again to the audience and your commitment to secure, accurate, and improving elections. Thank you.
Good morning. Chairman Hicks, it's good to see you, and thank you for being with us. Vice Chair McCormick, thank you for being with us as well. On behalf of the Department of State, it is my privilege to welcome you to the City of Philadelphia, the Community College of Philadelphia, and today's Election Day Data Summit. Our department is extremely appreciative to have partnered with the U.S. Election Assistance Commission on this first Data Summit, co-hosted by his state and the EAC. I would like to extend my gratitude and a special thanks to our Deputy Policy Director, Jessica Myers, for all of her hard work and collaboration with our colleagues at the EAC to help organize and bring you this relevant, educational, and timely summit. Of course, I also want to thank the EAC team for their hard work and support in putting today's summit together. And by the way, you can't beat the price, so there should be no complaints, at least on that front. So let me also extend my thanks to all the moderators and the panelists for your time and effort in participating today. And finally, thank you all for your interest and attendance in what I trust will be a worthwhile investment of your time. Pennsylvania takes the administration of our elections very seriously. We at the department work in partnership with counties to ensure smooth, fair, and secure elections. However, I know that many, if not all of us, want to find more efficient ways of administering elections and managing our limited resources. This is why we have been working to modernize how we manage data and information in Pennsylvania. With regard to voter registration, we implemented online voter registration nearly 3 years ago and passed the 1 millionth user mark last February. We have also developed web APIs or interfaces to further continue and leverage the progress that we have achieved with online voter registration. However, the voter registration database that we use needs to be replaced because it is costly and doesn't support the kind of information reporting and analytics that a modern system could provide. Therefore, we are in the process of developing business requirements with strong considerations on how we want the data and the information derived from that data to work for us and the counties so that we can maximize the benefits of a new system. On Election Day, we work with the counties and other state agencies such as the Office of Administration, Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, Office of Homeland Security, and others to monitor events throughout Pennsylvania that could impact voting. The surveillance and use of data and the communications channels we have established help us to maintain situational awareness and respond quickly to problems. Pennsylvania is also pursuing the transition to new voting system within the next 2 years. We have directed that all new voting systems purchased in the Commonwealth must have voter-verifiable paper ballot or paper records of votes cast by the voter that will enable us to audit the systems and conduct post-election audits that will help further validate voting results and maintain confidence in the integrity of the electoral process. Data and the effective use of data to help manage all aspects of the electoral process is extremely important. However, data alone is not enough. The quality of the data you use always has to be considered. The skill sets of the staff and analysts who use the data and that you will rely upon for information has to be considered. How you formulate research questions has to be considered because if you ask the wrong questions, guess what? The data will be useless to you. Voter confidence in our elections can be impacted by their experience at the polls and their observations on how elections are handled. As election officials, advocates, and stakeholders, It is incumbent on us to collect and use data effectively to help improve our processes, enhance resource allocations, increase accuracy, and support auditability. All of this should be done to assure voters and ourselves that the integrity of procedures being used and ultimately our elections can be trusted. Let me just say this. If you don't remember anything else I say this morning, please remember these words throughout the day. If you cannot measure, you cannot manage. I'll repeat. If you cannot measure, you cannot manage. Thank you for being here. I wish you a productive and enjoyable day. For those of you who are staying for the NAS or the NASET conference, enjoy your stay and have a great conference experience. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to our first panel. My name is Christy McCormick and I am the Vice Chair of the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. Since the EAC was reconstituted with commissioners in 2015, we've taken a number of steps to strengthen our data collection efforts at the EAC and to encourage data-driven practices among election officials. In addition to our work to improve the election administration and voting survey, we organized the EAC's first ever Election Data Summit in 2015. And since I've been in this business, I've realized that election folks are the most OCD people I have ever met, and this just feeds that disorder. Some of the speakers here today were with us at the initial summit: Amber McReynolds, Neil Kelly, Charles Stewart, Jennifer Morell, and I'm pleased there are also many new voices on stage and in the room today. We're excited to be furthering this effort with today's Election Data Summit. Thank you to the Pennsylvania Department of State for partnering with us on this important event. The panels we have arranged for you today follow the phases of the election cycle. We begin the day focused on pre-election activities, such as voter registration, and we'll finish with post-election matters, including audits and after-action review processes. This panel that we're on right now will focus on the topic of voter registration. Voter registration data is the backbone of election data. Not only does this registration data serve as the list of eligible voters used in polling stations on election day, but it is also essential to vote by mail and ballot creation. This data also drives key election administration resource allocation decisions, such as assigning poll workers and voting equipment to polling places. Statewide voter registration databases are also one of the main tools that election officials have for sharing election data within and among states. Our panelists here will explore how voter registration data is being used across the country. This will include a discussion of recent efforts to modernize voter registration systems and processes, as well as initiatives to increase the sharing of registration data between states to support improved list maintenance and outreach to unregistered voters. Our esteemed panelists currently serve or previously served as election officials in Colorado, Florida, Oregon, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. Each of these expert panelists brings a unique perspective of the conversation about data-driven approaches and improving voter registration processes. So I would like to introduce our panelists before we get started. On my far right is Mike Moser, the Deputy Commissioner of the Bureau of Commissions, Elections, and Legislation at the Pennsylvania Department of State. Welcome, Mike. He joined the department in 2015 and oversees and coordinates elections and voter registration initiatives and federal and state elections with the 67 county boards of election in Pennsylvania. Next to him, right to my right again, is Dr. Judd Choate. Judd is the State Election Director for Colorado and the immediate past president of the National Association of State Election Directors. Judd has a JD from the University of Colorado School of Law and both a PhD and MA in political science from Purdue University. He was formerly a professor of political science at the University of Nebraska. In a previous life, Judd was a scout for the Kansas City Royals, and as I found out this morning, he also used to DJ for an adult contemporary music station. So we had a nice conversation about Neil Diamond. Erica Haas, on my left, is the Systems Engineer and Technical Liaison for the Electronic Registration Information Center, also known as ERIC. She manages a data exchange of voter registration and motor vehicle licensing data for 24 states. Before joining ERIC, Erica, appropriately named, worked on the Oregon State voter registration system with the Oregon Secretary of State. And then on my far left is Don Palmer. He's a policy advisor with the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. He's also a fellow with the Bipartisan Policy Center's Democracy Project, focused on the recommendations of the Presidential Commission on Election Administration, or the PCEA. Don previously served as the Secretary of Virginia's Board of Elections and as the Director of Elections in Florida. He's also served as a trial attorney with the voting section in the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division, and we actually started on the very same day at the DOJ. So I've known Don for quite some time. And as of yesterday afternoon, he was also nominated by the President to be our next commissioner at the EAC. So congratulations, Don. We'll see how that goes. So the way this is going to work is each of our panelists will give prepared remarks, and then we'll shift into a question and answer period. I have some questions for them, and then we will open it up to the audience. So, Mike, you're up first. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's great to see you, and thank you so much for the opportunity. Fantastic. Thank you. So I'm here to talk about kind of the recent modernization efforts for voter registration in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and kind of how we're trying to synchronize what we call the service channel for voter registration, and reviewing the data and the design of the applications that we're using to collect the data to inform decisions and next steps of where we want to take that. So I'll call a journey that we've been on to modernize here in the Commonwealth. It's been a great experience, and what we're trying to do is take a look at the traditional paper method of registration versus online voter registration, and really trying to hook into some other areas in addition to the work that we've been doing with PennDOT and the motor voter transactions to actually engage more with registration drives and third-party entities. And we can kind of summarize it into three broad areas that we focus on when we're trying to modernize here in the Commonwealth, and that's usability, integrity, and improvement of the forms, and just the cycle in general of how we're making changes. We're really trying to focus on usability, where we're focusing on plain language. We're making sure the applicant is understanding the context of the information that we're trying to convey so they can submit their information on the forms, and also engage into user testing with the entity so we can make adjustments on the form to collect the necessary information to ensure proper registration. That not only helps out with them getting registered to vote, but it also helps out our 67 boards of elections so they can process the registration adequately, and the voter ultimately gets their registration card and they can go vote. We're also focusing on the integrity of the process. I mean that loosely. That's where we are looking at the different types of data that's coming in. Are the data points complete? Are they accurate? Are they consistent? And then we just kind of apply like a lean process overall. I know that's becoming more of a common terminology among election directors and just government services in general. It's a big initiative here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to engage in the lean, or Six Sigma, if those who are familiar with it. So we kind of look at the overall process to make sure that all the information is there for the applicant. And then just continuous improvement overall. We have an agile environment here, and that is a 30-day sprint cycle for development here for our online forms. but we also apply it through Lean to make sure we're continuously reviewing the changes that we're making. So I just want to kind of give a little background on kind of the major voter registration changes that have occurred in the Commonwealth. In 2003, we've had an electronic exchange through our PennDOT transportation partner with Motor Voter. They have had signatures coming over. It's been a great experience over the years, and we've made adjustments, which I'll go into momentarily. In 2005, all counties completed the transition to our current voter registration database, which is what Acting Secretary Torres was mentioning, that we're going through a process to modernize the database as a whole. And then the bulk of what we've been doing, the modernization efforts, started happening in 2015, where we redesigned our paper application with some usability testing. We launched online voter registration in the state. And as the Secretary noted, that we won over 1 million applicants, which was a great experience for us. In 2016, we simplified the language for Motor Voter. We incorporated online signature upload feature into our online voter registration application, and I'll talk more about that soon. And also implemented an application programming interface for third parties to plug into for voter registration. 2017, we built upon that to engage with our state and VRA agencies and adopted our first agency into Web API for online voter registration. Then in 2018, we launched a third-party feature for online registration drives to help there with our counties and the applicants, because as election officials are aware, usually a registration drive goes out on paper and not all the necessary information or the quality isn't always the same and consistent as a normal sign-up. So we want to kind of help out there with the data that we were seeing and built an online feature to help make it more consistent for the applicant. So this is just a quick example on, I think on the left for you is the old paper form that we had. The new form is on the right for usability testing. It's a lot more consistent, and we've seen a much better back end with data there with the changes. And then we also have examples of this is what our current online voter registration state looks like, but with, again, with testing and review and looking at the different data points, we'll be pushing out a new redesign in the future and really cutting out a lot of the extra space. And the idea I'm trying to drive is that with data collection, it's not just looking at the back-end information that's coming in, but you can also push certain types of collection and get better quality data for your initiatives through design of the forms that you're putting out there to help with a lot of the back-end analyses that a lot of the experts will be doing, and to build a solid foundation for the future. Design is certainly an aspect that that's been very beneficial for us in Pennsylvania. So something that we noticed right away, and we were kind of aware with online voter registration when it was launched, when somebody goes to sign up online, not necessarily versus a paper form, if they didn't match with PennDOT, they didn't have an opportunity to bring their signature over. Here in the Commonwealth, if you match with your PennDOT information by signing up through online voter registration, your signature will automatically come over on the record. But when OVR was first launched here, that wasn't a feature. And so we were tracking the information that was coming through. And what I have here is since 2015, 16, and 17, I have the total applications that were coming through for online voter registration, and then the number of missing signature requests that would come through. Because what you could do is when you went through the application and you didn't match with PennDOT at first, you could request a mail form come out, and it basically, the applicant would sign it with some key information about them and mail it back to their county registration office. So that was a process that we were really starting to look at, where people weren't always returning the form. A lot of applications were sitting out there, and we really wanted to make sure the applicant got registered to vote, but also the counties had what they need to process the application. So we kind of looked at it, and we incorporated a signature upload feature. This is just a brief screenshot. Apologize for the blurriness a little bit, but essentially they will be prompted at some point to upload a signature going through the process and validations, and then you can upload a signature there. It's a little better than a doctor's signature, but but that's the gist of it. You take a picture and you can submit it, and it comes into the application for the county registration office to see it when they're reviewing the information when they're in the database. Since we launched that feature, we have seen the total number of signature requests come down. Initially in the first year, it was about 20% of total online applications, and since the feature came out, we're now sitting at about 12 or 13%. And, so it's been a very big boost here by changing the design of a form and prompting the applicant along the way. We've been able to really get better information and registrations out of the online process. Overall, with what we're seeing with the online application, we have more approval ratings. Blue is the paper method, orange is the online method. We have less declinations coming out of the system because we're putting more validations up front for the applicant as they're going along through the process. Their data is being checked with PennDOT up front, and then they have that option with signature upload. So we're getting more complete applications coming through, which has been very helpful. Now this slide is really where I think has been a big boost to us with looking into web application interfaces and integrating with third-party agencies for voter registration. By pushing more and modernizing towards an online platform and making sure that not only do we have a common language across all of our forms and methods of delivery, but we're working with third-party entities to make sure they're having similar language on the form so it's a consistent experience. And what we've noticed with the design and the collection is that the online platform and third-party entities have been really benefiting us in what we're getting into the system, which is very helpful for any list maintenance practices or any matching if we need to do to review the information or to look up information on the voter. We are overall seeing pretty much almost 90% of applications coming in through online voter registration that have a driver's license. We're seeing almost 35% that always have at least an SSN on there, last four of the Social Security. And then online platforms overall are really driving the information of the individual for contact, like an email or a phone number. And a lot of the third-party entities are really helping out there, especially on the registration drive, because it's so core to their business to be able to reach out to the individual. So I guess the point I'm trying to drive there is that by looking into third-party sources in a secure manner and a consistent manner and making sure that they're going through and testing properly and testing the language of the forms, you can really broaden the information and have more complete information coming into the database that's not only helpful to the applicant to get registered, for the counties to process, but it helps with a lot of other initiatives just by focusing on some user testing and designing the form in such a way that they can better understand the context. There are some other realized benefits that we're seeing with driving more towards a modern platform with online registration. We're seeing that the application process is becoming more elastic, and I'll talk to that in a second. Overall, applications are more traceable for the end user. They're provided with an application ID where they can kind of go in and type in some information about themselves and look up the status of their application. And then there's better opportunities for us to understand some behaviors of the applicants and when they're using the applications. Because with a traditional paper method, you don't always have the same benefit because it depends on when it's arriving in the office, you know, if it's mailed in and things like that, versus online, you're getting that data right away, the timestamps and things, so you can better understand the behaviors of your applicants. So this is kind of what I was getting at with the elastic process, is that this is preliminary. We surveyed all the counties, and on average, for every 10 paper applications that they are processing, it takes them about 18 minutes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And then likewise, for an online application, for every 10 applications they're processing, it takes about 6 minutes. You know, so we have seen the process come down almost 2/3, which has been pretty impressive here in the state. And I really have to give a lot of credit to the county boards of elections for being early adopters of this and being very helpful throughout the process and embracing it. And they have done a tremendous job day in and day out executing everything. So thank you to them. But to drive the point even further, this is kind of the loads of applications that we see coming in, where the green line is the paper applications from 2008, and everyone knows that that was a very heavy registration year across the nation. And then in 2012, which is the blue line, and 2016 is the black line, we had relatively similar paper applications coming in, and then the yellow or gold is online voter registration itself for 2016. And then the pink line is online voter registration with paper in 2016, and it is tremendously outsoared the 2008 number. And by having a more modern platform and focusing on the design of the form for both the front user and the end user, the process was able to become more elastic, where a lot of the counties felt like they were in a good position in 2016 at registering voters right around the deadlines because they've saved a lot of processing time and they had the information they needed to process those applications. Both the commissioner and I did a lot of phone calls to talk and make sure everyone was all right, and it just saved a lot of time with processing those applications. It would have been a completely different story if we would have had just more of a traditional method here in 2016. And this is another chart where we just kind of look at the behavior of the application coming in and the applicants, where by hour since the beginning of January 1st of 2017, we kind of form a behavior of the submissions that are coming in that help us inform maintenance windows or impacts to the applicants that we have to change anything. So it's just another way that we're kind of utilizing the data to find some patterns so we minimize impacts to the end users. Excuse me. And then also, we kind of see it by the day of the week as well. You know, Monday is the most productive day of the week, and we're actually seeing that trend in the applications. Everyone must be thinking about it then. And then around Fridays and Saturdays, you know, things dip down to a more slow period. So we actually not only look at our resources, but we plan our department development windows around this type of information. And we usually do releases around a Thursday now because we see things like this. So I just kind of want to close out, because I know we have a short allotted time here, to just kind of say that I know it's glossing over some items here, like find me on the side. I'd be happy to give more information or ask some questions during the Q&A period, because there's a lot of great things that modernizing a platform can do with engaging your end users, and by focusing on the design of the form, you can really improve the type of information that's coming into the voter registration database, and also inform some needed changes that need to happen to your applications by looking for certain markers like application statuses as they're coming in. So by using data, it really helps drive initiatives, but also the experience for the end user. So I just want to say thank you so much, and look forward to chatting with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. Good job. You can see what I'm talking about, election geeks being OCD. Next geek up is Judd Choate. Judd, take it away.
Thanks. I'm Judd Choate from Colorado. Let's see if we... Aha, there I am. So the first thing, I have a couple of different topics. I'm just sort of throwing various statistics and the way we collect them and why we collect them and their uses in a couple of different realms related to voter registration. So the first one, we try to anticipate peaks in voter registration. This kind of dovetails a lot off of what Mike was just saying. But we have tracked a couple of things that I think you might find interesting. We communicate this with our counties. So the first one is the Facebook effect, which I have two examples of. In 2016, you can see our online voter registrations for about 3 or 4 weeks or so. And on one particular day, we had over 20,000 updates or new registrations. That was the Facebook voter registration advertisement. This is when they sort of posted on everybody's Facebook page that they should really go update their voter registration or register new if they hadn't. Google also did a similar advertisement or notice on their page. And then there was National Voter Registration Day. which followed the Google Day. These were all over the course of about 5 days in September of 2016. You can see that there was an incredible jump that one day. The only bigger day that we had that year was on Election Day 2016. Colorado is a same-day registration state, so we get a lot of activity on Election Day. Then we also have the Facebook effect during this 2018 primary. So our 2018 primary was on June 26th, which is on the far right of your screen. You can see that more people registered to vote or updated their registration on the Facebook Notice Day than did on Election Day. We also had a big bump on the first day of early voting, so that was the day that the VSPCs, our voter polling places, opened on the 18th, at least officially. Many counties opened prior to that. And you can see the other peaks. So alerting the counties to the fact that we have a really important day that's arriving can kind of get them primed and understanding that they need to bring in additional workforce or at least prepare themselves for that particular day. So that's one way we use data for voter reg. We also try to use it to influence legislation, which you'll see has varying levels of success. This is the 2016 presidential election use of our polling places to do updates or new registrations during the early voting period prior to the election. You can see that a lot of our activity occurs on Election Day or the day prior to Election Day, so Monday or Tuesday of the election period, and not a lot of activity occurred prior to that. And I break that down by the kinds of activity that was occurring during that time. So updating new or updating existing voter registrations is the yellow line. So you can see that some of that was occurring during that period of time. It was the second most common. We also had new registrations during that time, which was a big chunk of what was happening. The interesting thing about this data, though, is that that is per VSPC during that period. So we were looking at around 2 or 3 changes or updates that were occurring in a voter service and polling center during the first week and into the second week prior to the election. So very little activity, honestly. So we use this to talk to legislators and important community activists on elections and describe for them the need to change the way we do our VSPCs, to sort of roll back the number and length of time in which we needed to be open, because very little activity occurs in those first couple of weeks, or certainly in that first week. And we were pretty much wholly unsuccessful in that conversation because people really liked the fact that they were open for that period of time, regardless of the fact that they weren't actually being used. And so we were paying for a lot of judges to be there when, in fact, nothing was actually happening. But when you have conversations about that, they have kind of other concerns that they're interested in, which are maybe more national in perspective, which frankly aren't all that related to the actual data that we were able to produce for them. Another thing that we wanted to talk about was another thing that was related to voter registration that you might find interesting is reducing or using data to sort of reduce county mailing expenses. We'll hear from Amber McReynolds later, who's back in the corner. Wave to everybody, Amber. She and the Denver elections team encouraged the use of national change of address. And in fact, we passed a law in 2013, which led to the automatic updating of voters' files based on national change of address. So if we received a notice that somebody had changed an address from NCOA, the county could automatically update that information. They didn't have to ask first, which when you ask first, you get a lower response rate, actually a substantially lower response rate. If you just update it and then tell them, hey, we just updated your information. If you don't like that, let us know. You get to do a lot more of that work because you get very few responses when you actually invite. So you can see, based on that activity, that we've actually seen an extraordinary reduction in the number and percentage of undeliverable ballots. The election that's missing there is 2017. We didn't actually have a statewide election. We had a coordinated election in which counties had issues on the ballot, but there was no statewide issue. Our NCOA numbers for 2017, most of them are intra-county, so these are people that are moving within a county, and then inter-county, so moving from one county to another county, and then our out-of-staters. So, but for the law allows us to automatically update, automatically change the inter-county and the intra-county. So over 75% of the notices we get from NCOA, we can make an automatic change to that file. Here's the NCOA numbers across months. Again, this is useful data for helping counties to better staff up for times in which there's going to be a lot of activity and, you know, corresponding vacations and so forth around the times in which there's less activity. So what has automatic update of NCOA done for us? In 2016, 152,000 in-state NCOA updates were automatically made by county election officials. Each of these saved one mailing at least, and a reduced number of subsequent failed mailings, the regular mailings, and then also ballot mailings, which are especially expensive because of the nature of the return. If those wouldn't have been automatically updated, we probably would have seen less than 10% of response to those mailings asking and encouraging people to make that update. So 90% of the address changes that we ultimately would have had to make at a VSPC, at a polling place during the election cycle, we didn't have to make prior, or we could make prior because of the NCOA information. So savings. We see these as three major areas of savings: the reduced mailings, the automatic update, which reduces our mailings, and then fewer in-person updates. Counties probably saved $500,000 in 2016, and that was the biggest election year recently. Using this data, Denver has some data that suggests that that number's probably even double, but that may be more specific to the Denver model or the Metro model. Certainly, many counties would see an extraordinary savings or have seen extraordinary savings using NCOA to automatically update. So those were my three topics. I'm happy to answer any questions when we get to the question and answer period.
Great. Thank you, Jed. We'll pass this over to Erica. And next up is Erica from ERIC.
Hello. Yes, I have the most appropriate name for any worker ever. So I am Erica from ERIC. I have a very long title, which basically means I'm the geeky person in our business, and I get to play with data a lot. So I don't want this to be an ERIC pitch, but I do want it to be kind of a case study of what states can do when they join together. We're a little unique in that we have quite a few states that are doing something for the same purpose. We try to make it broad in the sense of hitting angles that appeal to red states, blue states, purple states. We are across the nation. Oh, darn, my new slide didn't get in there. So this is 23 states, but we were happy to welcome South Carolina 2 days ago. So their data isn't in our fold yet, but we have welcomed them into our membership. So, oh no, I got the picture, but I didn't update the title, darn it. Anyhow. So ERIC is a membership organization. It's basically was created by the states for the states. I answer to a board of state election directors. We have the 24 states, which now with 24 equals about 39% of the voting eligible population according to the 2016 numbers from the U.S. Election Project. We were created in 2012, but that was actually a process that started back in 2008 in a conversation and took several years to build because it's a very purposeful, methodical process. It was well thought out in the sense of how do we make this work and make it work for our states. And what we do is we take in voter registration data and DMV data, and we will be taking in other service and agency data. We take in information about voters in DMV, the contact information, so at the top there, full name, mailing address, residential address, their information about their activity, because for us, it's finding out who has the best data about a person, so activity dates and status. We also take in, and I'll talk about this a little more later, we take in data that we purposefully hash. So I'll go into more depth on that, but that means we make the data so it is not, we never receive clear text of date of birth, driver's license and ID number, and the last 4 SSN, and that's a way to protect that data, but still use it for matching. We purchased the limited death master file from the Social Security Administration so that we're able to process against the deaths across the nation, and that's especially helpful for states when a person has passed away outside of their state. And then we purposefully exclude protected or confidential data so that that's never entered into our system, so that can be protected from at the source. So we take in that information from our member states, and from that we produce reports and back to our states. So we only communicate with our state elections officials this information. So we take a two-pronged approach. We're doing outreach to do eligible but unregistered mailings. So currently we have DMV and voter registration data. We do intend to have other service areas, but the idea is to find a DMV record that doesn't have a corresponding voter record. And those are people who are potentially out there that could be registered, and states can do outreach to. On the other side of the house is the list maintenance, and that is finding, by using this big matching engine, which is basically what we are, a big matching engine on steroids, we're able to find in-state moves, and that's actually our largest number, even though cross-state is what people think of us about. But in-state movers, just as Judd's data suggested, people move closer to home more often, and that is just as detrimental to their voter record as if they moved across the country. So in-state movers is where the DMV record has more current information about where the person lives. Cross-state is when there is a voter or DMV record in another state that is more recent, so that would make it appear that the person has moved out of your state. As I mentioned, the Social Security Death Master, so finding deceased records. And then the kind of gimme is we have in-state duplicates, because we do matching, and that's what we do. But we also, because we have so much information coming in, and that is the basis of our matching engine, which is, it's a product from IBM, and actually now a partner company, Senzing, is all about context-level matching. So the more information you have about a person, the more you have when something new comes in that you can find them with. And the best example for that is the Social Security Death Master is really interesting because many election folks, many voter registration systems, you take either the driver's license or the SSN. So in many cases, there's only about 20% of the records that have a Social Security, last 4 digits of it on them. So if that local agency was able to purchase the Social Security Death Master on their own and match it to their system, there's 80% of the records that don't have a last 4 SSN that they could even look at. So you only get name, date of birth out of that. So it's harder to match to. That is sensitive, isn't it? One of the things that we like to point out is that we approach security from the ground up. So when we were building our system, when we were conceiving of it, we talked about security and how would we protect this information that's in our care. So we approach it from a standards-based risk management practices. So we look at the ISO standards, the NIST standards, and kind of develop our practices around that and do risk assessments yearly, and we're thoughtful and methodical about how we approach security. We're also, we take an approach of continuous improvement, and I think you'll probably hear this in a theme throughout the conference if you're at NASA and NASED. We're never done with security. You're never like, okay, we've got this, it's ready, because there's always the next new thing. So we're always improving, we're always looking at what's out there, what's changing, and how do we need to change with that. We approach with internal and external reviews. We'll be heading into a security audit along with financial audits. Those are important things for us. And then I have the picture of the onion here because that's really the most important thing for us about how we approach security, is that there is no single piece that is infallible. Right there, when you were a technology security person and cybersecurity especially, there's no piece that has no vulnerabilities, even if it might be infinitesimal. So we have a different layer around the onion that protects the weak spots of one with the strong spots of another. So that's an important concept for us. I mentioned that we protect the 3 specific pieces of data, the date of birth, the last 4 SSN, and the driver's license number. We use a cryptographic one-way hash, and that's just a big mouthful that basically says the information goes through a process of hashing, which makes it into an output here that has just a jumble of letters and numbers, which aren't helpful to a person who wanted to just look at the data. So like I can't tell a person's date of birth in any piece of data in my system, but I can tell, does this date of birth match another date of birth? So the same jumble of numbers comes out of this hashing function, but it's only useful for matching. And so that hopefully, again, one layer of the onion is this makes the data uninteresting for someone who might have a nefarious purpose. And then what's important about it being one way is we never intend to decrypt that information. We never need to have it in clear text, so it's a one-way hash. So some of the things that are interesting to me, at least as a data geek, because I get a different view on this data. I get to see lots of data come through my hands. And it is me at the moment. I am the person at the keyboard looking at this information. So when we're onboarding, I am a new set of eyes on the data out in an estate. And sometimes they find that interesting, and sometimes they don't. Because we're looking at very specific data points. So things like activity date, which is trying to find out when a person had an interaction with your agency, both voter and DMV, that was meaningful and from that person. So we find things like how county practices may differ across a state. I get to see things like list maintenance, the activity over time. I take information monthly or every 2 months and compare it to the last. And so if I suddenly have a large number of records that are different, generally either there's an election, and that's easy to find out, but if it's not, then I reach out, and generally that's going to be some kind of list maintenance activity has just happened, and I can see that kind of unfold in the data. Kind of these data points mentioned about elections, the other thing, like I went looking to see, well, can I kind of tell how people move, and is there more of a constant rate? And you really see it articulated how voter registration, we have this big swell, and then it kind of falls off as the people move, and the registration, it's harder to get that information updated, versus DMV is such a steady rate. And so seeing that comparison is kind of a fun thing in the way I get to see data. How addresses are entered differently across both states, but mostly I get to see the comparison of a DMV versus elections. And things like how you might deal with a person who is homeless will be very different, or people who are continuous travelers who are now living in their RVs as they've retired and exploring the country. Also, it's been very interesting to see how DMV practices differ in different states. Things like, in one state, it's very common for a person to have a license and an ID card, so there's always 2 pieces of information, versus other states where you only have one and one ID throughout the lifetime of your interactions with the DMV. So I get to see those kinds of things. This is just kind of an interesting way I look at data. I thought maybe you guys would find it interesting as well. So I went looking for someone who'd moved around. And you can see this progression of they were in Wisconsin in 2011, in DC in 2015 to 13, Minnesota, Maryland, Virginia. And this is, while it's generic information, this was a real person's kind of progression through. And what I find interesting, and part of what's core to our system, is you'll see the mailing address from Wisconsin to DC. It was their mailing address in Wisconsin. It became their residential address in DC. They're using their phone number across multiple states. That's really common, so phone number has become much more useful for matching. The same with email address. People are keeping those email addresses longer and longer, so that is a way to find someone and to reach them. So I just found this interesting. Maybe you do too, and I'll pass that on to Don.
Thanks, Erica. Don, you're up.
Thank you.
There you go.
Oh, I need to back up. So, thank you. It was a privilege to work with Eric in Virginia, bringing that to the Commonwealth. I think it's very valuable too, particularly as a statewide official. One of the things that I sort of have looked at is what power tools are available to election officials, because as we'll see, our challenge is keeping pace with the voters to maintain the voter rolls. And the expectations are is they sort of anticipate that we will be able to follow them, but they don't necessarily notify election officials. So we have to find technology and new ways to identify their moves and then take appropriate actions. The goal is to be smart in how we do that and accurate and focused on those group of folks. And obviously, I think from my perspective, the notification to the election official is key. If we can get that information with some confirmation, either through DMV or other sources, that helps the process move along. The challenge is upgrading our processes to the latest technologies and available data, and that's sort of what we've heard. So there are current technologies and data that's available. There's a tool for everything. That's what I learned growing up. The major sources of data that I saw, and I've worked with that have been very effective across the country and that election officials rely on are the Department of Motor Vehicles. It's a database that's great. It can either confirm what you think you know. It can be an investigatory database, and I saw that in Virginia and Florida, where you can confirm perhaps a duplicate registration or potential move where there's some discrepancy. But if the election official has access to the DMV, either on a macro level or an individual level, it helps resolve those tough issues in investigations. Social Security Administration and Department of Health and Vital Statistics in each state, that's been very valuable data on deceased. And the state voter registration system and election officials, obviously when someone moves inside a state or outside a state, the local election official will receive notification, or the state will do the same. And the courts have been a source of data. But what we find is that there, as we'll mention in a moment, NCOA is a very valuable tool, but only about 50, maybe 60% of individuals notify the post office, and therefore there's a whole swath of individuals that we have to work with to try to find what their new address is. And that's where the power technology is. I was always taught that, there's always, if power can solve any issue. So, you move from the basic tools to the power tools, and yeah, it'll get solved, right? So, but we've been relying on return to sender and post office information, and it's become a very valuable thing. The vendors have done a lot with the information. The post office service has done much, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And dealing with the vendors and the post office information under NCOA, there's other information that these vendors can provide that can be very helpful to identify those who haven't notified the post office. And obviously, there's been some events with EVE, Electronic Verification of Vital Events, where some of their information is very valuable to local election officials or state officials who either want to investigate ones that are tough to verify the deceased status. And then there's the third-party credible data providers. These are companies that they work with other agencies, federal, state, and major companies in the United States, and more with election officials to provide that little extra that you might need to resolve the problem. So obviously, most of you know what NCOA is. We've talked about it already. Obviously, it's a national database of 160 million records of individuals that voluntarily confirm to the post office that they've moved. Very valuable information. What I found interesting, though, and I thought it would be good to share, is that more and more of this information is available on those that don't provide the post office. These vendors are able to provide you that address where the individual is now residing, and it allows election officials some flexibility. Oops. What I found interesting is a lot of services provide real-time access to a user. So it can be a local election official or a state. And I do know both that use this in that way, where if there's an individual that you're investigating or a batch that you want to do, that you want to process, you can do that in real time. And that can be very valuable to a local office. And again, I just wanted to highlight that when movers fail to notify the election office, you're able to get that address, and then you can send the mailing. What I also found with NCOA, just going a little bit in depth and receiving some reports from the vendors, is they do a lot of audit features. They can actually audit your mailing list and provide you some issues that that very useful to you in cleansing your rolls. And then they can also provide some analytics, and obviously everything costs a little money, but the fact that these are offerings can really help an office. Speaking about EVE, it's a national nonprofit, and they basically have a consortium of states, the vital record departments. And what's interesting is they obtain this deceased data directly from the state death databases. And again, I was very intrigued by the fact that you can have large volume requests and single queries. And a lot of states are using Social Security Administration data, Death Master File, as discussed. But this is becoming more inclusive records, as we'll find out in a moment. Again, you'll get an electronic response. So if you have some individuals that you're not sure of their status and you believe that they may be deceased, you can actually do an electronic search and find this out. And as you can see, more and more jurisdictions are participating, and they claim that they actually do have more records in the death master file, because there have been some major changes going on with Social Security and the death master file. A lot of information is no longer available to election officials, and they're actually making it a little bit more difficult for vendors to provide that data to the states and to localities. So I thought it would be interesting to bring up EVE because they don't have some of these same issues. So I thought it was very interesting because they have more records in the death master file, because many of these are not being released to the public anymore because of protected status. EVE has a growing number of clients both at the state and federal level, including the Department of Motor Vehicles, and even Secretary of State offices. So it's become a valuable tool. Credible third-party data, public records. You know, some of the players in this are Lexus. Many of you have dealt with Lexus or Experian. You know, these are multi-billion-dollar companies with tens of thousands of employees, and they provide all types of information to folks that they have a financial interest in making sure the address is correct and the identity is correct. So they have an interest, and the information is fairly accurate. So what they do is they do provide these services for states and locals to do person and address locators for that last mile, trying to identify those that haven't identified their move to the post office. Their engines, they have all types of military locators, voter registration records they actually collect from the states. And you can see all the records that they have, and they use this as part of their services. They can provide address cleaning to your list, and really the goal is to actually reduce the amount, as Dr. Choate mentioned, you know, bad addresses. It helps cleanse your, it saves on undeliverable mail. And you can see all the records that they use to provide that service to their customers. So Neil Kelly basically did a study back in 2012, and he's continued this. But to talk about, he wanted to do a study of how this credible third-party data would work for his office, you know, a major county, obviously in California. And as an initial test, what he wanted to do is, you know, it's a nationwide service. He sent out 1,000 names of individuals that they had no activity and they believed had moved, but they had no notification from any source. The NCOA, the DMV, election office, they had no other source of data. So they did this test, and they sent it out to 1,000 individuals, and over 500 of them came back as with an accurate address. So they tested this, and what was interesting is that 280 of them had moved at least 5 times. It shows you the mobility of voters, and that sometimes these are the hardest voters to try to keep up with. So then they went to a larger study, and they analyzed 250,000 voters, and they were able to update addresses for 122,000 of them. And so what they were able to do is they were able to send addresses to these individuals, inform them that, you know, they should register in their new state or jurisdiction if they had not already done so, but also give them an opportunity to update their status with his county. And so over 18,800 just responded to the postcard. And he found that just with this one mailing, he almost was able to find savings that matched the expense. But what's remarkable, though, is that you know, it only took about 2 or 3 elections, and he had obviously the investment paid off. And he's told me that he's done this, and he'll be here later today if you can talk to him. He's actually done this, you know, 3 or 4 times since 2012, and it continues to be a practice in his office, and it's a major savings on postage.
Great. Thank you so much. So we'll move to thank you to our panelists. I'm going to move to some of my own questions, and then you can be thinking of your questions. I think this is kind of a general question for all of you, so we can kind of go down the row. HAVA provided funds to support the establishment of computerized statewide voter registration databases. And some of the new HAVA funds are being used to update those databases and to strengthen them, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. I want to ask you all, what is the state of these databases? How, you know, are they healthy? What are the kinds of things we can do to improve them, including, you know, of course, the cybersecurity? Let's start with you, Mike, and hear what your thoughts are about the state of our databases.
I think the state of the database, specifically in Pennsylvania, it is in good shape. You know, we do a lot of testing of the database. We have some very dedicated teams in close collaboration. I think some of the challenges that we're seeing is more of the reporting capabilities and more of the flexibility of the database and getting more information that would be easier to take out of the systems. You know, always with the benefit of hindsight, you see it differently. When the database was first implemented, you know, back in 2005, 2004, you can easily say, you know, these are things I wish I had looking back at it. And I think a lot of that has informed us to get, you know, better metrics along the way of how applications are being processed and the way election results are captured, you know, things of that nature. But overall, I think that we have pretty robust cybersecurity layers in place. We work actively with our Office of Administration and other entities in the state like PEMA and forging a closer relationship with the National Guard and you know, certainly the U.S. Department of Homeland Security have done a lot of work with them to make sure the security layers that we have in place are good and make sure the system's secure. We're really focused on making sure we can leverage newer technologies to really get better insights on how everything is being processed within the system to make sure we can continue to go down the path of making, you know, more data-driven decisions to meet people where they need the services.
Judd, what are your thoughts?
So in Colorado, we have the old Electus system from Sabre. Sabre was a company that probably hasn't been in business for 10 years now, so you can tell that it's a kind of an older system. But I think we've made some pretty good decisions about it. Most notably, we hired several of the programmers and developers of that original system and brought them on staff. And that's allowed us to keep that to be a dynamic database where we can always evolve with new code to make it more useful going forward. We do have a current project right now which will support through the new HAVA funds to roll out basically a web version of our score system, and that web version we can enact a lot more security measures and make it a much more user-friendly interface. Right now we're sort of linked to a Citrix internal network to make it work, and our future will be expanding beyond that to what we call Score 3, because it's sort of the third version of it, which will allow us to be much more sort of user-friendly and dynamic. So that's the future, but we are in a pretty advantageous position because we have code writers on staff that know the system, and so they can literally make that old system function like a new system. We do foresee the use of HAVA money for a number of different security-related upgrades, including firewalls and tracking more in a more minute or micro level the actual activity that occurs in our database, so it's easily retrievable. So if we see something, we can jump on it immediately instead of perhaps hours or a day going by before we realize that something's going on. So we're using that new HAVA money for tracking and improved security with firewalls.
So you've got an interesting viewpoint, seeing that you can see a lot of different databases from a lot of different states. What are your thoughts on the state of our databases and what we can do to improve them?
Well, I think it's definitely, as you mentioned, hindsight is always 20/20, but we've learned a lot, and I think that's probably the biggest important thing for what I see is our elections officials take this seriously. I think we all know this in the room, but getting to learn about their own data and what's out there, that we're more interconnected than ever. Things like ERIC, where we have 24 states that come together regularly, they talk about stuff and they see each other's practices. Like I just got to help Oregon and Minnesota have a little demo where they were checking out each other's processes on how they handle some records and get to learn from each other on those things. So I think that's encouraging, and I think that's happening more and more. and that helps improve our security across the nation and the state of the registration databases. As I onboard states, I get so many more interesting questions now, and I've gotten to see the progression of states like our original states, their data, how it's progressed. I think Judd could maybe speak to a little of how they got to compare to their DMV data and maybe found it lacking, but also got to make some changes on how they handle addresses and more consistency. More states that are bottom up, where the counties still have individual pieces. When they use something like ERIC, they get to see a global picture of their own state and like how they might be using processes and using their systems. Even some of them in their top down, how their counties actually use their system. So I think there's more tools and more opportunities, and our elections officials are taking them and taking advantage of them so that they can improve. So I'm encouraged.
Don, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I would just add that, the statewide voter registration systems are, it's really a service from the state to the localities. And, in this business, failure is not an option. You have to be accurate. You have to provide those services. And what happens on election day and early voting can matter, obviously, to voter confidence. And so if you have a 10-year-old system, how confident are you telling everything's going to be good, failure is not an option? It takes a lot of work, and it's always good to have an continuing upgrade of your voter registration system, because you want to make sure going into early voting election day, you're able to fulfill those services to not only the local election officials but to the voters, and so it's obviously an evolving process, but I think there's areas where we can upgrade our systems.
So privacy is a big concern for voters when it comes to registration data. And I just want to hear from y'all what's being done to address the privacy concerns. Are we doing enough? I get this question a lot from voters who are very concerned about the privacy of their voters. Let's start with you, Judd.
Well, obviously, privacy is a huge concern, and that's a lot of what you're doing when you're protecting your database. One of the big things that we try to identify is various ways in which somebody can penetrate our system. We've done the risk and vulnerability assessment with the DHS, where they've come in and basically lived in our office for a couple of weeks and tried every various way to try to get into our databases, both those that are elections related, but also we have business filings and charitable filings and many other services that we provide on the business side of our office. So DHS has really been effective in that. But it's all of those are about protecting our voters and our constituents' information, because if we don't protect it and it gets out and is available either on the web or on the dark web, it's it's a violation of all that we are trying to do to protect it. So.
Mike, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I'd like to echo Judd's comments, and we are very much concerned, and that's one of the first things that we're thinking about when we're putting a new build out there or getting the information from the voters, that we want to make sure we maintain the utmost privacy of all the sensitive information as best we can. And that's why we really focus on the routine scans that are out there. We also have physical testing that takes place as well in the office to see if there are any exposed ports. And we have really renewed the interest of seeing what the practices are for not only data in transit with our business, but also data at rest, to make sure that we are meeting a lot of the federal standards and our Commonwealth standards on data encryption and protection. So we really do try to put as many layers as possible with firewalls on the database and logging of networks and things of that nature to make sure that nothing is getting out there that shouldn't be getting out there, and that voters can be confident that their data is safe in the database.
Erica, you talked about hashing the data. I think that was interesting. What are your thoughts on continuing to make voters' information private?
Well, I think, again, and the questions that I now get as we have new and prospective states, I think the awareness is so much higher. I mean, that is kind of on the front of our elections officials' minds, and I think they're becoming more and more educated. They ask us more pointed questions about how we protect data, which is of critical importance for us. And I think we're more and more aware of the tools that are available. Again, that kind of interconnectedness of us talking to each other makes us stronger as a whole as a whole sector, and I think that's happening. So I think that's where we continue to grow through. Things like, our tools of how we hash data are, I joked that we're trying to be purposefully uninteresting. We want to be boring and have not be looked to as a source of data they could use. And I think the awareness out there for others is, as our election administrators, they're more educated and more aware than ever.
So Don, I remember when you were in Virginia, you had some litigation over this issue, right?
Well, we did, and it's part of it is, I think part of the initial attitude is that we're here to protect the data of our voters, but there are legal mechanisms for the release of data. I mean, not only FOIA, but perhaps the legislature has. The legislature and the political parties usually receive a list of registered voters, so there are mechanisms in the state where your data may be released, and the courts have basically said also that certain information is eligible to be released to for persons that request it. So it's weighing the balance between openness of our process and versus the privacy of voters, and it's a balance, and so we face that in Virginia. Yeah.
I think you said earlier the judge had provided an order with a lot more open data than you expected.
Well, it was interesting. Yeah, we had a case where the order initially basically was going to release voter registration records, and then there was sort of a modification because they would have released Social Security numbers and other data, and so the judge modified the order to protect certain data from release to the public just generally.
So I'll just do one more question before we get to the audience, and I just want to ask about the recent Supreme Court decision in Husted versus Philip Randolph Institute, and also the action in Kentucky has also brought renewed attention to the issue of voter registration list maintenance. And how do you see list maintenance practices changing in light of these developments? And Don, why don't you go ahead with that? And then we'll kind of go down the line. And
Sure. Well, I think that, and it's one of the reasons I focused on the area, I think that there is data out there that allows us to focus our resources, that, so it can supplement and sort of refine sort of our mailing processes for NVRA. Obviously, you can send mailings to all registered voters. That this court, the court opinion was directed at, can you focus a mailing on those who haven't voted in 2-4 years? And then start the NVRA process. Well, I think that there's, part of my presentation was talk about the tools that are out there to refine our mailings to those that, that we absolutely know have some indication, some notification that they've moved. And so you can do smart list maintenance with mailings and with targeted information and data that's available.
I feel like I'll end up like a broken record a bit, but what we find, because we're all about list maintenance and outreach, but list maintenance happens more regularly across the year, is our states are comparing notes and finding what works for each other and taking that information back once they've talked to us. And I think that's a really important thing. So they're finding out what works, and then we see it play out in the data. And that, again, having data that you can look back to and actually taking the time to find out what worked and what didn't and how you can modify is super important. The other thing for us is we're trying to be very focused on actionable data because there's so many limited resources. So making sure that you have what's in front of you, things you can act on succinctly and not have to sort through a lot. So that's important from our standpoint.
great. Judd, we saw each other on the day of that argument.
That's right.
It was the day of our 2018 summit, and you went to the argument. What are your thoughts on the Husted case?
I was very fortunate to be there. It was the first time I had seen a U.S. Supreme Court argument, and it was a very interesting case. I think the ruling is basically an earthquake in list maintenance under the MVRA. But ironically, probably won't have all that much in the way of long-term consequences because It is a complete shift in the way that we see the MVRA and the way that we see how you can change your record. I think it was a pretty widely held belief that you couldn't really do anything with somebody for their failure to vote, even if you sort of padded it with additional protections like doing a follow-up mailing. And that was a widely held belief in the elections community, but the Supreme Court in the 5-4 decision decided that that was not the case. However, there's really only a handful of states that were doing the kind of Ohio-related practice, and even Ohio really doesn't do it anymore. They have joined ERIC since then, and a lot of their list maintenance activity is happening through the use of ERIC data. This is a practice that likely won't grab hold in the elections community, because I think we're all looking at better information than this. Because this really was sort of a machete that states were using when now we have scalpels. So it's not really, it likely won't have that kind of long-term consequence.
Yeah, we are, obviously, the MVRA was passed in 1993 before we had a lot of the tools that we have now. So, Mike, do you have any thoughts about that? Or?
I agree with all the general thoughts up here, and specific to Pennsylvania, I don't think we see a direct impact to what we're doing. We're looking to continue to leverage the robust reports coming out of the ERIC program. It's been a great partnership, and the actionable data has been very helpful, and but that we don't see a direct impact to what we're doing today, because we kind of go through a normal 5-year vetting process as it is, and have plenty of time for that to play out.
Okay. So let's go to the audience. Do we have roaming mics? We got one here, one over there. Got a question here? Remember Tom's 3 things. Speak into the mic,
Hello?
tell me who you are and where you're from, and ask a question.
Hi, my name is Athan Koutsarumbis from Bucks County, Pennsylvania. I had a question for Mr. Moser. In the presentation for the online voter registration tool, you had referenced the third-party API. Could you talk a little bit more about that? Who can access it? How does it work?
Great, thanks for the question. So essentially the way the process works is if an entity is interested in conducting a registration drive and would like to build their own online application, they can essentially go through an approval process with the department, and they'll sign up for an account, and they need to go through a terms of use and agree to terms of use. It's publicly available on our website, and need to go through a series of application testing to make sure they're adhering to our standards and that they have a lot of the pertinent information there for registration, and they're certainly meeting all of the legal requirements for voter registration to make sure that that information is there. So we engage through a testing process, and then they essentially are assigned a unique key on the back end to add security layers to it and to help us track the information that's coming into the online interface, so we can continue to monitor metrics with the entities that are submitting application for not only compliance, but to make sure we're not running into any other issues. It's been helpful to track the registration drive process, and I think we've been seeing benefits in the short time that it's been up for over the year and a half, that we've been able to reach out to entities and kind of coach them along with best practices as we're seeing information coming through. But they've done a really good job adhering to the testing requirements and security requirements, and making sure they're following the registration guidelines.
Other questions?
Colorado has an API too.
Colorado has an API as well. We got one over here. Microphone's making its way.
Hi, my name is Sheila Laney. I live in Montgomery County, Willow Grove. My question is regarding that Supreme Court decision. I think it has to do with intent. Like when I listen to your panel, I'm really hearing, like somebody mentioned, the geekish part of elections and the processes. But when your intention is to not allow people to vote, then that changes the whole mix. The question that I have is, a couple of years ago, there was a purge in, I think it was Bucks County, of 14,000 voters. So I'm listening to the processes that it takes to maintain a valid list. And the money that Orange County did to go through that whole process. What here in Pennsylvania are we doing so that we don't have to purge people because they're not voting, we can't find them, the addresses are not connecting? The second part, as a community person, that online voter registration form, is that available now? The updated version, and also is the paper version updated? Is that available now?
So Mike?
So I'll start with the last part, and thanks for the questions. So the updated paper form is out there available today. It's listed on the Votes PA website. We also have a few forms in several languages there in the same format. The online voter registration application is available, and we have the third-party option for registration drives. That's out there today as well. So both of those are accessible, and I'd be happy to talk to you on the side and can give you direct links for that information. The other information, I'll say up front, I'm not familiar with that specific instance, but what I can talk to more globally is that, one, we don't ever purge voters here. There is a process that, through the list maintenance practices, that they'll be getting notices to try to get accurate information of where their location is or an activity. And we go through a pretty extensive vetting process and time for response, and the individual still has the capability to show up to the polling place, to go through an affidavit process to bring their back up into active status. But we're really trying to focus on that area. It was a really good question to bring up, was where we really want to not only take advantage of more actionable data for current records, but part of the reason why we're putting a lot of focus on modernizing the voter registration process, what is going into that is clarifying a lot of the language that's out there and conjoining that with the information that's actionable on where someone might reside to make sure that they understand what the notices are coming out, and by collecting more information through the online forms, to designing them in such a way to get more information like an email address or a phone number, is we really want to start building a more solid foundation to have a more interactive process with that, to make sure that the individual is aware that we're looking for clarification on, say, like a change of address or something, so they can respond to the local county authority to mitigate potential issues like that.
Judd, do you have any thoughts about cleaning lists and maybe even the purpose of it?
Well, as an election official, I hate the word purge. I try not to use it. It's the only time that Colorado does a quote-unquote purge would be after a federal general. So these are people who 2 cycles ago got a mailing, got a confirmation mailing that bounced. It was undeliverable. So we know that they don't live where they were registered. So then they don't vote in that next election, next federal general election, and then they don't vote in the next federal general election. So typically that's a 4-year window, but it could even be more. When you have that kind of sort of assurance that somebody really doesn't live there, and they haven't voted in any election, they haven't had any activity whatsoever, and they didn't vote in the 2 major elections, one of which had to be a presidential election. At that point, under the MVRA, you can cancel somebody. And that's the voter purge that happens in January, February, and March, typically, that's the window, after a presidential or after either presidential or congressional election. So we'll have one in January, February, or March of 2019. But that's really the only time in which you should be doing that kind of level of list maintenance where you're really canceling people in buckets. Otherwise, you're just using information about somebody who's died or has notified you that they've moved to another state, or in this larger case, where you've had data upon data upon data that they don't live there, and now you've gone through a 2-cycle process.
Any thoughts, Erica?
Well, list maintenance is so imperative to what we do. So for us, it's all about trying to get information in the hands of our elections officials that can fix it. So for us, the DMV is a great source because people, when they move, they go to the DMV. And many of them think that it automatically flows through. And in some cases it does. There's so much more interaction with the DMVs today than there was even 5 years ago. But that's part of why we exist, is to try and make sure that elections officials have the information to update those records and get it so that the folks don't even have to really notice, almost. I mean, there's mailings and things that go along with the processes we suggest to our states, and each state does it a bit differently, but that's what we're all about.
Don, I know that BPC has been doing some line work. This is kind of related, isn't it?
Well, it is. I think that the collection of line data, another issue that the country has faced with lines on election day, and BPC, where I'm a fellow at, we have focused on the collection of line data with different jurisdictions across the country, and it just goes to show that data can actually inform us on the allocation of voting machines, electronic poll books, a number of stations. It can help identify this to the local election official, who's really the person who's going to be managing that process. And so I thought I'd mention at the Data Summit that BPC is doing a lot of that data, and it just shows you how data can be used to sort of improve the process that we're undergoing.
Clean data is important to make sure we don't have long lines, correct?
Clean data is very important because inaccurate voter rolls or snafus can cause long lines in provisional ballots. It can cause congestion at the polling place, confusion, headlines. We can just go on and on about where that goes. It's never good when you have inaccuracies in the process, and so it's better to just make sure we get to a point where our list can be as accurate as possible when we go to the polls. So there's less confusion about, am I in the right polling place? Am I on the voter rolls? And those sort of issues that, when they do occur, can cause problems in the polling place. Election officials and poll workers have plan Bs in place that these things do happen in presidentials. That's a lot of people are showing up to vote. So they have these contingencies, but it's always good to have it, as much as you can do prior to Election Day to resolve these problems.
Questions? I think Steve here.
Steve Trout, Election Director in Oregon. So we've got improved access, more data in elections, better quality data in elections. That continues to improve. I think that's improving our processes as election administrators. I think the next step, and the question is, what can we do to share that with the public, to build public confidence, and share that with policymakers to improve the administration of elections from a policy and a legal perspective with this data kind of as the next step?
Which panelist, or do you want all of them to take a stab at?
If anybody's got
All right, who wants to? Don, you want to go?
Sure. Well, one of the things I wanted to express is that, data provides, it's agnostic. You can, believe it or not, both political parties and politicians, when they're faced with data, it often does move the needle. It's hard to believe, but it's true. And so collection of line data, or how we're doing on voter registration, or those sort of things, you can bring that to the decision makers, like a city council or state legislature or the federal government, and say, this is the data this is where the trends are. And I think that that serves a valuable purpose, and where we're getting, the community is becoming more, there's more of an ability to extract the data and provide reports to decision makers, policy makers. And so if you're able to do that, we can move in a direction where we continue to improve the process. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, data can help take emotion out of some of these decisions, right? So, I mean, it can be misused, but it can also take emotion out of these questions. So, do you have something to say, Erica?
Well, for better or worse, we have more of the public's attention right now because more of this is in the news. So it kind of is, the time is ripe if we can get those things. And I don't want to steal anything from Amber, but things like what Amber McReynolds does in Denver County, where she produces really consumable information from the data she collects. I mean, infographics is a bit of a buzzword, but that does really make it understandable. So where we have these data points, like I love that Pennsylvania is approaching their next iteration of their voter registration date, thinking about what they want, what answers they want to know first. The things that we can get out in those tweets, and I hate to even say that, but those little bits that where we can get accurate information from reliable sources out while we have the public's attention, it would be, I mean, the time is ripe. It would be great to do so. And so maybe in somehow connecting with, I don't know, interns or those folks that are in that kind of graphical information sharing to tell our story, I think could be really useful.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and take the prerogative to ask one more question. Unfortunately, we could, go on for a while, but we have an endpoint. My question is to Judd and to Mike, since you all answered the last one. State election officials across the offices across the country have differing levels of authority vis-a-vis local jurisdictions, and state and local relations can often be tense. In your experience, what approaches can states take to navigate these obstacles and build the necessary trust among local jurisdictions to strengthen your statewide systems for data collection, analysis, and sharing?
Well, so a couple of things. Over the last several years, we've taken a multitude of approaches. Right now, with Secretary Williams, who's in the audience, he can wave to everybody. Secretary Williams, who's my boss and has been my boss the last 4 years, we are very much arm in arm with the counties. We work very closely with the counties. Every decision we make, we are involving the counties. We haven't always been that way, and in fact, we were even suing the counties on a pretty common basis a while back. That can work. It doesn't always work. But if you have a very specific issue that you need to address, sometimes the courtroom is where you can address it. But for the most part, I think working together makes sense. And one of the things that we've done in Colorado is we've started collecting data on elections costs, and I think that that's a pretty new phenomenon. We've been doing that for about the last 5 years, and we've tied it to something that we have in our law, which is that we reimburse counties for federal or elections where there's a state question. We reimburse them either 80 or 90 cents, depending upon the size of their jurisdiction. And having that sort of, it's a carrot and stick approach. Hey, we're going to give you money, but if you don't give us your data, we're going to have to hit you with a stick. Sometimes that can be kind of an effective way to work together to try to figure out how we can get the kind of data that we need in the timely manner, but in a way that doesn't really make the life of the county all that much more difficult, and they get the reimbursement. So there's often ways in which you can work together to create data sharing and get people on board, which is, can have multiple ways, both carrot and stick.
Mike, last word on this one? And we'll wrap
I would
up.
say that we are working on trying to not only maintain but also build upon the coalitions and partnerships we have, specifically with the county boards of election. In the past, it has probably changed with administrations depending on priorities, and this administration has done a great job especially under the leadership of Acting Secretary Torres, to really maintain a great relationship with the counties, to have open dialogues, maintain the communication, to talk about what is in the system, what changes are we making to the system, what are initiatives that are really important to them that we might not be having a top priority at the state, and we'll readjust our priorities because we really want to maintain a line towards modernizing the whole process. And they have done a tremendous job in sharing information, and we have a monthly meeting. We call it the Shore Advisory Board. It's a member of 6 county advisors that we have communication with. We have meetings across the state several times a year with the different associations of the counties, and have an annual meeting that we're there. But we're also building new groups out there. Right now, there's an election cybersecurity working group that is extending beyond the county election office to also the IT offices on the county level with state representation. So we're really trying to build off of past practice and make it more effective and have more conversations about evolving topics in a closer loop, I'll say, and take that information and try to help sway some of those decisions with some of the data that's coming out and what we're seeing to just make improvements that are great from all sides of election administration.
So let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you all. I appreciate you all being here very much, and this was an informative discussion on voter registration, and we'll hope that you stick around for the rest of the summit. We now have a break until 11 o'clock for our next panel, and that will be on Election Day preparations. Thank you.
Thank you.
To ask was, is there any interface with the census, now that we're about to have the December census, either for checking the accuracy of voter registration or using it as a way to encourage people to register? Is that legal, or does it happen?
So the way we're using the census in our office is we want to know, Colorado has the highest percentage voter registration of eligible in the country, and so we don't have a lot of people who are not registered, who are still eligible, that are out there, and they're hard to find. And so we're using census tracts to identify where the people live who are not currently registered. So we use the DMV data, you roll it into the census, you find out where they live, right? And then you utilize that data to then do targeted efforts to try to get them registered to vote. But that's the only way we use the census, other than Section 203, which is language, to know whether we have to do more language, different language. Yeah, that's right. So it's not actually a very good tool for us. But thank you. Yep.
How are you? Nice to see you again. I'm trying to get them to turn my Voice of God mic on, and it's not working.
I figure you're going to summons everyone up here,
Yeah.
right?
Good morning. The next panel will begin in 5 minutes. This is 5-minute warning for the next panel.
So I'm to your right or to your left? Let's see. Actually,
First, second, third, or first, second?
why don't we do you here?
Okay.
And then we'll do Neil there.
Great.
You must be Melissa.
I am Melissa.
Hi, Melissa. Lord, nice to
Love
meet
your
you.
jacket.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
nice. Love your jacket.
Don't notice. Don't pay attention to the ketchup stains on the elbows, which I just discovered.
You wouldn't have noticed at all.
So I had to like stand like this.
All right, so where you want, am I beside you over here?
Yeah, so why don't we do, I mean, it's not the most important thing, but I think if it's going to be Neil, then I think you, and then Laura.
Okay, great.
So why don't you
Perfect.
like,
That works.
I get to be, I get to choose. Oh, yes, that's something, you're kind of lukewarm. Although why is it? Oh, yeah, yeah, that's right. Hi. How you doing?
Those lights are very bright. Is that just me?
No, it's not just you.
That way, that one.
You're right in the hot seat.
Yeah, yeah.
I was telling a couple of other folks, I'm an extrovert and I have no problem talking to people. I take given time to, but this has always been challenging. Being like this, I'd rather be with them. It makes it, being up here is always, challenging.
So I think I'm in some ways the exact opposite in that under normal social circumstances, I'm an extreme introvert. Like I prefer just to be at home
Sure.
and not talk to anyone.
Right.
But in these areas where I feel like there's a certain domain knowledge that I'm happy to share,
Yep.
I love getting out and talking about data analytics and data science to anyone that listens.
Oh, I love talking about it. I just.
Oh, it's just
it's the method.
amongst yes.
Yes. No. No, I'm good. Yes. I don't want to be the one that, broke the rules. I appreciate the combination, but I'm good.
So this is,
Thank you. Besides, this way I can sit here and flip through my notes. True. Well, and this is kind of like coming home for me because I used to work at Department of State before I came here.
Okay.
So I've got a whole lot of family members in the audience, which is kind of nice.
That is nice. You got a fan base out there.
I do. I have a little bit of a fan base. And a friend of mine, an attorney of mine, a friend of mine, said there's 3 kinds of people in the audience. There are your friends who are going to cheer you on no matter what you do and say. There are the people that are here that kind of will tune in and out. And then there are people that see us up here and automatically assume everything we're saying is great. So just go with it. And I was like, okay, that works for me.
Morning, Charles.
Hey, how are you?
Good morning. Our panel is just about to start. If we could start to make our way back to the tables. Thank you very much.
So if we can get everyone to their seats, we'll make our EAC overlords happy. And we'll get going. Well, great. I'm Charles Stewart. Welcome everybody back to the second session, both those in the room and those of you watching the webcast from the beach, wherever you are. I'm sure that's the primary audience today from afar. We have an excellent panel today to talk about, moving on to talking about Election Day. Being a professor from MIT, oh, by the way, I didn't mention where I'm from. I'm Charles Stewart. I'm professor of political science at MIT and the director of the MIT Election Data and Science Lab. Being the guy from MIT, I've been tasked with letting y'all know about the Wi-Fi situation. I don't know if they've actually changed the paper on the tables, but if you look for the CCP WLAN as a network, not as a password, but as a network, that's the network you're looking for, and there should be no password needed. So again, that's CCP, 2 C's, not 3, WLAN, and no password should be needed. So, so there you go. Let's get going and to talk about Election Day and Election Day preparation. We have 4 panelists who will be talking about a number of interesting topics. Just as a way of kind of getting into the topic, you know, Election Day is the day when you know, there's really no margin of error. If an election official is not prepared, it's not like they can say, well, let's just do it tomorrow. If an emergency strikes, if something bad happens, an option isn't to delay things, the show must go on. And so Election Day preparations are really, really important. In my work as a political science following election administration, you know, I got my interest in this area after the 2000 election, which is true of a lot of academics. And one of the things that I've learned over the last nearly 20 years now of studying elections and studying problems that show up in elections is that actually it looks like on most metrics, on almost every metric, whether it be in the quality of the voting machines, the quality of the registration systems, the quality of polling place practices, on the quality of vote counting, election administration has gotten better. Undeniably over the last 20 years. There's a lot of, I mean, there's still a lot of work to be done. There's pockets where work really needs to be done, but it is, I think, true, and I would defend the proposition that things have gotten a lot better. And one of the reasons why I find this kind of amazing is that elections have also gotten a lot more complicated in the process. It's not only that we have new challenges because of security concerns, because of the role of technology, but also because kind of election administration has helped to complexify things itself. In the 2000 election, for instance, 90% of all the votes cast at the 2000 election were cast on Election Day. Now only 60% are cast on Election Day. 40% are cast either in early voting or by the mails. And so, and then the Election Day voting itself is complicated by vote centers and other types of new ways of voting. So things have gotten a lot more complicated, and things are getting better. So how can you get greater complication and yet improve service overall? Well, one of the ways you can do it is by working smarter. And so one of the trends that I've noticed over the last 20 years is an increased professionalization of the field, bringing people into election administration who have technical backgrounds, who have backgrounds outside of elections, but maybe in business and logistics, in areas where the job is to get things done and to analyze the situation and to work smartly. And that's really, I think, the big theme of this panel is how can election administrators work smartly in an increasingly complex election day environment, and more broadly in a more complicated election administration environment. And so, we're going to be listening to some folks who've thought about how to work in this environment. I'll just very quickly introduce our panelists, and then we'll get going. There are longer biographies in the packets that y'all have gotten, so I won't read them extensively. To my far right and to your left, the first is Neil Kelly, who's the Registrar of Voters in Orange County, Florida. Neil serves the voters of Orange County. Orange County, California. I oftentimes give him the wrong name, and that's an honest mistake since I grew up in Orange County, Florida. It's a 3,000-mile mistake, and we both used to have oranges in our county, but we don't so much anymore because of a mouse who infiltrated both of those counties. Anyway, Neil is the Registrar of Elections in Orange County, California, which is the 5th largest voting jurisdiction in the United States. Neil has held a number of offices, both at the state and national levels, and has won a number of awards and has been recognized for his sterling business leadership in elections over the years. Next to me is Benjamin Uminski, who's the Project Manager, Business Intelligence Competency Center of Los Angeles, California. Ben joined the LA County Registrar Recorder County Clerk's Office in 2007, where he worked as an HR analyst for 6 years. He joined the department's executive office in 2013 to head up the newly created data analytics program, where he had been working on various data science projects involving revenue forecasting, poll worker classification modeling, voter file duplicate identification, et cetera. He has flown the coop. I'm good for LA County, other parts, but maybe bad for elections. He's recently left the registrar's office to work for the LA County Department of Health Services and their business intelligence unit doing many of the same things he did for elections. Immediately to my left is Melissa Fry, the Special Assistant to the Director of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency. Melissa currently serves the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania as the Special Assistant to the Director of the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, PEMA. She joined PEMA in December of 2016, where she has been able to combine her unique background in strategy development, finance, as well as program data and crisis management to lead PEMA's Office of Policy and Doctrine. And then finally, there's Mark I never know if it's Goins or Goins, so you tell us.
Either's fine.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we're going to pin you down one day. He's currently the coordinator of elections for the state of Tennessee, having been appointed by Secretary of State Trey Hargett in 2009. And then he's also the past chair of the EAC's Standards Board. Before that, he served on before being the coordinator of elections, he served on the State Election Commission in the aughts from 2005 to 2009. And before that, he was in the Tennessee House of Representatives. And I just discovered that, unfortunately, he was gerrymandered out of representing Rocky Top, Tennessee, which is my favorite song from the state and one of my favorite places. So, but when he was in the legislature, he also served on the elections subcommittee. So we have an interesting and varied panel, and we'll jump into the first presentation from Neil Kelly.
Great, thank you, Charles, and thank you to the EAC and the officials here from Pennsylvania for putting this on. I think this is fantastic, and thank you for the invite. So I want to focus on the use of data for utilizing logistics on Election Day and pre-Election Day, and how we have used data over the last 10 years or so to really inform the decisions that we're making leading up to Election Day, and then looking at the metrics post-Election Day to see if that's actually working. I want to walk you through a couple of things here just in terms of the pre-story and the history of how we got to where we are today. So I took over the office in 2005, and when I did so, the booths that we send out to the field and the polling places, and by the way, in Orange County we have 1,200 polling places roughly, and we utilize about 12,000 pieces of equipment. So it's a large operation, and those would go out in caddies, steel containers, and so you would have 8 booths in those steel containers, and it was much easier to ship them that way. So that's the way it was being done when I got there, and I let a cycle go through of that and thought, this is strange, why are we doing it this way? And it really hit home because in 2006 I had a Senate election, a very contested election where we had some very high turnout that we didn't predict. And we had lots of lines in 2006 because we didn't have enough booths in the polling places. And so I wanted to relook at that, and that's kind of the precursor to where we started using data in a different way. So because of those lines, we started to look at historical turnout at the precinct level and started trying to do some forecasting at the precinct level and then changing the way that we shipped the booths themselves. And I have to give some props to the brilliant mind of Professor Stewart because we're utilizing his tool right now from MIT, and I'll get into that a little bit later, and it's actually been fantastic for us. So the booths themselves that you can see one there on the screen are configured to be shipped in a variety of different ways. And like I said, we were doing it 8 at a time in these steel caddies. But in reality, we could ship these 2 at a time all the way up to 16 at a time, depending on what's needed in the polling place. And that's what we wanted to start doing, was sending out configurations to a polling place that may have low turnout, a couple of booths, versus a very high turnout polling place where we may have 2 setups or 16 booths total. By the way, some of you, the election officials, I'm sure know this as well. When you send 2 booths to a poll worker who's done it for a long time, they freak out because they're used to seeing 8 booths, and it's a big change for them. But I'll get into a little bit of that later. District boundaries are also changing the complexity of how we're sending out booths. And this is really happening right now with the district palooza, I like to call it, because we're going from a lot of at-large districts to district-based elections. In Orange County right now, we're working on 15 jurisdictions that are changing between now and November. And we have 400 ballot styles in Orange County that really change the dynamics of the number of booths that are sent out. Some of you in the room may send multiple ballot styles to a single polling place. I won't do that. So if it has a ballot style, it's going to have 1 ballot style within that polling place. And you can see there just on that map, we have 400 different ballot styles on average throughout the county. So the data preparation itself, what is the data that we're looking at to make these logistical decisions? And that's what I want to jump into. Projected turnout. So we wanted to start forecasting turnout by precinct so that we could have a better handle on what we might expect to show up on Election Day and what we might have in terms of the equipment that we would need on Election Day. And so we first started looking at registration trends. And this is a heat map of Orange County, but I want to just orient you here for a second. So that's Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, so the coast is to the left of that. And then I put the happiest place on earth, which some might argue is this room today, but this is the Disneyland on the West Coast, Anaheim. So that kind of gives you an idea of the location. But when I start to put in, this is like a building thunderstorm, the density of the voters in Orange County really are concentrated in the north central part of the county. And those really hot red orange areas mean that there are 5,000 voters per square mile in Orange County in those particular areas. Just to give you some perspective, we have 1,000 square miles in Orange County compared to San Bernardino County, which I think has 8,000 or 9,000 square miles. But we have 3.2 million people packed into that 1,000 square miles. We have much better weather than Los Angeles County and less traffic. So if you're ever out that way, come down to Orange County. So anyway, when you look at the density there, this starts to give us the layer that we use to start forecasting what the turnout is going to be. And data forecasting, I think, is very interesting. I like to use the weather analogy because if you get the next day weather forecast, it's usually pretty accurate. 85% of the time it's accurate. If you go 10 days out, it's about 17% accurate because you don't have as much data inputs coming in. And it's the same thing with what we're dealing with. The more data inputs that we can get, the better forecast we can provide. So on that historical turnout, when we took that density of those voters and started looking at 10 years worth of data, going back 10 years per precinct, we were able to start predicting some forecasts going from 25% turnout all the way to a 75% turnout. I want to point out 2 things to you about this map in particular. If you drew a circle around Orange County, along the coast and up around the borders of Los Angeles County, we were predicting some very high turnout in those areas. The density of voters, not as high along the coast, but the engagement of the voters is much higher in those areas. So that was one thing. The other is right in the middle of that hotspot, you see a lot of blue there. That's the city of Santa Ana. Very dense voter population, but not a lot of engagement in terms of turnout generally. And that's going to change here in just a second. Then we brought in time studies, because this is one of the things that we need to be able to use the optimization calculator that Charles has provided election officials. And so we started using every ballot style, or an average of ballot styles in every election to conduct time tests, because that's really important. A couple of things about time tests on the ballots. The first is that you need it for that optimization calculator, and the second is how many votes can be stored on a VVPAT roll. I'm not sure if you use paper trail here in Pennsylvania. I'm sorry, I don't know that. But in California, we use them, and in a California ballot, you can typically get about 120 votes on a roll of paper. That's really important to know on election day in terms of being prepared for that. So when you look at the times, and I just wanted to give you a quick sample here of these random time studies. This is from 2016. The sweet spot right there is that average, 8.25 minutes to vote that ballot. That's what we used for that calculator. And now we go to the inputs. I'm getting the hook here, so I'm going to go as quick as I can. So using these data inputs, we use the queuing calculations. And by the way, this is basic queuing theory. Charles has distilled it for election officials, which is fantastic. But you can use, if you don't use that, you can use other queuing calculators. It works well. So I want to use an example from Irvine, California. Irvine is one of our largest cities in Orange County. It's right there in the middle, and you can just see that hot spot of dense voters in one particular area of Irvine. So that's where most of our polling places are located. But the example I want to use is a small polling place in a very large precinct. It serves a lot of voters, but not a lot of density in terms of the voters. So it was a good example to give you. So what we did in the calculation, we had 390 voters that turned out in the 2012 election. We forecast for 2016 an 80% increase. That may sound significant. It is. But you're not taking into account the history of voters that are new voters, that are registered voters since 2012. We don't have their history, so we don't know what the turnout is going to be necessarily. Plus, there's a lot of vote-by-mail usage, and we backed a lot of that out. But at any rate, we ended up with 702 predicted turnout for that particular area. We then used an 8-hour span for calculating 84 voters per hour. Why not 13? Because that's the length of our election day. Well, you don't have busy times on certain points of the day, so we're averaging it out to an 8-hour day. So 84 votes per hour for the arrival time. And based on that, we plugged in 8.25 minutes for the time to vote. We established a 15-minute wait time with a 90% service level, meaning 90% of the time people are not waiting more than 15 minutes. And that gave us a booth count of 13. If I go over 12 in my jurisdiction, I have to add a second setup, so we backed out one booth and sent them 12. They used to get 8. So how did it work? I just want to show you real quickly how it worked. What we did is we then took this data in all of the 2,700 precincts that I've got in Orange County, and we did the exact same process that I just showed you in that Irvine example. And that gave us calculations from 4 booths all the way to 16 booths that we would be shipping throughout the county. And measuring the outcomes obviously is important for all of us. A couple of things to consider: the number of booths that you have. That may change how you're doing it. The facility size. If you send them 16 booths, obviously sometimes they can't handle 16 booths. We get that. The number of votes per the paper trail. That's important. The bottlenecks generally are the check-in stations. This is probably not breaking news to all of you, but that certainly is where the choke point is. And so if you can add more check-in stations, that really helps. In that cube, the sweet spot is right in the middle there in those colors. Because if we go to those variations on the outside, we missed our forecast, right? So when you look at the map, this is 2016. Overall, we did pretty well. When you draw that circle around the map, our forecast was pretty much on the money. We were able to send the right amount of booths to the right number of polling places based on data, not on gut feeling, based on actual data. The thing that killed me, though, was right there in the middle of Santa Ana. Remember I told you at the beginning we were forecasting a low turnout? We actually had a very high turnout because they were energized, irregardless of which side you're on in the Trump campaign. They were energized with that election, and they turned out in very large numbers, caught us a little bit off guard, but we still were able to handle it. And as a result, we had reports of 17 polling places with long lines. That's out of 1,200 polling places. So it does work. One last pitch, and I'm going to turn it back over. Because this is a data summit, I encourage you to visit our website. We put every available amount of data that is publicly available on the website. And this is what you can see in these data-rich tabs that you can click through. And we're now doing it in real time for data visualizations as well. ocvote.com. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Neil. Ben.
Sorry, that's my advertising.
No, it's all good. Well, you got to lord it over the LA County people, I guess.
All right, well, before I jump into my presentation, I'd like for most of you to start thinking about, I'm going to be presenting an interesting data analytic that uses what we call machine learning. Some of you are more familiar perhaps with some of the more hype terms in this field, like artificial intelligence. I'm not going to use that term. But there is an inherent danger in the analytic that we've created. And so I'd like, as I jump into my actual presentation, you'll see a number of different slides. Start thinking about what would be the inherent danger to this approach. And we'll talk about it a little bit later as well. Because I think it's important to realize that while data can be very, very powerful and a very useful tool, if used inappropriately or unwittingly, it could ultimately replicate patterns that you don't want to replicate. Okay, so let me go ahead and jump into this. So I guess I'll have to point. Thank you. So ultimately, all of us have to find enough poll workers to work on Election Day. And for us, the problem is whether or not we can find enough folks to staff close to 4,600 precincts on Election Day. And that usually amounts to trying to find close to 26,000, upwards of 30 to 33,000 per large election. Number of people that would be willing to show up and spend about 13 hours of their time for a very small stipend that we give them. So the inherent problems with this is as we recruit these people, folks cancel last minute. The worst situation for us is when they no-show, no call, no anything. It's particularly problematic, I guess for those of you that administer elections, you know how problematic it is if it's the inspector that doesn't show up on Election Day with materials and supplies. So if that happens, where too many folks don't show up, we might end up with some long lines. And we might have folks grumbling about these types of issues, which of course leads to other issues such as low voter turnout and so on and so forth. So these are terrible outcomes that we're all trying to avoid, of course. So, let me just be clear. I have received some criticisms about this slide. What I mean by optimal selection is optimal for us is a physical human being that is showing up on Election Day and wants to work, right? Irrespective of any demographic, political leaning, anything to that effect.
Tacky sweater.
So, right, all that notwithstanding. So we really do want to find the folks that are excited to be there providing wonderful service on Election Day to our voters. So the question for us is, how do we find these people, right? Without having to call 35, 40,000 different folks. So I started with looking at a lot of historical data, and I think it's a very similar process to what Neil was talking about, looking at historical outcomes of who's showing up, who's not showing up. And ultimately, we ended up using, I think, data going as far back as 2000 to train the algorithm that we had created. And we used the 2014 election as our test data. And I'll explain a little bit more about that. But ultimately, what we were finding is, without using any fancy algorithm, just simply our recruiters' intuition, we were winding up with a 67% success rate for recruitment, meaning of all the people we called to try to recruit them, 67% were indeed sticking to their commitment or not telling us politely or impolitely, no thank you, or whatever else that they tell us. And then that was for the November, and then for June, we were at 78%. So clearly, there's a lot of room for improvement in terms of having better recruitment success rates for our poll workers. So for us, when we were starting off on this data analytic project, we were asking ourselves a number of different questions. One of the core questions being, how do we really differentiate between those that are committed versus those that are not committed? In many cases, our poll workers are just looking at a list of folks that had worked previously. So the natural intuition is, oh, they worked last time, they're going to work this time. That can be true. It could also not be true. And so the question for us is, are there other data elements that lend themselves to predicting the truthiness of, that, ultimately? So we really want to know of the intuitions that our poll workers have developed. And mind you, you probably all have very talented poll worker recruiters that have gotten to know their poll workers and the folks that come and show up and have a sense as to, oh, if I call this person, they'll show up. Oh, this is the wrong election. I shouldn't call Fred, right? So there's some really good intuition. So in terms of data, how do we model those intuitions from the data that we've collected on poll worker recruitment? And importantly, beyond those intuitions that our poll workers have developed, are there additional data patterns that could be mathematically derived when applying a machine learning type of algorithm? So ultimately, the goal of this project, and this is the most important thing that I'd like to leave all of you with, not so much which algorithm use or not use, but when using data, it's important to have a very clear definition of what your business problem is. So what are you trying to solve? And the clearer and more defined that problem is, the better results you're going to get. The less ambiguous the data is going to be, the more accurate whatever it is that you're creating is going to wind up being. So for us, the question isn't, could we find enough people to work? Because ultimately, we were recruiting from a list of about 120,000, right? And then beyond that list, we have about 5.2 million people that could potentially serve as poll workers in LA County. So there's a huge pool to recruit from. But for us, we wanted to minimize, so the business problem for us was minimizing the negative outcomes that were occurring on Election Day, being cancellations, no-shows, so on and so forth. And the reason why we settled on that was we felt that the costs of incorrectly identifying a negative outcome as a positive was much greater than the exact opposite situation, where if we were to miss out on certain poll workers, there's a lot of other folks who we could recruit from. But if we were to get it wrong and get the wrong people, then we could wind up with long lines, we could wind up with poll locations not be open, emergency openings, so on and so forth. So the question for us in terms of data and data elements that were available to us is, what can we use? So some of the things that we know about our poll workers are obviously some demographic data that we collect from the voter file. We know gender and we know age. Do we know anything about civic participation? Because this is an important thing in which we would think would drive participation by a poll worker is, are they civic-minded? Are they part of that community? And we ultimately realized that of all the metrics that were out there, or imagined metrics that we would love to have data on, the most important one was voter participation. Are they an engaged voter? So we found that, and of all the data elements that we ended up using, voter participation is probably the best predictor for whether or not they're going to show up and be a poll worker. Likewise, does previous poll worker history predict future poll worker history? We have all the data. And yes, to some extent it does. It's an important predictor, but it's not the most important predictor. Likewise, is there a question about long distance traveling, right? So would someone want to travel from the top of LA County to the bottom of LA County? It's a very large county. Probably not. Likewise, we also have the specific data that tells us what was the outcome. We call it the response data. At the end of all this, of all the patterns that existed, we realized there wasn't just one pattern. I won't get into how we discovered these additional patterns, but for us, we realized that there were 6 types of different poll workers that existed that could all be predicted on. So we didn't want to throw everyone into the same mix and predict the end result. We wanted to split things up and get better results, and that ended up working. Thanks. Okay, So I won't get too data sciencey here, but I guess the fair question would be, well, what is a prediction algorithm doing, right? At the end of all this, the end output is just one data point. That's what it's doing. It's creating a score between 0 and 1, its likelihood of showing up or not showing up. So in any case of any of these types of classification problems, if it's greater than 50%, that's the positive. If it's less than 50%, that's the negative. Now for us, if you guys remember, that wasn't the business problem that we were trying to solve. We were trying to minimize our negative outcomes. So 50% plus 1 isn't good enough for us. So as we developed the different thresholds, we realized that we wanted to set that 50% much higher, closer to maybe 80% for certain groups. So not every one of the 6 groups that we had created had the same threshold. It differed based on the data. But that was the idea. And by setting the threshold higher, if you guys can imagine, it just means you're being more discriminating with the actual algorithm. So we ended up using machine learning. I listed 2 of many that we used. Anyone that wants to geek out afterwards, I'm happy to talk about gradient boosting and random forest. I won't do that right now. Okay, so what were some of the results? I'm sure you guys are wondering. Before I get to 2016, 2014, obviously we didn't have the algorithm at the time. We used it as test data. Using the algorithm, we moved from a 67% success rate to closer to 86% overall outcome. That's only test data, though. It wasn't a real election. It was just simply giving the algorithm new data it had never seen for 2014. And then the general election, the primary election, we moved from 73 or 75% to about 88, 89%. So clearly, it's performing the way we intended to, just have a higher success rate. And the no-shows and cancellation rates were also minimized closer to 1 and 2%, whereas before, without the algorithm, we were right around 10 to 13% no-show and cancellation. And we don't want to be there. So moving on to a real election, this is now the algorithm being used on a live election. For the June 2016 primary, the ultimate success rate that we saw without using the algorithm was 73.6%. The no-show rate was around 13%, and the cancellation rate was around 11.1%. Why am I differentiating? Well, like any kind of new technology, adoption's not going to be 100%. So we had a few different groups that we were able to look at. Those poll workers that did not want to use the algorithm versus those that did. So in this case, the overall success rate without the algorithm is what you see. With the algorithm, we went from low 70% to 85%. So for those poll workers that were actually using the algorithm, they were seeing a much higher benefit to their success rates. Lower no-show rates of those folks that they recruited, lower cancellation rates as well. Next. Similar data for November 2016. I won't go ahead and explain all the A, Bs, and Cs. Those are just status that we use. What matters, though, is for the 2016, without the algorithm, we had a success rate of 71.7%, no-show rates around 6.4, cancellation rates around 6.2. With the algorithm, 83%, only 1.9% no-show rate, 4.9 cancellation rate. So in all cases, across multiple elections, the algorithm outperforms, I don't want to use this term outperforms the human, because I'm not suggesting we move to robots, but using the tool versus not using the tool, those recruiters that were using the tool are experiencing greater successes in staffing those precincts. And that's the whole point of what we were trying to do with this algorithm. So, as I think Charles had noted, I no longer work for the Registrar Recorder doing this wonderful work. I still work at LA County. I'm doing health services. I wanted to provide contact info for the data scientist that I work with and train that is still there doing the same work. She has wonderful ideas. She knows these algorithms as well as I do. For those of you that have immediate concerns or immediate questions that I'm not able to answer today about this type of use, that is her contact information as well.
Thanks.
All right.
Melissa. So we have a question up here about which clicker is the one that's supposed to be working. This one? Or?
No, not mine.
Okay, not yours?
No.
Okay, well here, let's try this one and see if it.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Oh, great.
we need to get the,
There we go. Oh, now we're ahead. Okay. First, before I get started, I'd just like to say, now that I'm at Pima, but this is like coming home because I used to work at Pennsylvania Department of State, and it's great to see so many faces here. I'd like to thank the EAC team and the Department of State team that really worked hard to pull all of this together, and for all of you to be here and for valuing exactly what we're trying to figure out to do to help everything kind of improve. I'm going to be talking today about emergency preparedness and elections. I'd like to thank Neil, actually, for helping open the doorway to my presentation with all the talk of forecasting. So when Pima operates within an emergency management structure, we have 5 phases that we work in. It's our prevent, prepare, respond, and recover, and mitigation. The Department of State actually works in very similar ways in preparing for, executing, and then following up with after actions after an election. So it only makes sense for all of us to work together. We'll activate our CRCC, which is our Commonwealth Response Coordination Center. And that is basically our EOC in the Commonwealth. And we'll bring in other departments that I'll talk about a little bit later on. But it allows us to be able to support the mission of Department of State on election day, both primary and general. Another primary threats for the election day and or in general that Pima faces when coordinating with the other agencies enterprise-wide are flash flooding, extended closure of limited access or core routes, hazmat, human-caused events, power outages, or phone outages. Everyone kind of immediately nowadays is currently thinking cyber, but these are the everyday environments that can cause flash flooding down power lines. You can have a hazmat event that would make a polling place inaccessible. So these are different environments. Really? I think I'm the loudest person in the room and they still have to push a microphone closer to me? So anyhow, thank you. What we're going to look at data-wise for today really is kind of one of the things that's most important. It's climatology. So if we look at the history of Pennsylvania from the late 50s till present day, we will be able to know that in April and May, which are the months of our primaries, and November for our general elections, we have a higher probability of wind, hail, and tornadic activity during those months. So knowing that and going in, we're going to want to be able to coordinate with our emergency management coordinators in the 67 counties, just as there are the 67 election directors, and we're in the process of trying to marry those groups together and make sure that they're communicating the way we are at Pima with the Department of State to support that mission on Election Day. One of the other things that's very interesting is if we look at climatology, we can see that as the atmosphere builds during the day, the primary release tends to really start to happen around 2 p.m. and follow through until just after 8 p.m. That's one of the primary voting windows. You're talking about, rush hour traffic, trying to get Johnny to soccer practice and doing all of those things. You add in a weather environment and that can change a voter's entire day. It can impact the polling place in very unique ways, which we'll look at as we go forward. There are a few more slides in this presentation that I'm going to kind of go by a little quickly, but I wanted you to have the information for after to be able to look at. But again, you can see here that April and May, we see an uptick in hail reports, as well as same time frame in the evening, and the same with tornadic activities. And that doesn't necessarily mean a tornado, but it could mean the environment for one to be created. And so we also see that it's also the same time of day. And this is just a slide identifying since 1950 the types of tornadoes that we've had in the Commonwealth and that are primarily EF1s. So what we're looking at here was actually, it's a slide within a slide. We do a morning briefing at Pima with the enterprise, with the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and its partner agencies. Our state meteorologist is probably one of the best tools we have in the Commonwealth, not just for Election Day, but in general. And it's really an example of how government that works. So our state meteorologist will put this together and brief everyone. This was the forecast on Monday the 14th this year for primary Election Day on Tuesday, May 15th. If you look at the center slide, the center image, I should say, you see that the storm system is kind of covering a good portion of the Commonwealth. But we all know that weather can change very dramatically. So now, what was the forecast and what did it look like on Tuesday on the morning of the election? The storm system changed dramatically. You can see that the time frames of when they were expected to come through was going to change. You could see that the coverage area changed as well. This storm system ended up going up into New York State, down through the Maryland line, and crossed from the west to the southeast. So what does that mean? Let's actually look at what we were able to pull from our raw data and go through GIS and figure out what this means. So these are real case scenarios that happened on May 15th. These are epicenters of all of our major cities with a 5 to 10 mile radius around them. One of the things that we do is work closely with the Department of State, and just days prior to the primary or the general election, they send Pima an updated list of all the polling places within the Commonwealth. That's this image. This is every single polling place within the Commonwealth for the May 15th primary this year. The next thing I'm going to be adding in is our weather events. So the weather intensified throughout the course of the day and this storm. Basically, it hit Dauphin County and Harrisburg around the 5:30 hour and continued on a southeasterly trajectory across the Commonwealth. Again, going from New York to Maryland, you could not avoid this storm. This exactly follows along the climatology information we just talked about. In Wayne County, up in the far northeast, we had an EF1 tornado with 105 mile-an-hour winds. We also had the same conditions and an EF1 tornado at 105 miles an hour in Cumberland County that came through. There were downpours, outages, and we have to look and consider what the continuity plans are for the election directors and what's going on in their areas. Do they have generators? What do they need for their voting systems? How do we support that mission both at Pima, and then how do we work with our 67 county EMCs as well as our 911 coordinators? We reach out to them a week before or a little bit more depending on the weather environment, and we talk to our 911 coordinators and our emergency management coordinators in the counties and advise them of anything that could potentially impact a polling place. And on election day, primary or general, we have a specific contact in our 24-hour watch within our CRCC, within the building at Pima, that coordinates and communicates directly to Department of State.
Well, I have that data, so I also like to get behind that data. Why is it only 30%? Why does that buck the trend? Well, for a presidential preference primary, we're not New Hampshire, we're not Iowa, we're later on in the process. And so what happens, candidates start dropping out. We start early voting 20 days before the election. By the time early voting is continued, half the candidates are gone. Well, voters want their vote to count, so they wait until the election day to vote. Here's where this will catch some individuals, and we've seen it happen in Tennessee. Although I went over this in one of our training exercises, always compare elections to elections. Presidential, don't go 2 years before, because it's different. Go 4 years before. And we had an individual that looked at the 60% as opposed to the 30% in preparing for a presidential preference primary. They thought, this is 60%, but it was really 30%. So they thought they were going to have a very low turnout. By the time it came to election day, they were caught off guard. So you got to know exactly what data is relevant. You know, Sir Francis Bacon is quoted with saying, knowledge is power. I'm going to give him an amendment. I'm going to give him an assist today. I think that data is knowledge, and knowledge is power.
Thanks, Mark. While the audience gets their questions together, I thought what I'd do is I'd go down the row and ask each of our panelists a question that's pegged to their presentation. And actually, I'm going to start, although Mark just presented, I'm going to start with him because I think the question I'll give to Neil, a couple of y'all might want to weigh in. Although I'll actually preface my question to Mark by saying, With respect to ugly glasses, you must not have a whole lot of hipsters in Tennessee, because I have imagined that in some places, the uglier the glasses, the more likely they would be stolen. The question I want to ask was this about Mark. So one of the things that you learn when you study, get to know election administrators well, is that election administrators are natural emergency planners. And if they're not election administrators for very long. And that's been known for a long, long time. The Defending Digital Democracy program at the Belfer Center at Harvard, which you mentioned, has introduced the election administration world to this genre of emergency planning, of tabletop exercises. I'm wondering if you could just reflect on how those tabletop exercises differ for what you see as being kind of traditional emergency planning, and what sorts of information or experiences that they give to election administrators that maybe more traditional ways of emergency planning have lacked in the past.
Yeah, so I think the difference between the tabletop exercise that we did is the emergencies happened. And so now how do you react? The typical way we were preparing was we would prepare a plan and we didn't execute that plan. So during the tabletop exercise, it forces you to put that plan in action. And if you don't have a plan, or if you didn't think of something in that plan, then you need to go back and adapt that plan.
Right. Great. So Melissa, you might have, I imagine your world is full of tabletop exercises, so you might have some thoughts about that. One of the things I was wondering about as you were talking was I was thinking about the old Sesame Street game, which of these is not like the others, or maybe the opposite, which is, to what degree is planning around an election, how is that pre-planning for contingencies that might come up? Are there any other large-scale events in the state that are like that? And then in what ways, so what are the similar other events that maybe folks could kind of get their heads around? And then in what ways are planning for, if in your world, planning for an election different from a typical large-scale event that might be in the public's mind?
Well, we'll exercise.
Get it close.
Just in case. I need to tell my father that they had to do that. We'll exercise for a number of different things, both in tabletop and then actually by activating the CRCC and having our agency representatives or AREPs come in. It will be for power plant exercises and things along those lines. It will also be for weather events. We always do a spring weather and a winter weather exercise just prior to that season. But really, when it comes down to preparing for responding to an election, we do what we do best, which is coordinate. PEMA doesn't save lives, but we coordinate. So we make sure that all the agencies and the resources are talking to one another, and that we're a kind of a conduit, if you will, for that information to be able to flow. We've sat down together and worked some smaller scale election scenarios prior to Election Day, and we're hoping to kind of be able to build onto that. And the next step of that is actually bringing more of the county emergency management coordinators and 911 and election directors together to kind of practice that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it
Okay,
does.
Great.
Ben, I'd like to have you talk a bit more about a topic that you touched on, and that has to do with one could derisively call the demographic profiling dangers of the sorts of exercise that you're dealing with. So when you're building a model of the sort that you talked about, how do you ensure that the downside of that sort of modeling doesn't infect the types of decisions that get made?
Yeah, there's a wonderful book out there, and I'd highly recommend any election administrator who wants to be data-driven to look at it. It's called Weapons of Math Destruction. And it's a nice critique of the use of big data and these types of modeling and analytics. What happens, so just understand that these types of analytics aren't creating patterns. They're discovering patterns for you. but ask yourselves the question, who created the patterns? It's your human employees. So in the case of poll workers, it's your recruiters that are using their own, I use the word intuition. Another word that could be used is bias. And it could be explicit, hopefully not, but it could very likely be implicit bias. So that individual poll worker are making decisions, human decisions that are trying to yield the best outcomes that they can yield. But over time and aggregated together, there are going to be patterns that exist that could lend themselves to what I think Charles is talking about. So out of curiosity, when you look at your poll workers, anyone look at the age demographic of the likely poll worker? Yeah, older. Now, the question ultimately is, without passing any judgment, still a question though, is that a good thing or a bad thing, right? In terms of planning for future elections, well, if all your workers are at the cusp of retirement or already retired, that may not be a good thing, right? You may not have those, God forbid, you may not have a large number of those poll workers for the next election. So for logistic planning, maybe there needs to be some effort spent on recruiting other demographic, right? But again, without getting into making those judgment calls of do we go after this demographic or not, and that's probably not even that good of an idea to choose a certain demographic. But it's important to use these types of algorithms to uncover whether there has been some sort of pattern in the way things have done before, because that's what this algorithm's doing. It's uncovering those patterns. And if you could dig into the data using some of these algorithms, you could start realizing and potentially even reversing some of the previous behaviors that your employees have used to recruit certain individuals. So this addressed that first question I brought up in terms of the inherent danger to this. If using advanced data analytics is used purely blindly, to say, hey, let's just get high performance, then you, as an election administrator, are at a risk of just reproducing the same patterns, but optimized, by this algorithm that you may not want. So the way to combat some of those things is to dig into the data and ask yourselves, are these the patterns that we want to continue? And if they're not, great, you've just used a tool that uncovered patterns that may have been done unwittingly. And then you could start addressing the way you go about conducting, whether it's poll worker selection, precinct selection, any decision-making that you have. If there are patterns to it and you want to know what those patterns are, and you want to make a judgment as an election administrator, then those tools will be available to help you make better decisions in that way.
And then Neil, I wanted to ask you about just the kind of the resources needed to become the next Neil Kelly. Or maybe I'll make a comment and then pose the question another way. I mean, I think Orange County really is an exemplar in terms of using data, and not just using data, but communicating it effectively to the public. And doing so requires a set of skills. And not everyone is the 5th largest jurisdiction in America. So if you were like the 1,000th or the 500th largest jurisdiction in America, or the 6,000th largest jurisdiction, and you wanted to play in this game, where does one get the types of tools and expertise in order to do the sorts of things that y'all have been able to do, maybe at a smaller scale, but nonetheless begin to play in this game?
Well, thank you, Charles. I don't know if that was a slight or if that is a compliment. I'll take it as a compliment. All right. That's a great question. I get it all the time. I think the one thing I always tell people is that what we're doing is scalable. So there's a lot of tools that are available online that can be utilized for the same types of data collection and data analysis that we're doing very simply. And I think that smaller jurisdictions that may not have the funding or the resources can do at least half of what we're doing with online tutorials and online tools. There's a lot of that out there. It's very useful right now. I also encourage folks to utilize, this is a great place to say this, a community college, because There's some great classes on operations management that dive right into this very specific topic and how to handle logistics and data. And if you took a weekend course or even a 6-month course, that's really helpful because it talks about queuing and line management and logistics, which is very useful. But I do want to just emphasize, Charles, because I'm glad you asked the question, that it's just not about money and about resources. For instance, on the social media side, all of that is done probably in a negative way. My family certainly says that by myself, because I'm able to send that communication out, and I do that. So if I can do it by myself, others can do it. We don't have a team like Los Angeles County does.
Ooh. Okay, I have some other questions that I could ask, but I think we'd like to turn it over to the audience. It looks like we have some microphones around, and I will try to call on people as they raise their hands. And so what questions do you all have? There's one right here.
Hi, I'm Kara Ron from Chester County. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
An election director here in Pennsylvania. My question is for the two gentlemen from California, just so that we can try to understand from a poll worker perspective, what are the laws or the rules in California or restrictions that you may have on who can and can't be a poll worker, and then also who has the authority to fill those roles?
So thank you for the question. So in California right now, you don't have to be a U.S. citizen to be a poll worker. You can be a legal permanent resident, and we, in Orange County, just as an example, I support 6 languages in the county, and that becomes very handy because we can't always find poll workers that are U.S. citizens that are willing to come in and do that bilingual support. So we have the LPR as an alternative. We also have a student poll worker program. You have to be 16 with a 2.5 GPA with the permission of your school and your parent. And we utilize about 2,000 of those folks in Orange County to support. Ben touched on it a little bit. Our population is aging, which I'm sure it is the same in your jurisdiction. Our average age right now is 67. When I first started, it was 72, so that's dropping because we're putting more young folks into the mix. But I find that it's a good balance to have the older folks and the younger folks in a polling place as opposed to all young. And that's is really helpful. So hopefully that addresses. No, they're not. And let me touch on that real quick. So obviously in some jurisdictions you have to have the mix between the Republicans and the Dems, and we don't have any of those restrictions in California. It's open recruitment. They're not elected. And we also allow our inspectors to help recruit their own individual teams if they want to do that as well. I have to recruit 10,000 poll workers for each countywide election. Our team has to do that. So it's a very daunting task. So we rely on some of them to help with that recruitment.
So just as a follow-up, I think that's what makes using this type of data so much easier, because we don't have those restrictions. We could literally go after anyone. For us, I know the limitation of the algorithm that we use is using voting history. So we generally are targeting folks that are LA County voters, but we do have plenty of poll workers that are from Orange County that commute, because we also have the county poll worker program, which you guys might have as well. And we have Orange County residents that work in LA County, and so we borrow from LA County other departments to staff the polls. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's nice not to have any of those types of issues to stop an algorithm from trying to optimize, because you keep adding in more restrictions, then the question is, how much optimization can you really squeeze out, from what you're already doing?
Great, thanks. I'll just make a comment as somebody who's not around here but has done a couple of things in Pennsylvania around elections. It is interesting that inevitably there's the question about, well, do you elect your poll workers? And so I've taken that to be an issue here in Pennsylvania. There's a question here far to my right.
Yes, good morning. This is Suzanne Erb from Disability Rights Pennsylvania. And one of the things that I think is important to remember in terms of data, and that isn't always, doesn't always come up, is voters who have disabilities. And in terms of the discussion that has just taken place, what efforts, can you describe what safeguards are in place to ensure that the ability to, for people with all abilities to vote independently and have a verifiable paper ballot and also to have a private vote are in place? One of the problems that seems to come up very often in terms of polling place accessibility has not just only to do with polling place accessibility itself, but also the ability of poll workers to use the machines and to set the machines up so that people who have disabilities can cast independent and private ballots. I know that that has been a concern of mine on various occasions when I've voted, and that affects not only my vote, but also lines. If the machines don't work properly, it affects lines, it affects everything. Could someone please address that? Thank you.
I'm sure we have several other panelists who'd like to hop in. I'll call. Go. Start with Neil. Then I'm going to call Mark.
Thank you for your question. I'm glad to hear that Disability Rights Pennsylvania is here. I do a lot of work with Disability Rights California in Orange County, very close work. One of the things that I have struggled with and that I would like to be able to get my hands on is data on the number of voters with disabilities, and that's a very difficult data point to try and capture. And we've had a lot of discussions with Disability Rights California regarding that. One of the things that we do, though, to ensure that voters with disabilities can cast their ballot privately and independently with a paper trail is we offer all of those things in Orange County so that each polling place is set up with a disabled access unit or more, depending on the voter density, that allows voters with disabilities to cast their ballot with all the tools available on that unit with a paper backup trail that they can verify. We also provide ballot calls so that if a voter cannot exit a vehicle or they're outside, they can push a doorbell and we will bring the voting booth to them so that they can vote in their vehicle. But again, I want to go back to the data because of this being a data summit. If you have information or ways to capture that data, I would love to talk with you because I think that's really important for us to be able to focus more resources in that area.
Mark, if you have thoughts about that.
Yeah, Neil is correct. You know, each polling location, so we're a little different system in Tennessee where we still primarily rely on DREs, so we haven't truly gone to the paper ballots, what the few counties have. But even the paper ballot counties, we make sure that there is an accessible unit that's there. One thing, it is a challenge to try to figure out what numbers are utilizing those systems, but part of that challenge that we self-create. We don't want just one person using that machine. So we will, although it is a machine that typically is for those that need that accommodation, we try to get other voters to go there as well because we're always concerned about protecting how that individual voted. So if you have one unit and only one voter is voting on that, then that could create problems of its own self. Plus, we just don't want to single anyone out. But we also have a very good relationship with two organizations that focus on disabilities. There's someone typically at our state election commission meetings there. We also have bell calls, and we also do our best to supply the precincts with various things. One thing we did do, we created probably 4 years ago, working with at the time it was Disability Law and Advocacy Group. We worked with them and created some training and a handbook for our poll officials. And we did that with them, working from their point of view, and we incorporated that in our training. We've continued to do so since 2014, maybe 2012.
I'd be remiss in not giving a plug to my previous boss's massive project that they're doing in LA County, which is the VSAT project. This is the Voting Systems for All People. I know that at its core, in terms of working with disability rights groups, much of the work that was done in actually designing the machines and designing the experience was very much tailored to addressing many of those concerns that those community advocates had in being able to provide that type of, good experience at the polls. Obviously, it's a different problem when we're talking about vote by mail, and there are different necessary solutions to think about that. But as for the data as well, we have looked at different data sets, and it's imperfect out there. One can look at Census Bureau data, even down to the census tract, even group block level, try to massage that up against, the citizen voting age population data, and try to get a better understanding of your voters in these areas, which ones have the greatest need. And so there's possibility for that, but it's, again, very imperfect. The Census Bureau data is not presented to the public or even to election administrators at the individual level, and so we can't know all those things that we'd like to know, about our voters. But there are things that are out there that you can use to join data together and get some approximation. And so those are things that we've begun doing as well.
Charles, can I have one quick? Yes, I just want to add, I'm actually a little ashamed to admit this, that we had not been doing this before 2018, and that is to bring in Disability Rights California and other groups into our poll worker training, to have them speak to the poll workers and to talk to them. It's actually the trainers that are doing the poll worker training, to talk to them about sensitivities and how to work with voters with disabilities. And it's actually been great, and I'm just ashamed we haven't been doing it for years before.
Do we have over here? And actually, while we're waiting, actually the microphone is there. I'm going to prime my panelists. I want them at the end to list very quickly one resource that you would like to turn this group on to that hasn't been mentioned yet, but you just think it's great that people should know about. So, Jessica.
Hello, my name is Jessica Hoosman. I am a reporter with ProPublica, and I cover elections and voting. And we are undertaking round 2 of Election Land this year, which is a project that aims to train local reporters on how to report on elections themselves responsibly and accurately during early voting and on election day. And so one thing that I would really like our reporters to do is sort of establish a relationship with their local election administrators. And I'm just wondering if you have any tips for, maybe things that reporters miss or things that they can do to start preparing now to cover elections in your area or across the country better and more responsibly than they usually do on election day.
Who wants to bite first? Should we just go down the list? We'll start with Mark.
Could you summarize that question again? I'm sorry, I'm not fully understanding your question.
She speaks with a foreign accent, and
So what we're trying to do is sort of help reporters understand the resources that they have available to them, so that when a voter comes to them and said, I have this really big problem, my polling place, like the machine was broken or there's vote flipping, they know how to respond to that, and they don't just report on whatever they have understood from the voter. So we're wondering if, you can give us some tips about, can reporters come to your polling place now and take a look at the machines? Can they get better information from you on how, what mistakes you expect to see on election day that are pretty normal and that your poll workers are trained to deal with, so that they can give that information back to voters in a responsible way on election day?
Yeah, and that is a good point where we messed up on our tabletop exercise. After we did our tabletop exercise, a reporter found out about it and said, why didn't you invite us? And actually, I think that would have been a good opportunity on our behalf to instill voter confidence, because all they're hearing in the news are negative things about the election process currently. But in Tennessee, it's a little different, maybe than some other states, or maybe it's the same. For our process, when the voting machines are being tested, anyone can come in and view that. It's an open process for the machines to be tested. So reporters are certainly welcome. Notice is typically given to the local media that's happening. So that's always something that can happen. On election night, we always want reporters to come to this. Sometimes reporters will reach out to us and say they'd like to come to the state and see what the results look like as they're coming in. For us, it really doesn't help them, because we're looking at a computer terminal where someone's entering it in a portal. So it may be better suited to go to the local election commission office where you can view those things. But the main thing is, I guess, from a media standpoint, what can help election officials. It is amazing what the voter perceives, and sometimes it's driven from what they're hearing, and maybe it's because it's politically charged of what's going on in the election. Before a headline's given or written, it'd be awesome if the reporter would reach out to someone in elections to get the know. And it may be that that election official doesn't instantly know what's going on. So if we could have a little period to research it and come back, that, in my experience, that's the things that's kind of hurt us a little bit, is the headline would say one thing and it's totally wrong. And sometimes it's because they've called an election official and the media has to get that information out there, and the election official gives an answer and they haven't researched it on their end.
If reporters want to know about covering kind of the emergency preparedness aspect in Pennsylvania and other places, what should they be doing?
As far as the emergency preparedness aspect of things, and we'd suggest that, you know, the 12 million plus population in Pennsylvania do this on a regular basis anyhow. But social media is so crucial right now. When we want to find something out and what's happening right now, somebody's tweeting whether or not it's pouring down rain. So you're going to see that. So find your social media resources. Follow us at PEMA on Facebook, on Twitter. The PEMA director has a handle as well that you can do that at. To kind of go back towards a little bit of my days at Department of State, if I may be so bold as to jump in on that one a little bit, is really have, as a reporter, a comprehension of Election 101. Your county election offices, as well as the Department of State, have spent a tremendous amount of time with a lot of really talented people to explain that process, how everything works, allow email, phone calls. You can come in and ask those kinds of questions and find out exactly how it works in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and what those things mean, guidances, other things along those lines. And you can find a lot of that on the county and the state's website. So if I could suggest that, that's a great possibility.
Tips to reporters.
So I think, to echo some of what Mark has said, I would love it if reporters, especially reporting on elections, were just much more data savvy. And I say that in the sense of most of the data that we use is of public information, and anyone can have accessibility to it. But sometimes, you know, some folks don't understand that what data in one table or one source means one thing, but in a different area or a different, if you're looking at something else, it means a whole other thing as well. And so I would imagine, at least with LA County, there's always a group that is looking at this data. And if you can make that connection in the event that you have questions about, well, what does this actually mean? I'm looking at this data that's posted on your website. It looks odd, or turnout doesn't look right. Sometimes there's errors that the county elections office can make, and those are all useful things to bring to the attention of, you know, the administrator. But it could be very frustrating, I would imagine, at least from when I look at things, when certain, you know, things are being reported and the context is often completely mischaracterized, or the data doesn't actually support the conclusions that are being presented, which then lead to, you know, misperception by the voters and so on and so forth.
I have a very specific example for you. Ask your reporters, or the reporters you know, to build a relationship with the election official, and then ask them if they can ride along on Election Day for the emergency response teams. That has been really helpful on our side. David Whiting is a Orange County Register columnist. He recently did it with me. Just Google that, or even our regular response teams, because they see what we have to deal with on Election Day, and it provides a new perspective for them.
Great. So as a way of wrapping up the lightning round, one resource really quickly down the table, and then we're standing between these people and lunch. So Neil, one resource.
Real quick, Hootsuite, many of you might be familiar with this, social media aggregator. Get all of your social media tools into one location. It really helps collecting data and what's happening on Election Day and pre-Election Day.
Datacamp.com. And I say this, most of us in this room who run an election do not have the budget to go out and hire a data scientist. I think that's for real.
But a site like datacamp.com, in the hands of staff that already have interest in doing the type of data analytics that you'd want to do, that will upskill those folks in a very, very fast way. And I make the suggestion to do this because the democratization of data science is happening very fast. And there are lots of citizen data scientists that are out there that are looking at the public data that we all have. And if we're not looking at the patterns and we're not analyzing what's going on in terms of the services that we're providing, someone else is definitely doing that. And it'd be better for you to uncover these things than someone else that has a very critical eye as to what is being done.
Melissa.
I know we're talking data, but I would say people. Make sure one of the things we're finding, you're connecting with your folks, both at the state level, PEMA and Department of State, as well as the county level, because they can provide you with the information, the statistics, the material, the data, to be able to be responsive on election day should an emergency happen within your county. And so I would say first your people, and then they can provide you with the data to be able to do what you need to do in a time of an emergency.
Mark.
The second thing I read every morning is electionline.org. And I think you can go through there, you can see what's going on in other states, but also like today, there was a helpful article about looking at maps and using various things. So electionline.org.
Great. Well, thanks to the panel and thanks to the audience. And, well, we should give these guys an applause. So what now? 1 hour for lunch, you're on your own, come back in an hour. It's going to be even better.
Judy, yes. Yeah, she's still there. She took over from me, and she knows the stuff that I was doing before.
Thank you very much. Awesome. Yeah, cool. I'll give her a heads up. If you don't mind. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I'll tell Dean too.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good seeing you.
Good seeing you too.
Yeah, Dolly came and always good, you know. I started to say, you know, always look and say, where did it day? Or you could be no Kelly. You know, you know, 12,000 locations. And
Perpetual. You did a great job.
Thanks.
This is really good.
Tomorrow. I do want to contact you about a project that maybe you could help us with. Sure. So we are DRE. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. We're going to start in about 2 minutes. We're going to start in about 2 minutes. Ready? Ready? All right, we're about to start. I want to thank you all for coming back, and good afternoon. I hope you had a nice lunch and are ready to get back into elections. I equate this panel similar to, and I hate saying this because I'm in Philadelphia, but preparing for the Super Bowl, as in during the preseason, you're not thinking, hey, I'm going to be at the Super Bowl. You're thinking, how do I prepare for the Super Bowl? And so Election Day is election officials' Super Bowl. So this is what I equate this panel to. So I'm pleased to serve as moderator for our third panel today, which is focused on data related to the Election Day itself. Data-savvy election officials across the country are leveraging a number of tools to strengthen specific aspects of voting operations. Tools such as mail-in ballot tracking systems, electronic poll books, line management tools are not only improving the voting experiences, but they are also generating invaluable data that can be used to inform decision-making in real time during voting and in post-election period. Civic groups, political parties, and candidates who work to register voters and mobilize them on Election Day are also constantly innovating and honing their data-driven strategies. The tools used by these election stakeholders rely heavily on voter registration and turnout data generated by election officials. We will focus these and related topics during our panel today. 3 of our expert panelists of today currently serve as local election officials in Colorado, Indiana, and Virginia. We're also pleased to have with us a representative from the data-driven civic group here in Pennsylvania. Each of them brings a wealth of knowledge and experience from across the country to our discussion today about how data is used to improve our elections and support voter participation. On my far right, Amber McReynolds is the Director of Elections for the City of Denver, Colorado. She has administered elections in Denver for 12 years and has worked in the public policy and administration area for over 16 years. Denver's election division has earned the recognition for a number of its innovations under Amber's leadership, including the ballot trace program, which she will be speaking about today. Ray Murphy. who I don't know, so hello, nice to meet you, is the Deputy Director at Pennsylvania Voice, where he manages partner relationships, coordinating the Keystone Votes election security and modernization campaign, and helps the 501c3s in Pennsylvania build stronger civic engagement programs. Before coming to Pennsylvania Vote, he served as the Director of grant making at Bread and Roses Community Fund. To my left is Michelle White, is the General Register for Prince William County, Virginia. She has 14 years of experience in the field of elections administration, including 11 years as the Director of Elections in both Prince William and Culpeper counties in my home state of Virginia. And last but not least is Laura Herzog, is the election supervisor for Hendricks County, Indiana, where she has served for 24 years. Laura is also a member of Governor Eric Holcomb's Executive Council on Cybersecurity, which is chaired by Secretary of State Connie Lawson. As with the previous panels, each of the panelists will give prepared remarks, and then we'll shift into a question and answer period. And again, during the question and answer period for you, we ask that you identify yourself, speak into the mic, and most importantly, what? There we go. There we go. All right, we'll start with Amber.
Okay, well, it's great to be here, and I was participated in one of the Election Assistance Commission's data summits a few years ago, and so I just find these to be extremely valuable to talk about very critical issues facing election officials and really have good discussions and talks about how to best improve that. So in Denver, and this is my 13th year in Denver, 7th as Director of Elections, I came to this with background actually in data analytics and what have you during my graduate program. And so the analysis of data, what it can do in terms of policy making, continuous improvement, process improvement, all of that is something that I had a great understanding of coming to the job. And when I started in Denver, there was very little of anything with regards to data management, innovation, data analytics in any way. So we've spent a great deal of time building that up, and so much so that we use it to improve our processes. We've used it to advocate for significant changes in Colorado's law. In fact, we were sort of the driving county, and I helped write a lot of the legislation that we passed in 2013 that provided for ballot delivery, vote centers, same-day registration, and sort of all the innovative policy reforms that we now have. So data is powerful, and that I know very, very well from my experience in Denver, but also prior to that. So I put this up, Electionopoly, and if you see on this slide, there's a gerrymandered boardwalk, there's provisional tax, which are for provisional ballots, there's the community chest with campaign finance. But the point of it that I always try to illustrate is with elections, there's tremendous games that can get played with processes or policies or even just inconsistencies and difficulties that often occur for voters. So we've really tried to make the rules of engagement clear, advocate for policies that make more sense for voters and that better serve them in a more effective way. And one of the other things I've got a couple quotes in the slide deck about data. And this one I like. It's Jennifer. She is the founder and executive director of Code for America. And our ability to do great things with data will truly make a difference in the lives of and in our world. And sorry, I think some of it's cut off there, but that's a little formatting thing. And so so given that and kind of changing the world and making things better in this environment, which is the elections world, for me, this started at a young age. And there's many things going on in this picture, but the one that sort of makes me laugh, and my parents laugh at this picture every time they see it, is that I was probably strolling around thinking about doing a couple different things in this photo, but then also thinking about whatever I was going to do the next day or whatever I was going to do beyond that. and what have you. So that's kind of, I think it's sort of indicative of how I see a lot of this stuff in elections, in that trying to always look for improvements, ways to get better, and what have you. So our approach, and I'm going to talk about ballot trace and sort of how it supports our ballot delivery model. But the reason that we developed ballot trace and why this matters so much is we now in Colorado have a ballot delivery system. We had permanent vote by mail at great high numbers, almost 80% across the state by 2012, and that was voters opting in to get their ballot by mail, so they were choosing that method. And what we found with a ballot delivery model, or some states call it vote by mail, vote at home, any of these reforms, they need systems to support them so that voters know what's going on with their mail ballot. And so we developed ballot trace. And what our goals were to enhance the customer experience, proactively communicate to voters, create operational efficiencies that would save money, and then increase the transparency and accountability for how mail ballots are delivered through the post office. Because if you're an election official, you know that if you send out a vote by mail ballot and you don't have ballot trace, or you don't have a system, you dropped it at the post office, and the next time you see it is back at your door again, hopefully by election day, and there's no accountability in there in between. So we've basically solved that problem with ballot trace. So here's a slide that shows the impact of ballot trace and why it has been so significant for us. So 2008, and this was back when we had polling places, early voting, and vote by mail, and that we had permanent vote by mail at that time. We had 1 in 5 voters that participated in that election had to call us to ask us a question about vote by mail, registration, polling places, whatever it was. And it was a huge phone bank, 50+ people had to answer these calls for weeks prior to the election. Significant number of people had to call us, and that is just ridiculous that anyone would have to reach out to their election official to get this information. So after that election, we said, all right, let's analyze all of this call volume and data and why people called us. Specifically, what were they asking for? And what rose to the top, and it was because we had permanent vote by mail had increased, was most of the calls, our top call driver, had to do with mail ballots. Am I on the list? When are you sending it to me? Why didn't I get it yet? Where is it? Where did the carrier give it to somebody else? And then on the back end, did you guys receive it? Because it's election day and I'm worried and I want to make sure you received it. So we said, okay, we're going to develop a data system to address this and then proactively push out the information. So we created ballot trace in 2009, pioneered, designed everything in our office, started rolling it out, and then by 2012, 1 in 15 voters called us instead of 1 in 5. So we saw a tremendous improvement just in a 2.5-year period from when ballot trace was implemented, and we didn't even have that many people on the list yet. So then we implemented our new law sort of in the middle of this slide. So 2013 is when ballot delivery to all voters came in. And we fast forward to 2016, we served 100,000 more people in 2016 than we did in 2008. And our call volume was down 95%. And most of it is this ballot trace system. So now we're at 1 in 37 voters that called us, which is great. Our primary, which was June 26th, we were at 1 in 60 voters calling our office to get information. So our call volume now is down probably 96% from what it was in 2008. So this is the operational efficiency and the cost. We don't even have to hire significant numbers of people to run the phone bank anymore because we've basically just pushed the information to voters. And then this is sort of how it grew. So in 2014, we had about 15,000 users on it. Now, as of today, we have 45% of our voters that are on ballot trace. So almost half of the voters that vote in the city and county of Denver, we push them a text message or an email saying your ballot's been printed and it's gone to the post office, now it's out for delivery to you, and then all the way back again, they get a confirmation that we've accepted the signature and it's been counted. We also notify them if their ballot is undeliverable. We say, hey, it's undeliverable, click here and update your address or call us and we'll advise you where to go. We also use it as a tool to remind them about the election. So a week out, we say, hey, you haven't returned your ballot yet. Don't mail it anymore. Make sure you drop it off. And then we do it 5 days out. And then we do it the day before the election. Then we do it on election morning. Anybody who has not submitted their mail ballot, we send them a reminder via text. And this is all through the system, so this is literally no work by any staff member, but we're doing all of these proactive communications. And this is some of the results. So this is from 2016, and we're in the process now of analyzing this again. But the power of Ballot Trace has an administrative and an operational component for us. It has a customer service benefit to the voters, and we now have determined it is a turnout driver as well. So voters that are on Ballot Trace have a 2-point higher rate in turnout than voters not, and they have a 7% higher rate of their mail ballot being accepted. And why is that? Well, because we notify them if they've got a signature issue or they're undeliverable or any of those things. So voters are having a better experience with voting because of a system that is customer service based but also drives operational efficiencies. So we've made this part of our strategic marketing. We're constantly encouraging voters to sign up. Even if they have already received their mail ballot, we still want them to sign up, even if they're getting that mail ballot envelope and we've already gotten it out to them. We still want them to sign up so that they get the confirmation that their ballot's been counted on the back end. So we continually push that message out. And this is a little hard to see, but I just wanted to show one of the dashboards that we have in the system. So customer service, kind of turnout driver, communication for voters, but administratively, when we go drop our ballots off at the post office, we know by the next morning, by precinct, by zip code, by ballot style across the city, the success rate of scanning that the post office has processed. So we didn't know any of that prior. It was a black hole. You drop them off, and then we see them later. Now we know literally down to the precinct, probably even routing code for the post office, what the delivery success rate has been. And so if we see anything that is lower than what we would expect to see by that next morning, we're on the phone with the post office and saying, hey, where are these things? Why aren't these done yet? And at first the post office didn't like this system so much, but now they do because it's also increased confidence in their services for voters. So this is one of the dashboards, and we have plenty of reports. We do GIS work to kind of analyze delivery rates across the city and all of that as well. And so here's the final quote, MIT scientist. Charles already gave his own quotes earlier on his panel, so I didn't have to put him in the slide, but did Andrew McAfee up here. So the world is one big data problem. And I think, and I'll insert elections in front of world, but the elections world is a big data problem, and I think this is a good example of how we can build systems that better support voters, create operational efficiencies, and just make the overall experience better for all of those that participate in this process. So.
It's really cool.
Yep, you're next. We're going to go.
Great. So again, I'm Ray Murphy, and I'm with Pennsylvania Voice. And the purpose of my talk today is really twofold. One is to let you all know what's going on in the world of civic engagement from the perspective of organizations that try to mobilize voters, how we use the data that you produce through the state voter files that are available to all of us. But the second aspect of what I want to deliver on today is the fact that this data allows you just as many options as we who are out on the ground trying to engage voters. This data offers you just as many opportunities to be targeted and specific in the way that you communicate with voters and hopefully save you time and money in getting out messages that you need to deliver to voters. But quickly, before I dive into all that, I just want to talk about Pennsylvania Voice for a second. We are a nonpartisan statewide coalition of organizations that's devoted to increasing voter participation, especially from some of the organizations that are the least likely right now to participate. And so that means that we literally coordinate the activities of organizations in the state that run voter registration drives on street corners with paper, and we are now running as much voter registration in Pennsylvania as we can on tablets, because thanks to the Department of State and the leadership of many election officials here in Pennsylvania, we have the most sophisticated online voter registration system in the country right now, which allows third-party organizations to set up their own accounts that allow them to collect data about registrants, but also automatically transmit it to the Department of State. In addition, our coalition recognizes that all of the work that you do, registering voters and turning them out to the polls and educating them about the civic engagement process, which we do in about 18 counties across our state, all of that work is meaningless if at the end of the day there are difficulties accessing the ballot itself. And then also we recognize that if the way that our legislative maps in any given state and our state are drawn don't accurately reflect the kinds of communities that people live in, then they're not able to elect people who actually represent them. So that's our overall mission. And we are a part of a network called the State Voices Network, and I name that because we have similar partnerships in about 25 states throughout the country, and up here is a list of some of those states for those of you who might want to check out, who my counterparts are where you live. And even beyond those states, we offer access to a sophisticated data file that includes information from state voter files enhanced with all kinds of other things that allows folks to use data in a really sophisticated way to reach out to voters. All of our network shares the goal of fixing fair representation, ballot access, civic participation, and we also do work to strengthen the organizations that serve our communities. And so one thing that comes up a lot, and I hear from our visionary and lovely election directors in Pennsylvania, is that a lot of voters don't seem to know the basics of the system, and one of our jobs is to try to educate them so that that burden isn't solely on government, but that folks who are being motivated to vote come in with some knowledge of what the rules are and what the process is. Similarly, we are really in the midst of a multi-year campaign right now to modernize Pennsylvania's election laws. Pennsylvania is one of only 9 states in the entire country that doesn't offer any of the basic voting opportunities that have become standard in so many other states. So not only do we not have no excuse absentee voting, we don't have any form of early voting or same-day registration, pre-registration for youth, automatic voter registration. Any of the things that are being talked about in other states are not available here. Unfortunately, as I think we all know in the current climate, conversations about modernization of our election systems are taking a back seat somewhat to security. Including real and perceived threats. And so for us, one of our most critical jobs in the next 2 years is to work very closely with election directors in the Department of State to secure all of the funding that is needed to build secure and modern voting systems. And so that includes new voting systems, but also state voter file databases, as well as things like electronic poll books, which improve efficiency of election operations. So that's where we're at right now, and that's our big fight. But I'm going to talk now for a second about what we do in the context of data. So we think of data as a means for more sophisticated communication. It allows trusted messengers to find and talk to exactly the communities with whom they have the most currency, with whom their message is the most listened to. We also use data to identify prospective volunteers and supporters for some of the door-to-door work that we do, encouraging people to vote, some of the phone banking that our partners engage in. We also use data to identify areas of different counties where the voter registration need is the highest. Typically, most civic engagement programs do not do door-to-door programs to register voters. It's typically too inefficient. But what they do is find public spaces where there's likely to be a large propensity of unregistered voters. Or in the case of a state like Pennsylvania, which doesn't have a very fast-growing population, often the work that we're doing is about re-registering voters, especially lower-income voters who tend to move a lot and constantly need their registration status to be updated in order to be on the poll book at the polling place that's the closest to them. We also know from a lot of research that there's a significant number of voters who just don't vote without a reminder. They just don't vote unless someone asks them to. And our organizations that belong to our partnership are effective at making those kinds of reminders. For us, data removes some of the guesswork. There was a time when, at least in the grassroots organizing world, you just ended up going to every door, or you stood on every corner, or you put flyers through someone's mailbox. Data takes a lot of that guesswork out of the picture so that you are able to much more clearly hone in on the people who most need to hear from you. There is a very specific set of tools that we use and that we offer to partner organizations. And so when you're dealing with voter registration campaigns or other civic engagement entities, and that These standards and these practices are also typically the things that those on the partisan side of the line do as well. So these are similar, their names may be a little bit different, but the concepts are similar. We start with something that we call the civic engagement file, and that starts very simply with the voter file in a given state. But then you take that file and we work with a data vendor who enhances it and overlays on top of that data file consumer demographic information that's either publicly available or publicly available for purchase, and it adds things to the file that let you know a little bit more about who the voter is. It can give you a more up-to-date address. It can standardize the way that phone numbers and other pieces of data are used. We also overlay on top of those records census data. So you're able to identify an individual voter who lives in a particular census tract is likely to have X median income, or likely to have this ethnicity, or is likely to be a homeowner or not. And then last, data scientists and other mathematicians create models that go even further. They're algorithms, essentially, that take a whole bunch of these data factors and that are then able to predict a specific behavior or inclination that that voter is likely to have. So that can include likelihood to vote in an upcoming election. For the partners that we work with on the nonpartisan civic engagement front, when we do get out the vote work, we exclusively focus on voters who have a 30 to 70% propensity to vote. Typically, partisan campaigns focus on individuals with higher propensity to vote, and that's why they're typically doing more persuasion work, because they already know someone's going to vote. Their job is to try to figure out, just to push a particular candidate. Our job is to try to find the folks who are just unlikely to vote or participate in the process at all and give them the information that they need to be able to participate. These models also predict things like race and ethnicity. We apply our own model to the voter file to predict what we think is dead wood. The state and counties are bound by very clear laws about who can be removed from the rolls for legal processes, and that's important. But for our purposes, we want to make some guesses about who's likely not really a live voter because they just haven't gotten to the point where they've been removed from the lists. And then models also allow us to predict where a particular individual might stand on any set of issues. So for our organization, some of which are focused on environmental rights, or some might be focused on say criminal justice reform, or another might be focused on raising the minimum wage or something like that. These models allow our partners to find the people who are most likely to resonate with the work that that organization does. Over time, that allows an organization to build a relationship with a voter, and that relationship, we think, can ultimately lead to creating more lifelong voters rather than folks who are only intermittently involved. I think I covered many of these things already, but we typically use this data to either predict individuals who need to be engaged around a particular election, individuals who live in an area where there's a high voter registration need or where there's issue advocacy. And I go through this level of detail to some extent, not just to let you know what we're doing on the other side of the work that we're all collectively engaged in, which is making sure that people are able to participate in the democratic process, but some of the things that I'm saying can serve as models for election directors and states and others who want to have a little bit of help being more specific in their outreach. So, for instance, when you look, there are a number of issues that come up frequently, right? There are polling place changes. There are new laws that come down that needs to be communicated to voters. For instance, like first-time voter ID laws or something like that. There's any variety of things that happen that there's some obligation on the part of a county or an election or a state election department to communicate to voters, but these kinds of data tools allow you to be more specific in your outreach. What specifically that could look like, we, for instance, actually have contracts with data and software vendors who literally make it their job to provide these kinds of tools. Those kinds of contracts and vendors are open to you all as well. There are also vendors for one-time programmatic use. So you can call a data vendor and say, I need to do a telephone town hall tonight to everybody who lives in X precinct to explain to them the changes in polling place location this cycle. And then, of course, the reality is you all in states and counties create the data sets that we work with. In my experience, at least in Pennsylvania, there's been challenges actually looking at that data usefully because there isn't necessarily the software on hand to make it easy to parse that. But you do actually have much of the same information that we then ultimately enhance and use in different ways. So again, the purpose of this conversation is just to remind you that there are a lot of options for how one can use data in a variety of ways that really address day-to-day concerns. And I think with that, if you have questions or want to talk more about what options might be available to you in terms of this kind of data targeting, I'd be happy to talk after the session. Thanks.
Well, we'll have questions and answers a little bit later. So next, Laura.
Do I have to click anything, or does it just come up?
No, they'll put it up.
Oh,
There you go.
there it is. Okay.
And then this will be forward, and that's back.
Okay, thanks. It's my first time. My name is Laura Herzog, and I'm from Hendricks County, Indiana. Our county is one county west of Marion County, which is where Indianapolis is. We have approximately 111,000 registered voters now. We are the second fastest growing county in Indiana right now, so it's critical for us to keep on top of gathering data to keep things as efficient as possible for our voters. So I feel amongst friends, I want to share this with you. This is my first time in Philadelphia. So I had two goals. One is to get a real Philly cheese, whatever, steak and cheese. Yeah. And the other was to see the Liberty Bell. So I thought when Vice Chair Christy McCormick earlier talked about election administrators having a touch of OCD, that's true. I did make it to the Liberty Bell, and it still has a big crack in it. And I thought, haven't they all heard of Flex Seal or J.B. Weld? But anyway, I'm enjoying my stay here, and I'm here to specifically talk about electronic poll books. And I do want to let you know that our county went from precinct-based voting to a full vote center transition just this last primary, which was May 8th. Before we had 104 precinct-based polling sites. We went down to 26 vote centers, reduced our poll worker force from 520 down to, I want to say, a little over 100. So it's hard to talk about electronic poll books without talking about vote centers. They go a little bit hand in hand. Peanut butter and jelly, biscuits and gravy. You're gonna go crazy now, Sonny and Cher. Okay, in Indiana, as of April 6th, there are 60 of 92 counties that are using electronic poll books. 35 of those are vote center counties like mine. 25 are non-vote center counties. Like I said, our first election using this was just last May. Currently, we have 4 e-poll book vendors that are certified in the state of Indiana. And if I could talk a little bit about that. There we go. Indiana is very aggressive, thankfully, on their e-poll book certification. Each vendor and county must go through a really thorough acceptance testing program that counties and vendors must comply with before using in an election. Certain specifications are met to ensure correct functionality. And we also are fortunate enough to have an organization called VSTOP, which is a voting system technical oversight program. They are out of Ball State University. A quick background for us, in Indiana, we do have a photo ID law. So on our electronic poll books, which are iPads, the voter must show their photo ID. Typically, it's an Indiana-issued driver's license, which makes the check-in process extremely quick and efficient. A barcode is on the back of the license. The iPad camera will access the barcode. An electronic keypad comes up for the voter. They sign it. They're issued a ballot ticket, which then goes to the voting machine. It's an extremely quick check-in process, where before with the bulky poll books, a lot of times it would take a long time for the poll workers to find the right letter of the alphabet, or the MCs in the beginning of the M's, or Are they after the bees? Then you have the father that's signed on the son's line. So all those efficiencies have improved. We can monitor in real time on election day lines. I'll have a few screenshots here for you. Functionality of the electronic poll books. Do they have full connectivity? Are their printers synced? Are they at the proper charge level? Location activity is extremely important and helpful to us. We can communicate directly with the poll workers through the electronic poll books. Certain things like, hey, if you have a little downtime, don't forget to sign all of these forms that need signed, that sort of thing. And of course, we can monitor turnout in real time. This is a really cool slide. This is our dashboard. You can see on the left, those are all little subtitles that you can open up and expand, but this slide in particular kind of gives you a really nice view of what's going on. It shows you, obviously, that your polling places are 100%. You can see how many have voted absentee, how many have checked in, what your percentage is. Ignore the 70 critical iPads because this was taken just last week. Okay, and this slide, this will give you individual vote center activity. It'll show the number of e-poll books that are at each location, the number of people that have voted. You can see here that at the AMO Community Center, we've had 194 people check in and vote. But right below that, at the Avon United Methodist Church, we've had 2,161 voters check in. So that data is going to be imperative for us. But just so you know, the AMO Community Center only has 3 voting machines where the Methodist Church has 15. So this is going to help us figure out what locations we need to beef up poll workers and machines, or maybe in some cases combine smaller ones together. This is a good slide. This will show you turnout. Our polls are open 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And I believe this slide is a repeat of the other, so I apologize, but it's still pretty cool to look at. And these are, this is a report that's hard to see, but it's produced by the electronic poll book. You can generate oodles and dozens of reports that are very beneficial. And then the fabulous gals in my office, Tammy and Jen, they turn this information into pivot tables. So this is, again, more data that we find very useful. We also can tell, are the voters voting in their own neighborhood? Or are they voting on their commute to and from work, or taking their son, daughter to soccer practice? It's all very interesting to look at. An unexpected benefit was from transitioning into electronic poll books was, this isn't my storage closet. I borrowed this off the internet, but this looks like what our storage closet would look like before, just paper and bulk. Before, we would have to physically, each poll book, go through and scan each voter's signature. Now with the electronic poll book, it's done with the push of a button. We went from this to that. That's our entire primary right there. Provisional ballots, very unexpected. Average for this past election, 125 to 150. We had one provisional ballot. Why? Because no one was in the wrong place. Okay, I want to tell you quickly about our poll worker that you all know her. You all have one. She has seen all of these changes in her life. She wasn't ready for this new contraption called an electronic poll book. It's for young people. It'll never work. Through some good training and talking, Dimple tells us now it's the best thing since sliced bread. You all know her, don't you? And then Dimple got her friends to come join us. And whoops. So I just want to say that it's efficient. The budgetary savings to the county just in printing cost alone is substantial. And my time is about up then. I just want to say that it's very efficient. There's lots of data there, and thank you all for having me.
Last but not least, Ms. White.
Thank you, Tom. Today I'm going to present a lesson on how to lessen the line on Election Day. This was experienced from the presidential 2016 election. Oops, forgive me. Okay. So next photo. I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Can you? Oh.
I thought you wanted to run it.
No, I'm good. So this is a shot from presidential 2012 in one of our precincts. Unfortunately, in Prince William County, the presidential 2012 election did not go well. And there were lines 3 to 4 hours reported in many places. But I used this photo kind of as proper motivation, if you will, to prepare for 2016. So next, there was a congressional hearing held afterwards to determine what went wrong in the 2012 election. As you can see, the last ballot was recorded at almost 11 o'clock, which was 4 hours after polls closed. Polls close at 7 in Virginia. So next, we took some time to figure out what data we should be looking at. We looked at the demographics of Prince William County. We studied the number of voters who utilize absentee voting and which precincts were the largest. So we were on a mission to fix this problem. So we looked at some other things. Statewide, in 2012, we had 255,000 voters, as you can see there. We went up to 274,000 in 4 years. And at that time, in August of 2016, the state had deployed a online voter registration system. So we were seeing more voters register. So we were getting ready to see a huge uptick in September and October of 2016. Now, as of July, there are 279,000 voters in Prince William County, which means we're going to have to rinse and repeat. And what that means in the election world is we're going to have to reproduce the result we had in 2016 for 2020. But with more voters in the picture. So looking back again at the history of absentee voting in Prince William, we were trying to figure out why voters were not taking advantage of absentee voting. As you can see, it dropped from 2012, from 2008, by about 2,000 voters. So only 10 to 12% were actually taking advantage of absentee voting. So the solution became to inform voters on how to lessen the election day line by voting absentee. Thus, we began a multi-message voter information marketing plan. We were all over the place and very scrappy. It's okay. So the goal became to get 68,000 folks to vote absentee in Prince William County, and that would shift 25% of what we expected to be the turnout to out of the lines on Election Day. This was an ambitious and lofty goal, but we had to accomplish it for the better overall experience for voters. Next, we looked at commuters, and we discovered that almost 150,000 folks commute out of Prince William County, and commuting or having business outside of Prince William County is a qualifying reason for voters to vote absentee. Let me back up and explain for a minute. In Virginia, you must have a reason to vote absentee, meaning you have to be eligible by certain reasons in order to vote absentee or early in Virginia. So 68,000 voting absentee was about half of the commuting population in Prince William County. So again, we wanted to shift that to absentee. So we set our goal. Then we realized we had to kind of go into myth-busting mode. We realized that voters think they have to qualify or fit a certain criteria to vote absentee, which is a true statement. However, we got the sense that voters didn't know the number of qualifying reasons that would entitle them to vote absentee. So we mailed a voter guide to every household in Prince William County. using every door direct mailing with USPS. This is the same method in which you get your Chinese takeout menus. But we got one to every single household, and then within that we included a sample ballot and 6 things that all voters need to take care of before Election Day. Another myth we had to bust was that absentee votes are not counted. So we made it clear in every information piece that we put out there that by law, all absentee votes must be counted. So we had that in every place where we could tuck it. So here's how we focused on getting the message to commuters. We set up electronic boards in all the commuter lots. I think Prince William has 15 to probably about 15 very large commuter lots on 95 and 66 heading into DC. We placed ads in the Commuter Train magazine. We placed ads in HOA magazines where folks were centered and where they were living. And the Virginia Department of Elections also helped us out by placing ads on buses and additional signage in the commuter lots. So the photo's not so hot, but this is what the message board looked like. We also set up a very inexpensive texting program, and basically the message board said text PWC votes to 94253 to get voting updates and reminders. And then wherever we could, we had these banners placed at intersections and other public places where we were allowed to do so. So we really went all out to get the message across. So back to the congressional hearing. Some who testified Monday said pregnant women were forced to stand for hours. So again, this is an indicator that education and information about absentee voting was not getting out there. So then we went on a mission to create some trading cards. And here you go. So we had some fun with it. My team and I are scrappy, and we have a sense of humor, as all election officials must have. But as you see over there, did you know, by law, all absentee votes must be counted. So we made sure that was on every card. I'm going to go through some slides kind of quickly here, but this is what we did. Too old. Some folks took issue with this. It was actually that were younger than the set we were trying to get the message to, and these cards got returned. But the older folks who got it said they also really liked it. So the elderly folks that we were trying to message said they loved the card, but folks in that, say, next tier of age were a little offended. Sorry, Mom. Forgive me. So here's the various ways to commute in Prince William County. First responders can vote absentee, and we made sure that first responders knew they did not have to be on the schedule for Election Day. As long as they are a first responder, they can vote absentee. Active duty military, we also went after. I'm sure you all know the show Quantico. That is in Prince William County. Here's the back of every trading card. So we made it clear, again, what the deadlines were, last day to vote absentee, how to get a hold of us. So we crammed as much information as we could there. So next we did some scrappy little homemade with found items videos, if you will. So we put those all over Facebook, but it was a very inexpensive and cheap way for us to get the message out. So we relied on other voters to get the message out to their buddies and friends. So the next slide, data does not lie. And getting ready for this presentation, I did not realize that VPAP had done a lot of my work for me. So Virginia Public Access Project is a nonpartisan group out of Virginia. And they took data across the state and did some visualizations for me, which I will show you here. So it's hard to see. So I believe in the successful marriage of data analysts and graphic designers, which you've seen plenty of good examples today. Here you can see where Prince William County led the state in early voting or absentee voting for 2016. So we're that very first blue bar right there. So I'm very proud of that. Hope we can continue. Next slide. So here's what absentee voting looked like in 2016. If you go back to 2012, the next slide, you see where the dot moves. So if you, okay, so I like to toggle back and forth, forward, back. See how far we went? Forward, back. Oh, that's 2004. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Thank you. Forgive me. Forgive me. Thank you for helping me. So all that being said, I really love playing with this data for Prince William County because you can really see the shift in what we did to make Election Day work by getting folks to vote absentee. So next slide will be this one. Reasons for early voting in Virginia. Like I said, we studied and we knew that a demographic we needed to target commuters. And apparently we were successful in doing that because the biggest block that voted absentee were work conflict voters. And we had 16,000 ballots cast based on a work conflict. So I also found this data very interesting. So we know our messaging worked, and now we know it's quantifiable, which I like. Again, back in August of 2016, the state launched its online secure portal, which meant that we were taking online voter registrations and folks were able to vote, register to vote through a transaction at the DMV. So we noticed that more and more people were using the portal than to register to vote through the DMV. So we were paying attention to that. Everything that we put out there had the citizen portal information on it. So citizens were able to check their voter record, update their record, confirm their polling place, also apply for an absentee ballot, and see their sample ballot. So we made sure this was published everywhere possible. With our voter information or education, we wanted to make it clear that voters have some responsibilities to address before Election Day. So to know that their voter registration is up, to bring photo ID, what will be on the ballot, what your polling place is. Last two, that you'll be marking your ballot, your vote on a paper ballot, and then you'll be putting it into new scanning equipment. So optical scan was new for Prince William, and we knew we had a lot of cicada voters. As you know, cicada voters are only those that vote in presidential every 4 years. So we had a sense that a number of them did not know that they'd be using new voting equipment and marking information on a ballot. And then finally, we hammered it in again, Election Day, avoid the long line by having a ballot mailed to you. So on Election Day, shaving seconds. My approach was similar to Neil's from Orange County. I knew that there were things we could tweak to make things better. I also paid very much attention to the elbow of death provided by the BPC and MIT. They were partners in helping me getting through presidential 2016. I listened to everything that they gave me, so thank you for that. We looked at our line data collection, and we prepared our precincts to be ready for a line at 6 a.m. We provided those folks with line chaser tablets. So basically a line chaser tablet took our voter registration list, put it on a tablet that was easy to view. It was not a check-in tablet. And we asked the high school pages to make sure that the voter ID was out before getting to the check-in table. So those were shaving seconds. We provided more officers and laptops in larger precincts. And instead of using a voting permit, we gave the ballot directly to the voter. So we got rid of the second line there. Next slide. We provide a majority of stand-up marking booths. This allows the voter to move more quickly instead of having to sit down and mark the ballot. I'm considering switching to an official felt tip marking pen instead of a standard ballpoint. I think that'll also shave some seconds off. In larger precincts, we put in more equipment. Very simple. And we also implemented a chief headquarters connected to our emergency operations center, and we use radio communications in every single precinct along with my office. So we did it. No voters in line at 7 p.m. in November 2016, and all 91 polling locations closed on time in Prince William County. This is my crew. I'm very proud of my staff. We are a team. We're scrappy. We get along well. we're just a slightly crazy bunch, but in a good way. And finally, that concludes a lesson on how to lessen the line. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you.
I want to thank the panelists because I think that this was an excellent panel and I learned a lot myself today. How much time do we have for questions? Half an hour. So I'm going to take up half an hour of time asking questions. So, kidding, jokes for those folks at home. I just want to make sure that people are still awake after lunch because I know that I see some heads nodding. But reducing, from me, not from the panelists, reducing wait times. So for Amber and Laura, not trick questions. I see that. Reducing wait times at the polls have been a big focus of the election community since 2012. We heard a lot from Michelle about data collection in Virginia and elsewhere to try to tackle this issue. How are these effects playing out in your counties and states? So.
Sure. Well, for Colorado, and I'm gonna make a request for the audience, just especially based on the wonderful presentation from Prince William, but. Colorado, we mail out a ballot to every voter proactively before every single election, so there's no question. That's their notice. They get their thing. They don't have to give us an excuse. And I was watching the presentation, and I'm like, who doesn't qualify for one of the excuses? Like, I've almost starting to think it's like, well, clearly that's one of those points that just confuses people. And then just the term absentee, I don't know what others think about this, but most people do not know what that means when you say absentee ballot. So I would love to eliminate absentee from terminology altogether with this because I think voters don't necessarily understand it. So that would be a great thing to do somehow long term is strike absentee out of the dictionary. But for us, I mean, because we do mail out ballots, we also have same-day registration, and we have vote centers. So we do have in-person voting options preserved for a 2-week period, and we build up to Election Day and have a certain number of vote centers across the city on Election Day, and you can register and vote right on the spot, and there's no deadline, if you will, to register to vote. But what that means is for our vote centers, especially Election Day, and we've now collected this data over a long period of time, we get hit very hard on Election Day in Denver with sort of the lovely people that were too busy for 3 weeks to come in, and they, are there on Election Day, which is totally fine. We just now have the data to expect that. And so we're building up more systems, have adjusted our line management strategy. For this upcoming election, we'll have wait times and all of that available online if there are any. But, we're basically 95+% of our voters use the mail ballot we mailed to them. And they, the feedback that we get by getting your ballot at home is I had time to research and voted at home. I spent a few days talking to friends about what they were going to do. I've heard people say they had wine and cheese parties and talked about, various issues, and then they'd all go off and vote their mail ballot at home. But the interesting thing is, and this is why I call it ballot delivery and sort of voting at home, because it isn't really vote by mail at all. And the main reason is we have now upwards of 85% of our voters that use their mail ballot drop it off in person to one of our drop boxes, our drive-up drop-off, our vote centers, or any of those locations. They're not actually mailing it back. We're seeing less and less people mail it back. So vote by mail is also kind of, for me at least, an outdated term, and really we're just delivering the ballot out. The mechanism is the post office, and then they're still experiencing this in-person voting option by dropping their ballot off. So we've sort of, I think, managed to preserve a really nice experience for the voters that still want that Election Day experience, but they're maybe using that ballot they gave to us. So.
Sure. Regarding lines and electronic poll books, I've personally like to see a little bit of a line because it's showing that people are 4 hours. No. But anyway, that shows that people are getting out there and voting. I don't want them to get too spoiled, but with the electronic poll book, the check-in time is so significantly reduced. It's so fast that if we do get any kind of a clog, it's going to be between the clerk's table where they sign in and the actual voting machine, which we have practices in place to not let that happen. But also on the dashboard, that we can see real time on election day, we can tell what places are getting hit. So we know, what do we need to do? Do we need to send up backup poll workers? Do we need to send extra workstations, more voting machines? That's how we handle our lines with the electronic poll books.
Great. Ray, thank you for your presentation. I think there's a lot of election officials here today who have misconceptions about organizations like yours gathering data just to sue them, basically. But I think that in listening to your presentation, I thought it was fantastic in that you were saying that how much you work with Pennsylvania and so forth. Are there other misconceptions out there that you would like to dispel from election? You have a room full of election officials, or partially. The things that you would like to dispel from them?
That's an open-ended question.
Yeah. Or common misconceptions?
I think, yeah. I mean, I can't speak to every other state, but what I will say is that the sector that I work in is probably as complicated and full of different kinds of personalities as any of your sectors. And so I think the most common thing that comes up for us, and I think this is applicable to many states like Colorado and Virginia that are considered more battleground states, we tend to have a constant influx of outside influencers who come into the state for a short period of time right before an election to run a voter registration drive or to do some door-to-door campaigning. And they do not have the reasons or the incentives that those of us who are based in a state have to maintain relationships, have a long view. You know, the concept of we're thinking about chess and some people are thinking about checkers. Like they just want to get in and make that quick move. And so I spend half of my time in an election year doing traffic control with those entities and saying things like, it's really not a good idea for you to do the program you want to do in the county that you want to do it. And your attitude toward the people who run elections is really not matching the experience that we have on the ground. You know, like much of life, relationships are important. And as those of us who work in a particular place dig in over the long run, you get to know people and you begin to understand that things are the way that they are. And so I think it's not necessarily a misconception, but I don't know. Speaking to election directors, I saw some heads nodding from hearing from some of these folks. There are a lot of things we would like to see and do in our state that we are currently not able to do because of our legislature. It is not because of a lack of will or a lack of interest on the part of the people who are on the ground. And in order to change that, we're all going to have to work together. So I think it's a misconception that I would say for people outside of Pennsylvania, explore who your advocacy community actually is and see if there are more opportunities for collaboration than you might know about.
Right. Michelle, I think that you did a great presentation. One of the things that we've done at the EAC each year is we've had, with our executive director called Cleary Awards, in that those awards are given to in various categories on things that are innovative and moving forward towards making participation better and making things easier for voters and election officials and giving more information out there overall. I would hope that you submit some of these things for those Cleary Awards when they pop up coming forward. And one of the things I wanted to ask you is how can other counties think of ways, because I'm a Virginia voter and I'm not too old for part of that, but I have to give an excuse every election cycle. It's basically it's the the excuse absentee balloting. So what are there other things that you're thinking about for 2018 and 2020 that folks can use towards making sure that they are able to cast their ballot and so forth?
Well, I'd definitely like to continue voter education, although I've decided to rename that voter information because there is an implication with voter education that you're doing something else that folks who are funding that may or may not like. That being said, I'm just going to try to put more boots on the ground. One program I've thought about would be the Absentee Advocate Program, where I would take officers of election and or folks who are in the community, like Eric's program, who want to go out and let folks know about their options to vote absentee. And it is crazy. There are easily 19 reasons that make folks eligible, but not everybody knows what those are. So I want to continue on the voter information mission. I hope that answers your question.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that does. Laura, I have one more question for you. In terms of the e-poll books, I think that those are fantastic in terms of shutting down long lines and so forth, because in 2012, that was one of the major issues that we heard about. In going towards vote centers, and the same with Colorado, have you noticed that there, if you don't have this, then fine, but have you noticed that there's been an uptick in participation through data, or is there remains the same, or so forth?
Well, this was our first election using electronic poll books, so I don't have anything to compare it to really until we move further forward. However, with that said, the feedback from the poll workers and the voters and the people involved has all been nothing but supportive and positive, that it can only help improve the lines and the efficiencies. So I think I need a couple more under my belt, maybe. So maybe I'll come back in a couple years.
Well, as
Let
Amber
you
was
know.
saying, the first, she participated in the first data summit that we had, and commemorate Commissioner McCormick, because this is basically her idea to have this happen, and we've continued on, and I'm hoping that 2019 we'll have another one and continue on with that. But I'm sorry I interrupted you. So.
No, you didn't. I'm done.
See, so we have such a polite panel. So with that, I've only taken up 10 minutes of our question and answer period. So if you have questions, we have two folks who have microphones from Pennsylvania who I would say if you can make it brief so we can get as many questions in as possible, that would be great. So we can start right here.
Jerry Fieser from Dauphin County, Pennsylvania. Like Ray was alluding to, we're kind of beholden to what the legislature says that thou shalt do. There's a lot of things we'd like to try and do and like to consider to try and streamline elections, eliminate lines, things like that. How do you transition from precinct-based to vote centers? Do vote centers still provide you the ability to hold precinct-level elections or by ward elections? So like if I'm pulling in a couple municipalities into a high school that are all part of, let's just say, the Middletown area high school, and you got 3 municipalities, can I still, in that vote center, have my Royalton First Ward, Second Ward, Middletown, Lower Swatter type polling places? Are you able to do those things within the vote center?
I got this one.
Yep.
Yes. The beauty of the vote center is the voter can never be in the wrong place. So I, for the first time in 24 years, actually got to vote on election day. I always have to vote early because I'm always working election day and I can't drive back home. So this past primary, because it was a primary and we had delegates and precinct committeemen, it was a large ballot. We had several hundred ballot styles that were loaded on each machine that was deployed out to each of the vote centers. So whether you lived in North Salem, where I do, or the town of Plainfield, or out in the country, your ballot was going to be, no matter where you stopped, your ballot was going to be there. And the beautiful thing that's up and coming for us in the fall is our county, like I mentioned, we're like the second fastest growing in the state right now. So we have annexations happening constantly, where you have this nice little country county out here, and then the town comes in and it wants part of it, but not all of it. So now we have a split precinct, and some voters get the town ballot and others don't. It's so hard to manage. But with the vote center environment, the ballot ticket will dictate which ballot style they get. And coming up this fall, we are getting encoders on the electronic poll books that will automatically load the information on the card that will go straight to the voting machine. So it will virtually, I hate to use that word, but it will remove poll worker error in setting the wrong ballot. Also in Indiana, I wanted to mention our early voting is no excuse. We do have by mail, we have certain criteria. So we have very, very successful early voting. I hope that answered your question. Okay, great.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I was going to add to her answer, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. We're doing the same in Prince William County with our absentee vote centers. We have 3 major absentee vote centers, and they've become the same thing. And I wish we could implement that on Election Day. We have 91 polling places, and I'd rather manage less polling places on Election Day. But she's exactly right. All the ballot styles are available wherever the voter decides to show up. One thing we're doing in Prince William is we're using 2 sets of EPBs. So when the voter first shows up, and this is just in our absentee vote centers, not on Election Day, folks are checked in on one set of EPBs, and they're given the application to sign and indicate what reason they need to vote absentee. Then they take that to a second set of EPBs, which has a ballot programmed into it based on their split. So we have split precincts as well. And some elections we've had easily 43 ballot styles to keep up with. So ballot on demand tied to our EPBs ensures that the right ballot is printed right there on the spot, which also allows us to save money in pre-printing ballots. So we run ballot on demand with an EPB system in our absentee vote centers. So it's very possible to do what you're trying to do.
Is there a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was just going to add, because we've done vote centers in Colorado for a long period of time. In fact, they started there in Larimer County back in, I think, 2004 or 5. And so we've done, and then in Denver, we've done vote centers for early voting prior to us now having this new ballot delivery system. So it was just sort of, it kept just transferring basically everything to vote centers. And vote centers does have an impact on turnout. You're not left out or voting a provisional because you show up at the wrong place. But it isn't just the vote center for that turnout increase. For us, same-day registration was a big driver of that. And if you just look at the top states for turnout, all 6 of them have same-day registration. So there's definitely a correlation to making registration easier overall, combined with vote centers and other, whether it's ballot delivery or other policies that help with that. So.
Any question from this side?
My name is Sheila Laney. I live in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. 2 things. The one thing about the long lines, it really depends on if you're trying to contract the electorate or you're trying to expand the electorate. And I mean, I know there are processes, but sometimes it has to do with intent. For Aaron, I think it is, my question for you is, I know that we're all here talking about data and being data-driven, but as a community person, it is what's the face-to-face interaction that is most important about driving people to the polls. Could you talk a little bit about that?
You mean Amber?
No, I'm sorry, the gentleman next to
Oh,
me.
Ray.
I'm sorry, I spelled his name wrong. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
What is your name again? I'm
Ray
sorry.
Murphy.
Ray, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there's substantial research at this point on what are the most effective things to increase voter turnout. And there's kind of 3 ways that I think about it. There's a significant aspect of voter turnout that can be increased by efficiencies in the way that elections themselves are administered. Most of those have to do, frankly, with the law, the way that the election process is structured. The more that you offer convenient and accessible options to voters, you do see some increase in turnout. It doesn't in any way, though, make up for the huge turnout gaps that we see across the country. And those get into sort of the other aspect, which is that face-to-face interactions between potential voters and trusted messengers are the absolute most effective way to increase turnout. They're also the most costly and difficult to do because a face-to-face interaction is fundamentally more complicated than a phone call or a mail piece or a text. I think there's a third component, which is, I think a bigger philosophical question for all of us, which is, what would it take for every person in our democracy to feel like participating in an election is something that they should expend time doing? And I don't want to get into that philosophical conversation right now, but I think this notion of shaving seconds on election day is a concept that could be applied to the whole enchilada. There are a lot of ways that elections are administered that create unnecessary barriers to participation. Again, though, my experience is there has not been enough political will at a big picture level to make sure that those changes can be implemented fairly by the actual election administrators who are on the job. And often what you see is sort of and I think you see that on this panel, there's some people who are really going above and beyond to be excellent, and that's great, but everyone should have the resources in administering elections to do what they can to shave seconds in the bigger picture.
I guess on this side, one question per. No, I'm teasing.
Hi, this question is for Mr. Murphy. My name's Athan Koutsarumbas from Bucks County. From the day that your organization decided that it would implement the third-party API with the Pennsylvania Department of State, how long did that process take for the development and implementation? And then what were some of the lessons learned as the application was rolled out with actual voters and your grassroots activists?
And this is maybe a process question. I know Mike Moser is talking about this Pennsylvania Web API. Did you already talk about it, Mike? Okay, well, so Mike is really a resource as well, and the team at the Department of State. But from my memory, it was a relatively quick development process. The Department of State rolled out online voter registration in August of 2015, and development had kind of maybe begun in that spring. It was the advocacy community that initially said, if you're looking for cost savings from online voter registration and you want the maximum number of participants, most third-party voter registration efforts will not use an online portal because it is considered a best practice in third-party voter registration to retain the information of the voter to then remind them to vote on election day. And that was sort of laid out to the Department of State, and I think, their leadership was incredibly visionary in understanding that that was a true statement, and the goal was, in fact, to go as paperless as possible. And so creating an online web portal where third parties could push some of that data in directly to the Department of State would really save time. I would defer to DOS, but I would say in the grand scheme of the DOS budget, it was not a significant amount of dollars that was spent on the coding of that system. Some of that has to do with the way that the Pennsylvania SHORE system is established, and so I wouldn't presume to speak about whether other states could as easily modify their online database to accept those data sets. What has been exciting as time has gone on is that the concept of connecting a third-party database to the voter registration system is not limited to third parties. And so there are many state agencies, particularly, where it really makes sense to connect these things because you can drive a large volume of voter registration applications for new voters or change through a completely electronic process. And from a county perspective, what that means is there's no data entry. It's more or less clicking an approval or a disapproval of the application for all the typical reasons. And it just saves a lot of time, money, and effort on a lot of people's parts. I hope that more states will replicate what the Pennsylvania Department of State has done, because it's, I think it's also worth pointing out, with no offense to anyone involved, that the technology that was implemented is actually quite standard in most of the rest of the commercial world and has been in place for 10 or 20 years. And so we're always we're always running a little behind in government in terms of catching up with tech trends, but the idea of sharing this kind of data is quite simple to do and has so many benefits.
I'm getting the wrap-up symbol, even though my time says 22. Then it's not wrap up. So question on this side? No, then we'll go back to right here.
On the idea of early vote centers and things like that, I mean, how, in Pennsylvania, if you vote by absentee, you can then change your mind, go to the polls on election day, and they will physically mark void on that ballot. It's not open, it's not counted, and you get to vote your new choice on the polls. In your early vote centers, you're talking about voting on machines and stuff like that. How do you unring that bell if a voter changes their mind before election day?
So it's my understanding that that's actually fairly a unique process that you have going on in Pennsylvania. So you can't pull your ballot back once you've submitted. In fact, we start processing 3 weeks out, and then even when we had early voting, early voting was on equipment. So like once you're cast, you're done. And the only way that you would then be able to go back in is if you voted on a provisional, which then would not be counted. But there's no sort of rolling back of once you submit.
You really have to know who you want to vote for.
Yeah, I mean, and Colorado's a swing state, so that honestly hasn't been, I mean, you've got to know. And I think in most states, ringing it back or any of that is not something that occurs. So, yeah, you gotta pick.
Had a lot of them change their mind in 16.
Oh.
I think we have time for one last question. And if no one's going to ask, come on, this is your opportunity to get a question in. But if not, I will finish with my question. No one? All right. People are walking out, too. We talked today about mail ballot tracking systems, electronic poll books, line management tools, and enhanced voter files. None of these tools existed, at least in this current form, when the EAC was formed 16 years ago. What can we at the EAC do to keep encouraging this innovation in this space? And what types of data-driven practices and tools do you think we'll be talking about in the near future? If each of you want to answer within a minute or so, or
I can, yeah, I'll get it done. So what I talked about, the encoders, I know they've been out there a while, but I think that's something we're all going to see. And then one misconception that a lot of people, mostly candidates, have about electronic poll books, it has nothing to do with the question that you asked, is that they're going to get results in faster. They just think, oh, we're going to get numbers quicker. No. So just throwing that out there.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Yeah, from my perspective, I mean, our entire approach in Denver has been analyzing the data we have, but also continuous improvement. And so elections are very much people, process, and then sort of this concept of continuous improvement. And you can only do continuous improvement. You can only continue to get better if you're curious about what is happening currently in your jurisdiction, how to analyze that data, and then build systems that better support the voters. For me, I think doing what's right by way of the voters as sort of the first premise and step is the right approach in elections, regardless of party affiliation, regardless of where they sit. Everyone deserves sort of this fair, equitable process across the board that's consistent. So any of these like inconsistencies that exist, and I mean, the sort of absentee with excuses and all of these sorts of things, I mean, the confusion that creates for people that do this once a year, if that, maybe once every 4 years, is sort of, I guess in my mind, I think, and I would say disrespectful, frankly, to the voting franchise, because this is our world, but it's certainly not something that they do. And so I'm a big advocate of being curious and creative about solving the greatest challenges we have in elections. And that's where I think everyone up here has provided different examples of improvements. And so to me, I think the Election Assistance Commission continuing to highlight the best practices and the good things and having events like this to just facilitate the conversation is really how we kind of all, as a collective, get better.
Thank you. Yeah. So with that, I want to thank the panelists. I think this was an excellent, excellent panel. We'll now break for about 15 minutes and just come back at about 3:15 for our last panel of the day, which will focus on the post-election period. All right, and I want to thank my panelists again today. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, nice to meet you. I was when I was reading this, I spoke to State Voices like 2 weeks ago.
love those videos that you put up there. It's so awesome.
I wasn't gonna say that.
see that from where
Excuse me, our break is coming to a close and our panel is about to begin. If you have an opportunity to make your way back to your table. Thank you.
I think everybody is. That's just kind of how that goes. Yeah, that's really good.
I know.
Yeah. Somehow missed the call. Oh, I'm short. I can't really see that screen.
I wish the lights weren't quite so bright. Are they call to order, right? They will. Yeah. I know you think moderating the panel will be easy, but it's kind of nerve-wracking. It's funny. It's like each saying slightly different, you know. I moderated an event for my last job. Is everything okay? I got water. Thank you. It was so nice. My wardrobe malfunction is hidden. Right. Started. If everybody up, there we go. Can everybody please take a seat? Bring the chocolate with you. Actually, we'll take some chocolate too if you want. Hi, everybody. So our panel has decided that you guys have probably had enough data for the day, so we're actually going to do a bunch of like show tunes. Is that okay? Right, guys? All right. Hi, I'm Kathy Bookvar, and I'm Senior Advisor to Governor Wolf here in Pennsylvania on election modernization, which is a long way of saying that I get to work on elections initiatives across the state with the Department of State and with the amazing county election officials across the state as well. And I want to thank again the organizers of the event. You did a great job not only in the substance of the panels, but one of the things that I really loved was the diversity of the people who were presenting, because it's really, the data is fantastic, but if you can't translate the data to the poll workers and the people on the ground and the voters, it's not going to go anywhere. So I just want to say thank you and have everybody give a round of applause to everybody who presented today. So this panel is about the end of the day, the end of election, the post-election. And most candidates mostly care about, and voters typically mostly care about the results of the election. But election officials and other data experts know that we need to use tools that we've gained from throughout the day and afterwards to make each election better. And so this panel is made up of diversity of backgrounds who are going to tell you what they've done in their states and what they've done in their professions. So I'll start with introductions. So we have Ray Valenzuela, who's the Director of Elections in Maricopa, Arizona, Maricopa County, Arizona. And Ray has been with the Maricopa County Elections Department for 28 years, so you probably know a thing or two, and has been the election director since April 2017. And Ray is a graduate of the Election Center from Auburn University, and also Maricopa County Management Institute graduate, and is also a Secretary of State Certified Election Officer since 1996. Ray has served for the past 12 years as one of 2 Arizona representatives on the EAC Standards Board, and in 2015 was elected to serve on the Executive Board and currently serves as Secretary. Next, we have Jennifer Morrill from the Election Validation Project at the Democracy Fund. Jennifer's an election professional, and she's partnering as a consultant with the Democracy Fund to lead this project aimed at increasing trust in elections through rigorous audits, standards, and testing. Previously Deputy of Elections in Arapahoe County, Colorado, Jennifer was instrumental in Colorado's successful implementation of the first statewide risk-limiting audit, and she's going to tell us all about that today. Jennifer is also an Election Center CIRA graduate and holds a Master of Arts in Management and Leadership, and is also on the advisory committee for the Center for Civic Design. Jennifer's also a veteran of the Air Force. Thank you. Next to me on my left is Kara Ron, who's the director of the Department of Voter Services in Chester County, Pennsylvania. Kara has 19 years of organizational communication, operation, and management experience, and has enjoyed success in government, corporate, and not-for-profit arenas. Kara, prior to this position, was a process improvement manager at Exelon's Limerick Nuclear Generating Station. I'm interested to hear how that translates into elections.
More than you think.
She served as the deputy director in Delaware County Transportation Management Association and held several government affairs and legislative roles for PECO. Kara attended Shippensburg University, and where she earned her bachelor's in communications and public relations, and earned an MBA from Eastern University. Excuse me. And last but not least, I have Bridget King, Bridget is an assistant professor in the Department of Political Science and Master of Public Administration program at Auburn University. Bridget teaches graduate and undergraduate courses in state and local government, American government, the presidency, political participation, and public policy. She's also an instructor in the Election Center Certified Elections Registration Administrator, the CIRA program at Auburn. And before Auburn, she was a voting rights researcher at the Brennan Center for Justice. While completing her graduate studies at Kent State University, Bridget coordinated the McNair Scholars Program, which aims to boost the number of low-income, first-generation, and underrepresented college students who pursue doctorate degrees. That sounds very cool, Bridget. Please welcome the panel. All right, well, Ray, shall we start with you?
Sure. It's always hard to be the last panel right after cookies, so I know we'll still try to keep you up and awake. And before I start, I just had a question for the audience, and I myself appreciate, and it's an honor to be here, because, and you'll see me taking notes, it's not for rebuttal, but because I'm learning quite a bit myself. So I'm very interested in Jennifer, so I should just pass the mic, but I'll go forward in her risk limiting. But part of it is one of the things we do learn and what we have learned, if anybody, the audience knows what R&D stands for, and they're probably wrong. It's not research and development. It's rob and duplicate. In elections, that's exactly how all these notes here we're going to take away. And what I'm going to show you is some of the wonderful things that we're doing in Maricopa County as far as provisional balloting. And some of it you're going to say, hey, that looks familiar, because we probably robbed it from you. So, but just so that you know, we'll start off here with the photo up there is not me. That's our new recorder. He is that tall as a city building in Arizona. And if you haven't met him yet, I know that he was just at the CIRA training, and if you haven't, he'll find you. So, but part of the process we're going to talk about is a provisional ballot post-election. But before we get there, I want to tell you briefly our story of how we got to the provisional ballot tools that we're using and where we were in 2016. I won't iterate what everybody's already, some of you have experienced, that 4-hour line, that was us in Maricopa County 2016, our presidential preference. We were in the media. Some of it had to do with bad data. One of the things that I will point that we've done data analytics, but you don't update those analytics and say, hey, there's a factor there. We'll call it the Trump factor, if you will. That most of the time in our presidential preference, we're late to the game. It's over by the time it's in Arizona. So it's for lack of a better word, a dog and pony show. There's already the heir apparent or somebody nominated. That did not happen. And there was such a robust interest in the process, which is great, and we didn't adjust our analytics. So the story is where we were, what we were looking for, where we are now, and then we'll get to the provisional balloting, the tools we're using. So we have, and again, I'll go through some of these pretty fast, but the presentation's on the EAC if you really want all of the data. But it's polling places, 724. We have 2.2 million registered voters. We have 1.6 million of those on our permanent early voting list. So it's a big, daunting task to manage that kind of volume. We still do pre-printed ballots in 2016. We had all of these lines. So what we were looking for is we were trying to create a system that increased voter access, engagement, was economical, and scalable. So we weren't just looking for a unicorn. We were looking for a golden unicorn. Those are really rare. So, and again, we wanted that. And not to denounce some of the e-poll books that are out there, but we actually invested in some, and it didn't work for a county of our size. We needed something different. We needed something that would allow us to do things on a real-time basis. We were having, as an example, when we get to the provisionals, we were upwards of 100,000 provisionals in Maricopa County for 2012. 2016, we did better. We had 56,000 provisionals. And those are things that are worked after election and long hours of processing those. And it is, again, doing a better job on the front end to get those people to update their addresses, which we're focusing on. But that's still something that we needed to mitigate. So what we did is we took an approach of saying, and we have 15 counties in Arizona, and Arizona is the largest, or Maricopa, and the other 14 counties call us the great state of Maricopa because we make up the majority, and we have quite a bit of a robust IT staff. So not that every county has that luxury, but what we've done is we challenge our IT staff to say, give us a better process, a better check-in than what we currently have, even in our e-poll book environment. And what they did is they created this check-in process that ties directly to, similar to what was presented earlier on a ballot-on-demand environment, but it is robbing and duplicating from an industry. If you flew here today, you probably didn't talk to an agent, you did a pre-check. And even some of our mailing of our early ballots, Orange County, we stole from them with their ReliaVote. Thank you very much, Orange County. Many years ago that they were using a system for Pitney Bowes that they used to send out credit cards. Those are as important as ballots. So they remodified that. So this is kind of looking at a pre-check-in system. Instead of having one e-poll book and a clerk behind here or two, as we did in the presidential preference, which had long lines, we can set up 3 to 6 terminals that are pre-check-in. You basically are coming in, the system is set up with a site book that has barcode scanners that can scan driver's license, voter ID, even digital voter IDs, which we're now offering as an app or in your wallet. You basically interface, there's privacy screens. This is a model here, if you, Mr. Commissioner Hicks. I made him about 10, 20 years younger here, so he doesn't get that too old card. I didn't want him to get that. But so an example, this is what you would see as a voter. You pre-check in, and we have a gatekeeper for the people that are, is anybody from Arizona here? No? Okay, good, just me. But nationally, if you're watching, we do have a gatekeeper. We do still require checking IDs at the polling place. It's a part of our state law. So Commissioner Hicks would come in, is this your name? And 95%, our data shows, and these, even from our e-poll books, and 95% of our voters swipe with a driver's license. So those voters walk right in, they swipe, is this your address? And this is how we get to our story about provisionals. For those percentage, 26,000 of our 56,000 provisionals, 2016, were address change. That's all they were. But they were a 3-part form, paper form. that, and excuse me, Ethel, and I use that name lovingly, but Ethel, who's usually 80 years old, is filling this out, and it takes time to spell Valenzuela, and it's usually not right. And there's a point of where this is where we eliminate a lot of our provisional. So here's where a voter usually would see a fillable form, basically, because with our Sitebook technology, we're not going through a third-party vendor, we're not going through a cloud, we're coming right into our voter registration database. So we're able to update. I will tell you the parties left blank here purposely for Commissioner Hicks. It used to say party when he was 30, just yes. That's all it used to say. But anyways, and a place to sign. So I'm going to go through really fast because I only got a couple of minutes to get to our provisional part. But basically, the voter checks in, they pre-check in, the ballot is automatically sent that is correct for them. We have 7,000 styles in our upcoming election primary. It doesn't matter, they can go through here, and they step over here to wait for their name to be called. It's the Starbucks of voting. I was going to put a Starbucks logo, but copyright infringement and such. But it basically is, you place your order, step to your side, our check-ins, and just so you get here, as far as the data we're getting from these Sitebooks, we can actually get all the way down to minute-by-minute check-ins, because it's not going through a cloud, it's not going through third party. We're getting actual live, open and closed data as far as seen on our dashboard. We're getting, even using it for board worker payroll. So you can see Benny here worked 15.3 hours, one of our hardest workers. So, but it's a multiple tool that is not only sped up check-ins. In our 2017 election, local election, it was a small election, only 1 million voters eligible for that election. We call a baby election. It took an average of 31 seconds to check in, and we only had 44 provisionals for that election. For those local elections, again, similar type elections, about 3,000. So that's a drastic 98% reduction. 2018, we had a congressional district special election. Our Congressman Franks offered or opted to resign for some reason. We'll leave it at that. And we had to have special elections. So in that, we had actually 531 provisionals. Similar type election would have been about 52,000 because we're updating registration right on the bat. We got all these analytics that allowed us to then look at these provisionals. So we can now grab data specific to provisionals and say, even if we get a like kind of election and we have, let's say, 10,000, we're currently looking at that data and we're saying, where are the high attrition rates? Where are people, more provisionals being cast? We can look at that data real time and say why. We have areas that are apartments around gateway testing grounds, which they have high transient employees, so those people tend to move a lot. So we know we can focus there with this data. Last but not least, we can also know then we can increase board workers in that area. We can have options for 3, 6, or 12 pre-check-in. So basically our provisional tools allow us, no matter what, with this particular option of where we were, how we got here, to do a lot of things, and we'll save a couple things for questions, answers, but the one big thing is on the provisional tool, this Sitebook has given us that ability to do real-time processing, but more importantly, to do it on the fly. And by that I mean is, for those of you that do old-time provisionals a whole 2 years ago for us, you had to wait till after Election Day or election night. We are actually getting that provisional the minute the voter casts a provisional, let's say they're not registered. And that's why. It's not that they do an address change. If they do an address change, they're fixing it right then and there. It's not a provisional. But they're not registered because they said their name is Ray, R-A-Y, and we got them as Reynaldo. So we are actually getting that data instantly at 6:01 a.m., working it and dispositioning it. We don't have election night provisionals any longer, other than the voter that votes at 6:59 provisionally. But so we've closed our polls in the last CD8 at 7:01. One of the data's there, or 7:05 I think was our latest. And we have our provisionals done by 7:10 p.m. that night. So again, some good tools to look at, and hopefully, you know, we are looking to program our Sitebook, and we actually my recorder is in NACO today receiving an award for that Sitebook, and he's looking to open source that, not to, again, to any e-poll book vendors out there to try to take any business, but when we perfect it, know that as a Robin duplicate, as penance for so much that we've stolen from other counties, we're willing to give back, so know that that's going to be an option if and when we work out any and all bugs. But that's our provisional tool that we're using as far and data that we're capturing from it.
Thanks, Ray. Jennifer?
Took me a minute. That was pretty awesome. That is so exciting. And we're going to talk a little bit about tools as well in my presentation. First of all, though, it's an honor to be here, and I want to thank the EAC for inviting me. About 10 weeks ago, I took off my hat as an election official and partnered with the Democracy Fund in what is turning out to be a really exciting project, looking at ways that we can increase trust in elections through audit standards and testing. And so the focus of my thoughts this afternoon, when we think about post-election data, we think about the way that we evaluate our elections, the way that we audit our elections. I want to think about it through the lens of increasing trust. And I've included this statement from Democracy Fund's Trust in Election project, and that our focus should be creating a system that is voter-centric and efficient and inspires trust in our electorate. So let's talk about post-election data for just a minute. We live in this era where data is almost ambient. It's everywhere, right? We live and breathe and work with data flowing all around us, and nothing. There's never been, I think, a better time in elections to be in a place where we start to be data-centric and data-driven. So how do we do that, and how do we capture that? First, we start by asking questions. So some of the things that we can think about after an election are who are our voters and how do they behave, and there's some counties out there that have done an exceptional job post-election of capturing all of this and showing this, and I'm not going to talk through all of these. I really just want to illustrate the data sources that are out there and the ways that we can think about framing questions around that. I will talk about that last one on there, though. That one has been really interesting, geomapping as something that's growing. I know we'll see more of that as we start to go through the re-precincting, but we use that in Arapahoe County as we tried to plan for vote centers to really look at geographically where our voters were located in and contrast that with the voting location that they chose to use. And most of the time, it's the closest location to them, but not always. And that's really helpful when you're trying to plan. So how do your voters behave? How well do you communicate with your voters? There's a plethora of data after an election that you can look at to try to understand if your instructions were understood, the instructions for completing a ballot, for returning a mail ballot, the information that you put on your website. The calls that come in can be really revealing. Amber talked about that earlier in changing processes to better inform voters. One of those that's new to me that I think is exciting is states and jurisdictions that are purchasing new voting equipment. Quite often now there's an electronic adjudication portion, and there's all kinds of data embedded in that. One of those things is ambiguous marks or marginal marks. And we really have the opportunity now to go in and look closer at that and how often they're made and how that ballot was interpreted because of that, and maybe come up with some better instructions or better design on our ballot. So that's an exciting thing in post-election data. How well are our processes? How effective are they? How effective is our training? So there's a lot of things that we can look at when we try to answer that question. I think one of the most effective in the county I just came from was looking at those poll worker hotline or troubleshooting logs. We did a really thorough evaluation after 2016, and one of the things that we found was a series of questions that was being called and repeated over and over again, something that was covered repeatedly in training, but obviously our training wasn't as effective as it should have been, and we weren't getting that message through, and so we went back from square one and we rebuilt our training based on the calls that were coming in and the troubleshooting logs that we saw. One of the things I put on there that I think might be interesting that's very low-tech, so we're not talking about a lot of data sets or spreadsheets, is inventorying of ballots and supplies. In my prior job in Utah, one interesting thing we did after the election was to inventory all of the supplies that came back, and for about 3 or 4 elections in a row, we noticed on our inventory sheets this listing of pencils. Now, the only reason that that was interesting is because we didn't send pencils out. So we did a drill down into the root cause, and what we found is we really needed to revamp our reconciliation form. Election judges or poll workers were concerned about filling out the form correctly, and so they were bringing pencils from home so that they could do all of the tallying and then erase the numbers and fill it in a pen. How effective was your planning and your resource allocation? We've heard a number of individuals today talk about the MIT resource allocation tool, the line management tool, and that's just as effective when you're planning for an election as doing a post-election evaluation or audit. It gives you an opportunity now to plug in real data and see how that compared with what you planned for in terms of how long did voters actually have to wait and what your throughput was. And I can see I'm running out of time, so I'm going to just skip through that. This is what we all want to talk about. How ballots were handled and were they tabulated correctly. So we know that there are a variety of things that we can look at to do that. We have our ballot reconciliation logs, our ballot manifest, our cast vote record, our adjudication audit logs, and chain of custody reports. Now, I know that there are a number of election officials sitting out there, and those that are listening are probably thinking, well, she captured a few of the data elements that we might look at to do some sort of audit or test or review, but she hasn't captured all of those, and you're correct. And there's a lot of information out there, and because there is so much, you would think that we, as an election body, would have captured all of that, and we would be doing these regular, robust audits and regular process reviews, and all 8,000 jurisdictions in the nation would have the world's best elections. I want to just pause for a minute, though, while we think about why and what makes it difficult to adopt those, and I want to talk about surgery and the history of surgery. So in 1846, William Morton administered ether for the first time. It was the first time that anesthesia was used in general surgery. I think you can see right away why it was a win for both the patient and the doctor. And it was quickly adopted. Within 2 months, most of the capitals in Europe were doing it, and within 6 years, of something that we saw done in just about every hospital in the country. Why is that? It was very visible and immediate effect, and folks could recognize that. And we see that, right, in the election community. We see processes or ideas such as vote centers where there's a win for the voter, there's a win for the election administrator, it's very visible and immediate, and so we adopt that. Post-election audits and risk-limiting audits and reviews are more like germ theory. So in 1877, Joseph Lister performed surgery and wanted to prove his theory about antiseptic surgery and using carbolic acid to reduce infection, and he did that by 85%. Mortality rates for those that had that process done went down considerably. But in over a generation, still less than half of surgeons were using that. And why do you think that is? It wasn't visible and it wasn't immediate. Weeks would go by after the surgery and they'd soon moved on to the other patients, or in our case, other elections. And we didn't need to think about it so much. And so I want you to think about, as we go through this presentation, how do we lessen the pain now and highlight the long-term benefits of regular, robust post-election audits and testing? And I will tell you what I think the answer is. Having been an election official in a very small jurisdiction where elections is one piece of what you do, and the other months out of the year you're issuing business licenses and you're doing planning and zoning, and you might be doing motor vehicle licenses. And so I think we need plug-and-play tools that we can give to officials to better use this, use the data and do so in a way that's easy and efficient for them. So what does that look like? We need plain language definitions. We need to clearly outline the necessary steps and deadlines, and we need to calculate the workload. Or have a calculator to determine the workload so they know up front what that's going to look like. It involves checklists, tools, templates, a way to practice and to collaborate with one another. And so I'm going to walk you very quickly through, those of you that thought in 8 to 10 minutes I was going to tell you how to do a successful statewide risk-limiting audit. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. I'm going to quickly walk through what such a playbook might look like, what such a checklist might look like, and just let you know that there are those collaborating to put some tools like this together. And a lot of these ideas I've borrowed, actually, from folks that have been doing audits for a very long time, and those are the individuals in the private sector who've been doing financial audits. And I won't read through this, but essentially they're saying the same thing. You've got to create definitions, you've got to create specifications, you've got to have the questions available so that this process becomes very routine. So when we talk about risk-limiting audits from the perspective of an election administrator, so I'm not going to talk about software tools that are necessary, I'm not going to talk about the responsibilities of a state to carry out something like this on a statewide level, but I just want to give you a quick overview of what it might look like for a local election official. Most of these things I think you'll recognize you're doing already. And most of these things are things that you're already familiar with. So it might include a workbook that talks about pre-scanning, how to organize and track your ballots, creating a documented plan for doing that, for reconciling your ballots, thinking about ballot batch size and what that means and how that's going to allow you to ensure that you're not going to lose or gain any ballots throughout the process. Ballot storage containers are the most simple but most essential part of the whole audit process. Think about this. What we're saying is that for an election with 400,000 ballots, we are going to be able to pinpoint to the exact ballot to pull that for audit. And so thinking about containers, labeling those, creating unique IDs for those, and thinking about a thoughtful storage plan for those is essential. The other key element in your pre-planning or pre-scanning is your ballot manifest, some sort of tool to map where all of those ballots are stored and how. We might also, in such a playbook, talk about ballot scanning. That's something you're going to do every day, whether you only scan on election day or you scan throughout the early voting process or post-election. There are some really simple steps that you have to go through. The key one is reconciling and verifying that the number of ballots scanned matches that tracking form that you're working with every day. And so I think you can see where I'm going with this. Organization really is key. So we talk about risk-limiting audits, we talk a lot about the theory, we talk about the statistics behind it, but as far as an election official is concerned, the key to a successful audit is the organization process. I'm going to skip quickly and just talk about ballot manifests, because I mentioned the need to have very clear definitions. Now there are a variety of academic definitions on what a ballot manifest is. And I think this is essential for every element within the risk-limiting audit process, is thinking, what's the simplest way that I can define this that's meaningful? For me, it means creating a map or a legend of how individual ballots and batches of ballots are stored. And it can be an Excel spreadsheet, it can be a paper log, it can be an electronic application that's been developed by a software developer. But it has to be independent of the voting system, and it has to be formatted in a way that shows certain fields that are going to be tied to your cast vote record. So the device that the ballot was scanned on, the unique batch number, the number of ballots that were scanned, and the storage container ID. It might look like this. I've got two examples here from two different counties in Colorado. This is for a statewide audit. If you're doing this countywide, those county names might be the names of your individual precincts. But the elements there are actually really pretty simple. It's the device, it's the batch. You can see that they're sequential, the number of ballots scanned into that batch, and then a location. And I've seen counties do something as simple for the location as just a box. I just visited a county that had 6 boxes full of ballots. And so it was box 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We talked about ballot storage. I'll skip that one, but there's some essential steps there that are critical to a successful audit. And then reconciling each day. So again, we have these data sources that are available to us. We have our cast vote record, we have our ballot manifest, and then we have the information from our voter database or our poll book, so that we can ensure those totals are matching before we move into the audit process. And it's really critical versus waiting till the end of the election to resolve discrepancies, that daily those get researched and resolved. And this is what a cast vote record would look like. And I think that's, again, something that maybe on its face can look a little bit daunting, but really it's simple. It's going to be unique to each voting system vendor, but a successful audit means understanding what each of those fields are and what they represent and how they're going to tie all of those pieces together when you go to reconcile or audit your ballots. And so you can see here, each individual ballot's assigned a unique number. And that unique number is then identifies which tabulator or scanner it was scanned on, which batch it contains. So in the example I've blown up there, you can see ballot 44851 was scanned on tabulator 3, and it was the 97th batch scanned on that scanner. And within that 97th batch, it was the 70th ballot. So it's pretty simple, actually. And there's some other information there. The audit itself, at that point, you've done all of the hard work. And now it's just about retrieving the ballots using the system that you've set up and entering the voter markings to do a comparison. Easy, right? We all are ready to jump in and do that. And I realize that I've left, like I said, it's a really complex process, and it's not something that we're going to be able to communicate in 8 to 10 minutes. But I want you to think about audits, risk-limiting audits specifically, but other types of audits and testing like a path. It's not an immediate destination, and I think sometimes we think, I don't have the resources, I don't have the infrastructure, the laws in my state or jurisdiction are not set in a way that would allow me to do this. But if you break it apart and recognize that there are different places along the path, there are a lot of things that are low-tech and things that you can do right now to put yourself further along that path that are really fairly simple and easy to carry out. So we have a lot of work to do. We talk about definitions. And I know there was was asked to delve into these a little bit more. I think we're partway there. We've been able to take, again, some pretty complex theory and come up with some somewhat simple definitions, but I don't think it's enough. I think we need to take, I've given you 3 right here, batch level comparison audits, ballot level comparison audits, and ballot polling audits, and think about a way to simplify that even more in a way that we can see it and understand it. So just in conclusion, how do we use post-election data to focus on prevention rather than intervention? Risk-limiting audits are a great way for intervention to immediately recognize if you've got a problem with your voting equipment and make a change. But how do we think beyond that? And why only just audit and test our voting equipment? Why not audit and validate other critical components of the election system as well? I'm going to skip that because of time. So I'm focused right now on creating a collaborative of state and local election professionals and subject matter experts to do just that, to think about different points along the system, different data elements that we can look at pre and post-election, and provide tools and guidelines and best practices and assistance for jurisdictions to implement those. I think we all need to become audit experts. A lot of times we turn to the professionals, we turn to the advocacy groups or the academics to inform our legislators or to inform others on the resources we need, but I think as election administrators, we need to do that. We need to be able to confidently explain how these terms work and how these processes work so that we can be driving that policy in our own communities. Charles talked earlier about experts. We're starting to see, as he mentioned, a number of experts in the field. We have legal experts, we have communication and social media experts, data analysts and IT experts. I think we need auditing and quality control experts. But until then, because I understand the resource limitations, we need to learn to be pit crews and not cowboys, and learn to, as Ray said, steal from one another, collaborate with one another. And that's something that's in the works. I don't have time to talk about it, but a shared customizable tool to help expedite the risk-limiting audit, the actual comparison process. And I'll just conclude with this. It was a statement from the National Commission on Federal Election Reform. Americans can and should expect their electoral system to be a source of national pride and a model to all the world. And as I said, we're at an exceptional time. I think that is happening, and I'm excited to be a part of that. And if you're interested in collaborating or sharing your expertise, you can know where to find me.
Thanks, Jennifer. Next, Kara. Thank you.
Which button? Just this one? Okay. Let's try it. The middle one? No, the one on the right. Right here? Okay.
Thank you for having me. My name is Kara Ron, and I am the Voter Services Director for Chester County, Pennsylvania. I have learned a lot today, so I hope that we can be invited to participate in these again. I was first introduced to the idea of collecting data also from Charles a few years ago when I participated in a Department of State presentation, and felt at that time somewhat out of control of all the things that an election director has to manage. So what I chose to do in that time is, and was inspired to start to collect the data so that I could be in control of some of the decisions or some of the factors that impacted myself and my staff. And data is a place that you can find that control and that confidence and that comfort. So for me, it was a reaction to 2016, which a lot of us, I think, over the course of today have fallen on our swords that we know we can do better or with data could be more efficient. So as an election director, as a county employee, I have a balancing act like many of us. We have to manage long lines in Chester County are a common conversation with our commissioners and myself. Meeting the expectations of the Pennsylvania Election Code. I asked a question earlier because I think there's so many really wonderful ideas here, but a lot of us are also trying to tie that back to how Pennsylvania law requires that we do certain things. So there's another piece to balance, balancing county resources. We're a government agency. We are lean, and we are obligated to be respectful to the resources that we're given to do our job and spend them wisely. And then overall, we have an obligation towards customer service. The voters on Election Day and other times throughout the year, of course, are our customers, and they will be grading us, so to speak, on the experience that they have for the 15 minutes that they're in casting their vote. So to keep that in mind, we have a customer service piece to this as well. So they were some of the drivers to me trying to understand the constraints that we were under and also still try to make those improvements moving forward. Okay. The other thing that just in general, I think a lot of industries are facing, and certainly elections are, we're at a little bit of a conflict as far as the expectation for quick service. You know, we talk a lot about everything today is fast with its technology. If you talk to a child, an hour waiting for something is torture, you know. So that is another factor that comes into play with voting, where we have rules and regulations set up and equipment and other things that are not quite set up to be as responsive as the expectation of our voters. I tease that if you ask a poll worker, how did the lines go today? They'll say, well, pretty good. If you ask a voter, one voter might say, I only had to wait 10 minutes. Another voter might say, I had to wait 10 minutes. So every voter that comes in has a different perspective, and we do need to respect those different perspectives as we go through these processes and looking for improvements. But that's hard because those expectations are literally all over the place. So just a little bit about Chester County. We have about 350,000 registered voters, 228 polling locations. We have some very small locations. We have some larger locations. So the logistics of each of those locations is pretty unique. We are a paper ballot county. We have hand-marked paper ballots, and then we also have a DRE machine in each precinct as well. As most of us know, we have a 4-year election cycle, so no election matches or mirrors the one just previous to it. So a lot of times the data that we collect really has to have some runtime in order to have some good comparisons, which is a unique hurdle for election directors. We're not at Disney. We're not taking daily data points or hourly data points. We have 2 days a year to track the information, And then sometimes we have to wait a few years to actually compare it. So if I can make a plug for anyone who hasn't jumped into the data collection game, just start collecting it. You might not know what to do with it yet, but if you miss the opportunity to collect, you're just prolonging that cycle from actually getting started, which I was equally guilty of up until about a year and a half ago. And then, as you know, voter turnout varies. This past election, we had a 16% turnout, which is a bummer, but that's what we had. So to compare that turnout to a presidential would be silly as far as resources and efficiencies. But the expectations of the voters are the same, whether they show up every election or only every 4 years. And just to share there, we have about the equivalent of about 1,200 full-time, full-day poll workers. We average about the equivalent of about 5 full-day staff per precinct in order to keep the show going on Election Day. So I mentioned we started with the algorithm provided by the Caltech MIT research and found it extremely easy to use. We joked a little bit about my nuclear background, and I was a process improvement person there, so data was everything. And again, I went back to what I was comfortable with, is with data you can understand the situation and then spend your resources wisely on how to get after that. The other thing I like to joke is nothing can go wrong in a nuclear power plant, and nothing should go wrong on Election Day either. The pressure is there. So what we do with the data is we try to deduct where we should be spending our resources. We can't solve every data piece that comes up, but we can use our resources most efficiently and make some educated forecasts. So I just have a couple samples here to kind of show where, from a volume perspective, it may not be a big deal, but from a customer perspective, it hurts. So in this example, this last November, on the left here, I show total number of voters that showed up that day and how many lines they were running. We do not have electronic poll books. We have paper poll books in Chester County. So our bottleneck is at the check-in table. One thing that we did through some anecdotal polling was we realized that the number of privacy booths and the like, we started providing clipboards even in some of our polling locations, that if someone really needed to get out and were less concerned about having a privacy booth to stand in to vote, we offered a clipboard so that we were able to let those folks get out quicker if they were in a rush, and those that wanted to wait for a privacy booth to open up had that option as well. So we just provided some simple things like that to let folks keep moving. Now I can do that. I have paper ballots in that example. So my line focus is really at that check-in table. And I call my poll worker Sally. I know we have an Ethel and a couple, Dimple was another name. So here is an example. In this polling location, we only had a 30% turnout. We ask our poll workers just to track for us at the top of every hour how many folks are standing in line and in what line they're in. Very simple, easy for the poll workers to keep track of. They set a little alarm on their phone, jot the number down. That's all we need. Quickly, I could say to the judge of elections in this particular precinct, you need to run more lines in the morning. But the rest of the day, you could probably settle down. So if you only have so many resources, where are we going to ask them to double down? It's going to be in the morning. Now, that particular poll worker, as an example, if you walk in and you go to vote and your last name starts with a B, you're really annoyed that there's no one else in that other line, but you have to stand in a line of 10 people waiting to get your ballot checked in. That's something that a poll worker might not consider as something that they need to worry about because they're busy, they're doing their job. But from a customer satisfaction perspective, that seems like a pretty easy one to get after. So this is an example of something we would share with that judge of elections. At as low as a 30% turnout, we already have a problem. What are we going to do at a 40, a 50, a 60% turnout? So instead of having a conversation that sounds like the election director is telling the elected poll worker how to do something differently, we're using data to normalize that conversation and then together come up with solutions that we think might work for this particular precinct. And this goes for any other business that you stand in line and you're annoyed that there's 15 closed checkouts and there's only 2 people working and there's a huge line. It's a similar feeling that I think people have when they walk into a polling location. So this one, not a large turnout, 395 folks all day, 16% turnout. They had a small line all day. One more person would have satisfied no one having to wait at this precinct at all for that day. So in a 16% turnout, I would likely not spend a lot of time trying to fix this precinct. But in a presidential or a gubernatorial election, I'm going to make sure that this judge of elections is not running the precinct the same way that they always do, because this is not going to work for a higher turnout. So again, the data allows me to have the conversation in a less threatening way, since we all here in Pennsylvania have elected poll workers to try to manage or work with. And then what we do too is we ask if the poll workers are able to, or they have the time, in our numbered list of voters book, which is another tool that our poll workers are required to use, to track at the top of each hour, just right next to the person's name, who is in line at that hour, so that we actually can then go further to see how many people voted in that particular hour just by taking a quick look at our numbered list of voters book. So that's another way for us to see if the line's consistent all day, or if it just so happened to be at the top of that hour there was a line. And these are simple things that we can ask our poll workers to do on the spot versus while we're putting out the other fires like tornadoes and the like back at the office. So we do not have, I mentioned, we do not have e-poll books. We're looking for something else like that to take us to the next level within the polling location as we look for new equipment. But I think that it's important for us to realize that the volume is likely not going to change coming into the polls. Where the line builds is what's going to change. So we need to consider, if we fix kind of that whack-a-mole game, if we fix one, it will likely create an issue or a line somewhere else. So I'm really trying to take the data that I'm using now, even to go into what type of new election equipment I'm going to purchase, so that I'm really looking at the big picture and not just the lines that are forming at the front desk, because that will likely dissipate or hopefully not become an issue at all if we select the technology to help us along there. So the other thing is that we've talked about a little bit is our poll workers. There's a learning curve. Anything new can be scary sometimes, but what we've decided to do is build in the data collection as part of their poll worker training, as if it's just another thing that's expected to be done at the polls that day. What we did in the beginning was we asked for it as an add-on, and we got a very low response rate from our poll workers. The new poll workers are coming in, and we're just kind of making it part of our process, and we're up over 50% now on our return rate. The other thing we're learning is making sure that the way that we're training to collect the data is important. Bad data is not going to get us anywhere. So we've had some interesting responses to our form that didn't quite match what we were looking for. So we're still working through it. We have absolutely not arrived, but we're trying, and I feel confident already with the data that we do have, the pockets of the polling locations that we maybe need to put some more resources to. I think bottom line, even with the data collection, is that in Pennsylvania, our poll workers are still the most critical piece to the puzzle. They need to be educated, they need to be willing and interested, as I am, towards this data and towards that customer experience and the customer satisfaction. What happens on election day can make or break the reputation of the county, frankly, of someone's experience. So what we're doing, just to show an example of what we're doing with the data besides just coaching our judges of elections on what we could do better, is we're now using the data to look at where the pockets are of where we're having a hard time finding poll workers. to take the show on the road and go to businesses who offer, maybe they offer days off if you do a United Way Community Day. Well, maybe they can add poll workers to the list of opportunities that their employees could have the day off if they're going to go offer some civic support in the polls. It's a nonpartisan effort. It's servicing their community. Why aren't we looking at servicing our polling locations like we do other nonprofit opportunities throughout the year? We go to Rotary clubs. We'll talk to college students, high school students. We have some very active honor society groups that will send us student poll workers, and they're amazing. And they're a really nice balance to the generational mix that we have in our polling locations now. And then I think we're also going to need to identify which polling locations this data is requiring us to do more of a hands-on survey or field review versus just collecting the data from the poll workers to get after what they might need specifically. We talk a little bit about the characteristic of each precinct. We have some where the nursing home bus loads up and goes to vote at 10 a.m. So that particular location has a different set of needs and expectations in a different time of day than a heavy commuter area where the rush is going to build at 7 a.m. So to treat everyone the same is, I think, a waste of county resources. We really need to kind of dig in to get the specificity that the data can provide us, and also the comfort to know that there are certain precincts that are doing just fine, and we have the data to feel comfort in that and not just the anecdotes that we might hear from our poll workers or from others. Okay, so that was it. Thank you.
Bridget?
Oh, here you go. So it's this button here.
Okay, let's break it. Thank you. Ready,
Oh,
Brenda?
yes, I'm going to be.
Great.
So in many ways, it's appropriate that I'm going last because what I hope to do in this presentation is talk about the role of evaluation and leave you with some thoughts about how you might approach that while integrating some of the things people have talked about throughout the day with respect to the way they have used innovation to address the challenges they've experienced in their jurisdictions. And also try not to break the clicker. Okay. Oh, look at that. All right. So evaluation is effectively the systematic investigation of the merit, worth, or significance of any object. And so when we think about this as it relates to election administration, evaluation is really an opportunity. It's an opportunity to gather data and demonstrate the ways in which policies or programs that have been enacted in jurisdictions and that can enhance the way you do your jobs, and perhaps more broadly, the way citizens experience the democratic process. And so while we often think of evaluation in real social scientific terms, it clearly doesn't need to be. It can be, the nature of evaluation can take on a variety of forms. It can be very descriptive, just thinking about gains and reductions, or also be statistically rigorous. But regardless of the approach, evaluation should be something that isn't intimidating, but something that you view as a resource or a tool that can continually be utilized as we think about ways to improve and enhance the administration of elections. And so why do this? If you haven't been convinced yet, here are some other reasons. So one reason to engage in evaluation is that it allows you to am I too close to this? It allows you to establish model programs and best practices by providing feedback about what worked and what didn't work. So if you can think about some of the voter outreach and information approaches people have discussed, poll worker training, also the way in which equipment is delivered to polling sites, all of these things are opportunities to consider places for improvement. If we think about public administration more broadly, evaluation is a tool of good management and quality improvement. It can be used to gain insight into effective strategies on how to improve performance, measure impact, improve implementation and effectiveness, better manage limited resources. One theme that's consistently been discussed throughout the day is the best way to utilize limited resources that people who work in elections have. It's also an opportunity for you to document program accomplishments, to justify current program funding, to perhaps convince the powers that be that you need a little more money. And also, evaluation is an opportunity to satisfy ethical responsibility to the public and demonstrate the positive and negative effects of things you might be doing in your office. And so this is particularly true if we think about the ways in which society is increasingly concerned about accountability and results. Evaluation is the opportunity to demonstrate what you did, why you did it, and how it benefited the public. And beyond that is an opportunity for you to contribute to the body of knowledge that exists in the area of election administration, to share with your peers what it is that you're doing, the successes that you had, and allow them the information so they can think about how they might integrate what worked for you in their particular jurisdiction. And so, just like we've talked about there being a variety of ways to address challenges, there are also a variety of approaches to think about what sort of solutions are going to be in the best interest for your particular office on the front end. And so one approach to doing this is a logic model. And so a logic model is basically just a map. It is a simplified picture of a program, initiative, or intervention that is responsive to a given situation. It requires you to think about the resources you need to prioritize the problem or challenge you are currently facing, and perhaps not most importantly, but also importantly, it requires you to think about the short-term, intermediate, and long-term outcomes of the intervention you implement. And those things are often measurable, right? And so it allows you to think about what it is that you need to do in order to address your specific issue. And so a situation is simply just a challenge. So if we think about the beginning of the logic model, it's a challenge that you're faced with, whether it be the result of a particular problem you've experienced in a previous election, or if you're just thinking about ways to enhance what voters experience on election day. You would then think about sort of what resources you have to allocate to address to this particular problem, what it is that you're going to do, and then again, like I said earlier, what the outcomes are going to be once you implement whatever policy or practice you've decided to use. Here is, Here is an election administration-specific logic model that was produced by two of my colleagues, Drs. Kathleen Hale and Mitchell Brown. And so if you look at this particular logic model, you can see to the far left that the issue discussed in this particular jurisdiction is low voter turnout, and then below that you see the resources that are going to be necessary to address this particular problem, and then immediately to the right of the problem you see the activity that in this particular scenario they've decided to focus on, which is a nonpartisan reminder that is sent before the election. And so if you consider short-term outcomes, obviously one thing would be that hopefully the voter shows up to vote. But if we think beyond that, you can think about a person becoming a consistent voter, so voting regularly in elections. And then more broadly, you can think about increased democratic functioning as we think about participation being an important component of living in a representative democracy. So in thinking about the types of evaluation, there are many, and here are just four. And so in listening to the presentations throughout the day, we've in very not so direct ways kind of discussed all of them, but I'm going to share them with you anyway. So the first is the formative or planning phase. This might be where you would introduce a logic model to address a specific issue. But the idea is that you, during this phase, will think about what is actually feasible, appropriate, or acceptable. And so that clearly is going to vary from one jurisdiction to the next because we all face different challenges or opportunities in different environments, whether they be related to our resources, the political environment, et cetera. But the beauty of this particular phase of evaluation is that it shows you, or it should help you understand the extent to which the program is going to be needed, or understood. And it's useful for making modifications before you make a major investment into any approach to address a particular problem. Okay. So the next type of evaluation is process evaluation. And so this is the type of evaluation you would engage in once you have begun a program and throughout it. And so it's basically monitoring. And so if we think about the situation in Colorado or in other states where we look at peaks and valleys in voter turnout and think about the ways in which we might better allocate resources, that's an example of process evaluation. And so the beauty of process evaluation is it lets you see over the length of your program how well it's working, and can also alert you to any challenges with respect to the protocol that you might need to address to ensure it is as successful as you anticipate it to be to address the challenge that you initially began with. There's also outcome effectiveness evaluation, which is kind of self-explanatory, but it basically allows you to determine or assess the extent to which you are making steady progress towards your ultimate goal. It's useful because obviously it lets you know if the program is being effective, and allows you to also sort of engage in some monitoring in that particular process as well. And then lastly, you have impact evaluation, which basically is there to just allow you to determine if you did in fact achieve your ultimate goal. And it's also useful because it will allow you to provide evidence or data to think about whether or not you're going to proceed with the program in the future, to allow you to assess the extent to which what you did was efficient and effective, and also allow you to think about if perhaps when you do it in the future, or if you do it in the future, if you need to increase the scale at which you approach this particular activity, because it was just so amazing. Thank you. All right. So in thinking about the different approaches to evaluation, one might ask themselves, well, which approach is right? And the answer is, it depends. This is like being in one of my classes. There are no answers. But there are questions you can ask yourself to get a sense of what type of evaluation is going to be the most useful given the phase of your project. So one question is to ask yourself about utility. So who is going to need the information from this evaluation, and what is it specifically do they need? You would also ask yourself, how feasible is it? So how much money, time, or effort can you actually put into the evaluation? You're also going to think about propriety, who needs to be involved in the evaluation to be ethical, and then lastly, what design will lead to accurate information? And so thinking about what you just said earlier about all data isn't good. You need good data to do good evaluation, to make good decisions. So the idea about evaluation is effectively to be thoughtful and sort of think sooner rather than later about what it is that you're doing and what kind of questions you would like to be able to answer when you're done, so that you can identify and think about and collect data that will allow you to complete the kind of evaluation that is most useful and add value to the work that you do in the field more broadly. Oh, and thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Great. Well, thank you all to the panel. I have a couple of questions. Do I still have enough time to ask some questions? Great. I'll start with Ray. Ray, when we were talking on the phone before in planning for this, you described your check-in system as an e-poll book on steroids. And since my first job in this field was as a poll worker, I'm particularly curious about how the poll worker training went, both from the start to the finish, like when you announced that you were having this e-poll book on steroids, and what the process was, and how the poll workers handled it.
Just to let you know that I took a tour of Philly, and they said that 9 out of 10 times the answer is Ben Franklin or cheesesteak. But that doesn't answer that. But truthfully, it was actually a robust. We have re-implemented what we call deputy registrar program, which in Arizona you had to be a deputy registrar 19-aught to register somebody. That went away, anybody could register. We actually reinstated it, not because of registration, but to train up folks and give them a certification, because it's still in statute. And part of it was grabbing all of our poll workers and saying, we want you to be experts in the process, so come back 100 at a time on every Saturday. And I mean this as in the tone that I'm saying. Every Saturday I was there prior to our launch. And we launched this, when we told our IT, just as a point of reference, 2017, April 1st, 2017, they thought it was April Fool's joke that we wanted this launched by November 2017, within a few months. And Bill Gates didn't even think we could do it. And Bill Gates is a councilman in Arizona, not the real Bill Gates. But just so you know, we like to say that. But probably the real Bill Gates probably thought we couldn't do it as well. But what we've done is we brought in our board workers, 100 at a time on weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, and what you saw on that screen was our sandbox, was a demo board worker polling place setup. And one of the things that we bringing them in, we wanted them to touch this pre-check-in. We're basically saying, you're now in the back of that, behind that ballot man, walking, waiting for somebody to raise their hand to say, little blinking light, show me your ID. That's basically TSA. You can pre-check in, get your boarding pass, but they don't get their ballot till they show that ID. But that's all they were doing. So unless they needed assistance, 99% of the people. So we walked them through. One of the key things that they loved about us is because it is somewhat technical equipment, we have launched a T-Tech program where we set up the whole polling places. So all of our, and we are in a vote center model as well, so we're doing a lot of things to taper down our polling places. So we go and set those up. The board workers, all they need to do is show up with their, and we have an inspector and a backup inspector that has a badge that launches those site books, opens up the payroll program, which is the most important thing for them to check in. And they don't do anything on election night other than secure the ballots and bring in the edge cartridge, so to speak, our touchscreen, and they don't even touch those. So part of the training was to have them go through that environment, and kind of like Dimples, who, maybe was a little bit hesitant. The first time we thought, well, you can't do this, you can't, it's, we walked them through. We actually lined them up outside the corridor, 100 at a time, and said, we're going to walk you through and have you vote and print an actual ballot. And they looked at us, and we said, on our schedule, it said 15 minutes, and they said, this is an hour. We're board workers. We know this takes an hour. 15 minutes with that pre-check-in process. And one key thing about that pre-check-in is it goes so fast that we do get a backlog of people waiting for the ballot to be printed. But even that, the one thing, the feedback we got was they didn't mind that. They don't mind waiting 5-6 minutes to get their ballot. They've been checked in. They feel served. So it's not that they're, if it is busy and we've gotten to that point where those 100 people coming in, that they still said that they got to commingle with their neighbors, but not outside wondering what's going on. Instead, they know they've been served and they're just waiting for that. So our part of it was our training was, to this day, we have nothing but 100% positive feedback from both Ethel and our Step Up teenage program groups that actually are big and helpful in this technology.
That's great. Thank you. All right, I'll just go in order. Jennifer, I know you said it's complicated, but I'm going to ask you to do something hard. And just, so let's say hypothetically I'm on the phone for 45 minutes with, a particular county election official, and I need to explain what the difference is, say, between risk-limiting audits and other kind of post-election audits. Can you give me an elevator speech?
What was that?
He said it was 47 minutes that he was on the phone with me the other night.
So I think one of the most important things to think about when you think about post-election audits, so 25 states nationally do some type of post-election audit that's based on a flat formula, right? We take 3% of ballots or 1,000 ballots, and it doesn't matter what the margin is of the races that are being audited, it's a flat rate. What's different about risk-limiting audits is, first of all, we're basing the sample size on the margin. So the closer, the tighter the margin is, makes sense, right? Or we want to audit more ballots. And the wider that is, we're going to decrease. And so we gain some efficiencies there. The other important element of that is that we institute this idea of randomness. So instead of just grabbing the top batch in a box of ballots or the first scanner that happens to be lined up in our warehouse, we're going to go through this process of randomly selecting those all the way to the point of the best practice or the recommendation is to actually start with a random seed. I think a lot of you have seen our dice rolling event in Colorado. Well, the whole point of that, it doesn't have to be dice, is that we eliminate any possibility for somebody to try to manipulate the system. So we create a random seed. We plug that into a pseudo-random number generator. I'm looking at Mark to make sure I get my terms right. And we use that to do a very random sampling of our whole pool of ballots based on the margins, based on the diluted margin, meaning the difference between the winner and the loser divided by the total number of ballots that were cast in that race. And then we set a risk limit. And so we may say, for instance, that our risk limit is going to be 5%. And this is where I stumble a little bit. But what we're saying essentially is there is a 5% chance that at the end of this audit we will not have caught any issues or something that would have changed the outcome of the audit. And I think that particular part, defining a risk limit, to me has been the most challenging. And I've been called to task on that a number of times. And every time I get to the end, I get a blank look. And so there's got to be a better, easier way to communicate, one, what a risk limit is. But I think the important thing when we talk about a traditional audit versus a risk limiting audit is that we are basing it on the margin of victory when we're doing it in a way that is a random sampling process. And then I guess the third thing is it's not essential, so it's not absolute that we do a ballot comparison audit. And I talked about that, and we're fortunate, states that central count have the advantage to be able to do that. So we're going to go pinpoint an exact ballot. We're going to take a look at that, and we're going to evaluate the voter markings on that compared with the way that the election system tabulated that. But there are opportunities within that risk-limiting audit theory to do what is called a batch-level comparison audit. So we may be in a precinct count, a voter-facing scanner, precinct polling place model where we may not be able to pinpoint right to that ballot. Now, that's not the most effective. I think there will be a lot of argument to go to a ballot level comparison, but that's another term that I think we start to throw those two terms around, ballot level, batch level. What does that mean? How do we explain that in a way that's easy for voters as well as election officials to understand? And I didn't answer that, but that is essentially taking the batch and hand counting the batch and then comparing the totals of that to the totals from the equipment on that batch. So how did I do?
You said you're working on a really user-friendly thing, right?
That's the plan.
So you'll keep in touch and let us know, and we can circulate it to
Absolutely.
everybody? Awesome. Thank you. Because I know I'm going to get feedback. Kara, can I ask you, talking about the data that you're doing, as you know, in Pennsylvania, we're going to be transitioning across the state to new systems. What would you, can we learn from the data that you're collecting? Where would you start if you were advising? We're going to have line management is going to be changing, right, with different systems. And some counties are going to be going from DRE machines to hand-marked paper ballots or some combination. Where would you start if you were advising a county that was going to make a change? What would be the first set of steps they should take to start the line management data collection?
Well, yeah, okay. So the first thing that I would share for anyone in Pennsylvania is I'd be happy to share the model that we use, which we, I forget what R&D stood for, but we robbed and duplicated as well. So I'll share that just in the same vein. But the voter turnout and the voter characteristics and the voter details that you have now are likely not going to change with whatever equipment that you get. Their regular voting patterns are going to likely stay the same. And of course, a lot of us have been caught off guard from time to time with political landscape and changes there. But for the most part, if you can understand voter flow now, you can use that data to then apply it to what the efficiencies you may be able to get from that future equipment. Because your voters are still going to be the same. They're still going to show up at 7 or at 10 or at 7:59 in Pennsylvania. We close at 8 p.m. and we always have folks rushing in at the last minute, certainly. So I would say that you just have to start. And you can start as soon as November And I'd be happy to share the tools that we're using, and it's very easy for our poll workers to understand. And then also start now getting the buy-in from our poll workers in Pennsylvania that we need their help with this data. This is not a reflection on how they're doing. They're absolutely doing the best that they can do, but none of us can move that ball without the data that only they can collect for us on Election Day. So like I had to do, I just had to kind of rip the Band-Aid off and jump in and start collecting the data. It's daunting for an election director to worry about all the things that we worry about. But once we got the ball rolling, it's very common for us now, and it's a very doable program.
Well, thank you for offering to share your resources, because I'm sure it's very appreciated by the other counties. Can I ask one more question before going to the, okay. Bridget, unless you don't want me to ask a question. You know, I was curious, you know, with the power of storytelling, if you have an example of a circumstance where, you know, the kind of process that you were talking about with evaluation really made the difference from going from a problem to a solution that had, you know, you talked about short-term, medium-term, long-term. Do you have an example where you could just share? And I'm sorry, if you don't, we'll go to audience questions.
So I have a kind of story.
Stories are
like
good. Andy,
story.
you could make it up.
Story. Oh, you want me to lie? That's terrible.
Illustrative.
We just talked about good data and information all day. So it's not so much a story about me watching the process work through with a specific to address a specific solution, but I can tell you about conversations I've had about people who have used it. So one of the things that I and my colleagues at Auburn do in our work with the Election Center is we spend a lot of time talking to election officials from around the country about challenges they are facing and the ways in which they address them. And so what I have found, this is like a half answer. So what I have found, though, when through some of the courses we present the logic model to them, the reaction tends to be very positive. So on the one hand, there's a lot of griping about, oh, another activity that I have to sit through and do. But then what I see is when people actually sit down and think about what it is that they actually need to do and the resources they're going to need to commit and sort of what their actual outcome is. So just beyond the short term, we want people to vote, or beyond, we want people to understand when a specific deadline is, but thinking about the bigger picture of how election administration fits into this thing that we like to call democracy. I've seen perhaps the biggest impact beyond that when people step outside of themselves and their specific circumstance and think about how their decisions impact their communities and states and the country more broadly. That's my non-answer.
Great. That was a great non-answer. Thank you again. Do I have time for audience questions? Can't actually see that far. Okay, great. Are there audience questions? Yeah. No audience questions. Is there still chocolate?
I have just one more thing to say is that when we talk about the top side, I just want to let you know in Arizona, we do have we don't have tornadoes, but we have rain. And I just wanted you to know that when it rains, that is our natural disaster. I just want, yeah. I was making notes here, and I said I got to make sure to ask about tornadoes. I never heard of them.
Great. Well, we do actually have some audience questions. So, are there? I'm sorry, the bright lights are a little blinding, but you got a question? Okay.
Hi, I'm Paris Hoter. I'm a consultant and looking into what all of you are doing that's so terrific. And I'm a CPA from Wall Street originally, so there's some very interesting subjects going on here. One of you brought up the question of precinct surveying. And I was wondering, have any of you, since some of you in the audience who have already been on the dais have talked about setting up your email structure with your clients and constituency, those of you like in Pennsylvania where you don't have that necessarily, that ability and stuff, how are you, all of you, looking at communicating? And so many online tools are made for surveying and getting feedback. Are we looking into that as something that you're going to be rolling out? Are people rolling it out? Have they rolled it out? Are you clear on what I was talking about? I'm talking about, you talked about customer satisfaction. You talked about getting feedback as to what does the voter really need. And you're kind of doing it in a paper way, I gathered, at the moment. But obviously, an online, monkey tool or something like that would be so efficient. Are we looking at that kind of communication for this industry?
For Maricopa, we actually did utilize SurveyMonkey. It's a unique name there, but and we got positive feedback because we're rolling out something new, and we really wanted that. So we had the ability to know who's checked in. We go back to our voter registration, who has emails, who has text, or given us a cell phone, and we responded in a short, brief 5-question. And we're looking future forward because we can build our site book and without having to go, and again, not to bash third-party vendors, but we can tweak this as much as we want without a cost to it. We're going to actually add. We need to slow down our check-in process. It's so fast to backlog the Starbucks waiting for your caramel macchiato ballot kind of thing. So we're actually going to have that part of that end process. Would you like to take a 2-question, 5-star? Did you wait? And I know Don Palmer's not here or not, but we're partnering with the bipartisan to do. We'll be able to do some line studies, have people wear a badge that drop at the end of the line when you come in, help us service. But all of that survey stuff we're already doing now. I actually just got my text that how was my early voting experience. So we were already implementing that text, and because I cast before I left, and I should tell them how 5-star the director is. And anyways, but so we're already implementing, and I know that I seen this. I heard it today on the text, the email. So it's just more involved, but at least in Maricopa, we are already looking at that survey structure.
I can say in Chester County, we are not there yet, frankly, but we are jealous, and we'd like to. We have the energy towards trying to understand those perspectives in a data-driven way, in addition to maybe the anecdotal comments that the general public may provide. I talked a little earlier about everyone's version of 10 minutes is very different, so it's hard to chase that. But if we have the data and then maybe the additional anecdotal after that, then that would, I think, give us a nice marriage of information. So not yet. Yeah.
Other questions?
Yeah.
There's a,
Oh, sorry.
oh, sorry.
Right here. Oh, yeah, I'm Sarah Brannon. I'm an attorney with the Voting Rights Project at the ACLU. And I just had a general question. I was really interested in Maricopa County. When did you guys adopt the vote centers? And then what are the parameters for, can you go anywhere in the whole county to use any vote center? And I also noticed you mentioned on your slide that you have real-time ballot printing capacity. So, this just seems like such an efficiency to prevent people from going to the wrong location. So if you could also speak to how well it actually works to do. I know sometimes real-time ballot printing can be very time-consuming, but of course it helps voters a great deal. So I'd be interested to know a little bit about what experience you guys have had with that specifically too.
We try not to speak to the ACLU or. No, actually, we work with Sarah. We know that Sarah has been working with us, and we are very. But as far as the process itself, all of the vote centers we've been using theoretically for almost a decade with early voting, meaning it's been a vote anywhere. Early voting, we had ballot on demand. We've always had that, but the ballot on demand system we had took 8 minutes to print a ballot. But it was not low turnout. So we just literally in January 1 of 2017 is when we got a new model of ballot on demand that could do it in 30 seconds or less. And that's when we started saying with that kind of ability that we can offer this. So we added that to an election day environment for local. I will say that Arizona still has a statute that doesn't allow for vote anywhere on election day for a federal election. So these 2018, we were going to be running a hybrid. And are there any Arizona legislators in here? Well, those, no, I'm just kidding, because this is national. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot that. But no, the fact is that it takes a lot of data to prove your process, to prove your. So we have done it for local elections throughout this local election. Some of the numbers you saw were actually vote anywhere local election November, 1 million voters, but still, it was not a full statewide or federal election. This election, they have allowed us to run a hybrid, meaning we will still have precinct-based, consolidated locations that we won't call vote centers, but there's 2 precincts showing up to 1 location. That's how not skirting the law, that's not the right way to say that. We don't fix elections, but we're consolidating locations for this 2018 to do a hybrid, and we will have 40 locations that will be vote anywhere, but we are advertising that if you go there, they're not precinct-based, so we're doing a happy medium, but right now you're correct that what the numbers you saw there were for a vote center for all our locals, and this 18 will be hybrid.
Asking is a good model to promote to other states, not from an aggressive perspective, because that 30 seconds, that's fabulous. Like,
Yeah,
that's
that's
just
amazing.
such a great efficiency, and I'm actually very fascinated. That's great you guys are doing a model, because hopefully you will get some good data to promote perhaps a legislative change.
And that's the beauty of this data summit, because we're going to draw this data to, I even talked with Amber about her great infographics that she does. We're going to rob her graphic folks, and because we need to promote this a better way to our legislatures to say, this is what the data shows is where we want to go.
Is there one more question? Yes, looks like over here.
Sorry. Well, what I wanted to ask, the whole issue of evaluation, can that be used to also verify that a voter voted the way they wanted to vote, that votes can't be changed afterwards? Like, is there a process to track that? I mean, that's one of my main concerns is with the security of the elections, that the evaluation process, especially like what was spoken of today, will that help to verify that the election is true and honest?
You want to address that?
I will answer that. So that's exactly what the audit does. That's exactly what the risk limiting audit does. And so it's looking at 2 things, right? It's making sure that the voting equipment operated the way that it was programmed to operate. So did it tabulate the ballot the way that the ballot was marked? But the interesting thing that we found throughout the process was it didn't just validate the voting equipment, but it also validated our training of poll workers, of election judges in adjudicating voter intent. And that's really critical, especially to what you were speaking about. If a voter marks a ballot, and let's assume they don't mark it exactly the way that the instructions provide, they make a mistake, or they overvote a race, or some other situation happens that it would require a set of election judges or poll workers to evaluate that and make a decision, the audit verifies that that was done correctly. Now, one thing that's really important, I think, is for states to think about adopting uniform voter intent guidelines. That's really helpful, so that county by county, we're not making different decisions on what is a correctly marked ballot. But yes, the audit verifies both of those.
And if I may just add, in front of that, we also, similar to what we have is a ballot status, or Colorado has ballot trace. Some of that lends credibility to say, your ballot has been received. It's in process. My next email or text will be your ballot has been verified and counted. Now the audit then says we've done logic and accuracy, has it counted? So you got a lot of front end for the individuals when we start rolling these out and people start robbing and duplicating some of this text process and email process that soon will be standard, I think, with all of our election folks.
Great. Thank you so much. What great questions, and even better answers. So thank you very much to this panel, and that will conclude the panel. And I'd like to introduce closing remarks will be given by Vice Chair Christy McCormick. Yeah.
So thank you all for staying through. Those of you who have stayed are the ones who need the most therapy on your OCD disorder. Let me offer my sincere thanks to the Community College of Philadelphia for hosting us here today. They are very generous with their space, and we thank them for that. Acting Secretary Robert Torres and our partners at the Pennsylvania Department of State, especially Jess Myers and Mike Moser, who dedicated countless hours to making this event possible, and your microphone folks as well. I want to thank our EAC staff, especially David Kennett and Natalie, and who else is here? Brenda, Brian. So many of folks on our team helped to put this together, and I just want to thank you for all your hard work on that. I want to thank all of our moderators and panelists for spending the time they did to put their presentations together. We appreciate their time and commitment and their expertise and contributions to today's discussions. And all of our audience members, including those of you who followed online today, thank you so much. Henry and your IT folks back there too, thank you so much. Let me also invite you all to check out the EAC's website to learn more about our recent and upcoming research and data initiative, including the 2018 Election Administration and Voting Survey. And there were hard copies back there. I don't know if there are still any left there. You can find this information on the eac.gov website under the Research and Data tab, as well as on our blog. Lastly, I want to invite you all to another event that we have in the works for later this month. On Tuesday, July 24th in Washington, D.C. I think it's at the museum, is that right? We are hosting the 3rd annual Language Access for Voters Summit, which is being organized in partnership with Arizona State University's Pastor Center and the Democracy Fund's Voice. This event will convene election officials and language community representatives to discuss how election officials can meet their language assistance requirements under the Voting Rights Act and better serve their voters with language needs. So with that, I just want to thank you all for spending your day with us. I hope you found this to be educational and generate some innovative ideas, and we look forward to our next Election Data Summit. Thanks so much.